My girlfriend cheated on me with a senior, so I'm cheating on her with his girlfriend. Volume 2. By Kagawa Ishigo. Translated by LOTL and Ryuseka RAWRR. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. A scene from the day after the D-Day. The freshman of the Department of Science and Engineering of Johto University, Ishiki Yu, was cheated on by his first-ever girlfriend, Mitsumoto Karen. Her paramour was a senpai of Yu from his high school days and now in university, and who also belonged to the same group as him, Kamakura Tetsuya. Nonetheless, that very Kamakura had a beautiful enough girlfriend to be called the true Miss Johto University, Sakurajima Tuko. Yu, who had learned of the truth of that love affair, had fallen into the depths of despair and demanded to Tuko that she cheated with him. However, Tuko instead told Yu that she wanted a more effective revenge method against them. The plan for it was to make their partners fall in love with them even more than they had been until now, and when those emotions had reached their peak, they would dump them in front of everyone in their group. They first engaged themselves busily in gathering evidence about those two's cheating. Once Yu and Tuko had obtained definite proof of it, they worked out many schemes and decided on Christmas Eve as the D-Day, the day they would have their revenge against the pair of cheaters. And so came the D-Day. The place was the venue for their group's Christmas party. The moment that Tuko and Kamakura were chosen as the best couple of the party, Tuko and Yu declared they were breaking up with their lovers. Then, in front of the multitude of people present, they exposed Kamakura and Karen's trysts. Karen flew into a rage and hurled insults around as she left the venue. On the other hand, Kamakura tried to somehow garner Tuko's affection once more, and for that, he slandered Yu. Angered by those actions, Tuko declared that she would spend that night together with Ishiki Yu. Leaving behind a dumbfounded Kamakura, the two of them headed over to a hotel in the Bayside area. Yu and Tuko entered one of the hotel's rooms, and at the very moment when things would take the next step. "I'm very sorry. I'll go back to my house after all." Tuko spoke those lines. "Up to now, I have never had sexual relationships with anyone. I won't do those kinds of things until after I marry," she further explained with those words, after which she left. Will Ishiki Yu ever be able to have his revenge cheating someday? Just what awaits you in the future? Aren't I always telling you to stop it with those weird narrations of yours? And also, just what was up with that narration? I don't know where you got that idea from. I spoke in a displeased tone to Ishida, who was happily humming some melody. You don't know it. I thought I'd done a great job imitating it. Ishida then told me it was from the famous Bankers drama. I also have humming versions of Kamen Rider and Haika Monogatari. Wanna hear them? I keep telling you I don't care about them. Ishida seemed to be enjoying seeing me seriously express my dislike for them, but before long, he made an exasperated expression. But, you can imagine that it can't be helped even if you tell me that, right? After all, everything went so well according to plan up to that point, no? And then you tell me that was the conclusion. Even I, who am only listening to it, feel sad hearing it. Having said his part, Ishida then took a few sips of his coffee. This was a family restaurant that Ishida and I frequented a lot, located on one side of Japan National Route 14. The next day after D-Day and the Christmas party, after having stayed the night, not bothering to wait for the checkout time of 10 a.m., I left the hotel by myself. It was then that Ishida, not wasting any time, sent me a message asking me how was last night, his curiosity clear as day. That was how I had come to be here, being together with Ishida while at the same time eating lunch. You guys at long last managed to get your wish to get your retaliation against Kamakura-senpai and Karen-chan granted. Man, on top of that, Tuko-senpai herself said it in person. I'm going to spend this night with Ishiki-kun. And then you guys even went to the hotel. Everything until then had gone splendidly according to the script, filled with expectations. And despite all that, you mean to tell me that she said, "I'm not doing obscene things until after I marry," and then left like that? Man, even a virgin high schooler would have been more aggressive then. Ishida continued to stare at me from above his coffee cup the whole time he spoke. Don't say it like it's something as simple as that. It's only because you weren't there that you can say those things. Try having Tuko-senpai emphatically declare to you, "I won't do any obscene stuff until after I marry." I'll bet you two would have remained frozen, unable to do anything. One could easily imagine that if I had forcefully approached Tuko-senpai at that moment, our future relationship would have been destroyed beyond repair. To begin with, we hadn't even spoken yet about what we would do from now on. Ishida placed the coffee cup atop the table as he heaved a sigh. You're right about that. Even that experienced veteran womanizer of Kamakura-senpai wasn't able to put a hand on her, after all. There's no way that our non-virgin freshman, you, would be able to do anything. I didn't answer anything. That was so on the mark that it was completely unnecessary. This was the Iron Maiden who manipulated even that super excessively overconfident hunk, star of the show, frivolous Kamakura Tetsuya, leaving him unable to even compete against her. It was simply impossible for someone like me to do anything. Ishida continued even further on. That said, once you think it over, Kamakura-senpai's pitiful, too, you know. He got dumped by his girlfriend, on whom he had continuously made advances since their high school days, before even doing anything with her. And he even believes that she, her beloved woman, was stolen to him by his kohai. I, too, had thought about that. Had Kamakura's mistress not been Karen, I was certain that I would have felt sorry for him, too. Ishida leaned on the back of his seat and looked up at the roof. Well, if a man were refused by his girlfriend with that "I'm not doing obscene things until after I marry," then it's not unimaginable that he'd cheat the moment some slightly cute girl approached him and sweet-talked him into it. Ishida then immediately followed up after he finished that sentence. Well, that guy really overdid it, though. What happened with Kamakura-senpai after that? Because Tuko-senpai and I had left the party just like that after we made our declarations of breaking off our relationships, I didn't know what had happened after that. Ishida should know about it, though. Well, as you can imagine, he was seriously depressed. Nakazaka-san dragged him out and apparently gave him a stern lecture. Still, he seemed to be already on the verge of tears by then. It was my first time seeing Kamakura-senpai like that. I felt a pang of pain in my chest. Nonetheless, precisely because neither Tuko-senpai nor I have done anything wrong, there was no need to feel guilty. And so, what are you planning to do now? Ishida raised his upper body from the back of the seat and asked me. About you and Tuko-senpai. It's obvious, even for me, that you're madly in love with Tuko-senpai by now. That's why I ask. You thinking to date Tuko-senpai in the future? I flinched slightly at how directly bluntly he asked. Well, about that, sure, it'd be great if that happened. But Tuko-senpai's feelings are important, too, so for now, I think it's still. While my words were gradually turning into a mumble, seated in front of me, Ishida crossed his arms and seemed to ponder the matter. It certainly is true that, even if it was for a short moment only, you two did go so far as to be about to get into that kind of a relationship, so it's not as if your chances of making it happen were zero. Still, are you fine with it, you? With what? I didn't quite understand what Ishida meant by his inquiry. I mean, even if you managed to date Tuko-senpai, you wouldn't be able to do anything with her until you two married, you know? If that happens, this time it'll be you who'll be in Kamakura-senpai's position. I'm asking you if you'll be able to prevent yourself from paying attention to other girls. I stared Ishida down, slightly offended. What are you saying? Isn't it obvious? I'd never cheat. Really? How many years do you think are left until you marry? At least the 3 years until you graduate from university. If you enter some graduate program, add another 2 years. And even if you got a job, you can't marry immediately after. Supposing that the two of you continued dating all that time, it would most probably still be around 7 years before you got married. You seriously intending to remain all that time in a purely platonic relationship? 7 years. Hearing it like that, I felt my conviction waver a little. Thinking it over once again, it was a very long time. 7 years ago, I was proudly carrying my backpack, Randosiru, to elementary school. Ishida then dealt yet another blow to me while I had fallen into silence. We are but 19 years old, you. The age we're about to enter, the early 20s, is said to be the one where the urge for the opposite sex is the strongest, yeah? You'll be stuck watching Tuko-senpai's top-notch body being right next to you, yet having to wait all that time, putting it always on hold. What's more, even if you continue to persevere in that, you still have no real way to know if you'll actually manage to marry Tuko-senpai, right? That can't be helped, Ishida. If that's a must in order to date Tuko-senpai, then so be it. Besides, something like betraying Tuko-senpai like Kamakura-senpai did, as if I could do something like that. Tuko-senpai is someone who encouraged me all this time, someone to whom I owe having been able to come this far. Nonetheless, compared to Ishida's tone as he spoke, I couldn't help but feel like my words sounded too weak. Ishida once again placed the whole of his body weight as he leaned on the back of his seat. If it were me, I'd be absolutely against it. Enduring a celibacy of who knows how many years, not to mention not knowing if I'd end up engaged with Tuko-senpai or not. A normal girl with whom I can have sex once a week is better for me, you know. I didn't argue against that opinion from Ishida and instead brought the coffee to my lips in silence. By the way, how are you planning to approach Tuko-senpai from now on? Yet again, I was at a loss for words at Ishida's question. I did get a reply from Tuko-senpai saying that it was fine for me to contact her in the future. But it was only that, no concrete promises at all. And those words, too. They might have been some simple polite answer from her. I haven't thought about anything for now. You won't meet her during the winter vacations. The university was on winter vacation from today until the New Year's 4th of January. Truth is, I just asked her about her plans for winter vacations via message. I spoke with a voice completely lacking in strength. Really? And? It would seem like we won't be able to meet during the winter vacations. She said that she was going on a trip to Hawaii with her family from the end of the year until the New Year's. We're both fellow lonely people who don't have a partner, after all. Please call me later, Ishiki-kun. Tuko-senpai's voice as she said those parting words last night came back to life in my mind. After having the greatest chance, you get stuck in this situation. It looks like the road ahead for you is very long and full of obstacles. Even Ishida spoke with disappointment in his voice. She said that it's a custom of her family to go to Hawaii to spend the New Year's every year. Well, Tuko-senpai's family is rich. Both of her parents are doctors, after all. Her house was impressive, too. Ishida spoke in a light-hearted tone as if to dispel the somewhat crestfallen mood we had. Isn't that fine, too, though? Let's enjoy this year's New Year's together again. Didn't we go on our first shrine visit of the new year together last year before our entrance exams? Let's go together again this year. You mean, you want just us men to go on our first shrine visit for the second year in a row? Although with a wry smile, I expressed my thanks to Ishida for his consideration. What's with you? You're not happy about it. But, you know, ever since you started dating Karen-chan, I had been feeling a bit empty, thinking that I had to spend the year's Christmas, New Year's, and Valentine's all by my lonely self. That's why I'm grateful that things turned out like this instead. Ishida then put on a mean smile on purpose. This side of Ishida, where he got rid of the heavy atmosphere like this, without acting condescending, was one of the best things about Ishida. Shut up. Don't be happy about other people's misfortune. I replied to him like that as I, too, laughed. Well, I guess you could say that this kind of interaction between us was what fit us best. Chapter 2. First Shrine Visit of the New Year. The New Year came, and it was now January 3rd. I was already getting tired of looking at my parents' faces and watching TV at home. But even then, shutting myself in my room and playing video games the whole time was boring, too. With things like that, I ultimately decided to go on my first shrine visit of the new year with Ishida, exactly the same as last year. Ishida, where are we going for this year's first shrine visit? I had received that SNS message incredibly soon, on New Year's Day. He must have been bored, too. Last year we went to Meiji Shrine to pray so that we passed our exams, right? Ishida, that one sure was incredibly crowded. It really wore me out. Yeah, no kidding. Going all the way out to TKY only to have to face that crowd is just too much. Ishida, and to top it off, there were many couples in there, too. Wouldn't that be a tad trying for you? Having broken up with your girlfriend only a few days ago? LOL. This guy. What's with the LOL? I smiled wryly as I had that thought run across my mind. Aren't you the same in not having a girlfriend and feeling lonely? Whatever. Want to go to another place? Certainly, with my current mental state, being surrounded by couples being all lovey-dovey didn't sound amusing in the least. Ishida, for example? How about the Senjen Shrine in Inage or the Funabashi Daijing? Ishida, if it's too close to here, we might run into some guys from high school or middle school. And I'm not too keen on that. On that note, too, my parents are going to Senjen Shrine. A different place would be better. You're such a petty guy. Then you tell me where's fine. Ishida, how's Narita-san sound? It's reasonably separated from our houses and it shouldn't so crowded as Meiji Shrine. Narita-san should be considerably crowded, too, though. Perhaps he took my not immediately replying as a tacit rejection, but Ishida sent yet another message to me. Ishida, if there aren't too many people, don't you think it'd instead lack that feeling of the first shrine visit of the new year? What's more, there are many long-established eel restaurants in the vicinity of Narita-san. I've long thought that I wanted to go eat there at least once. Fine, I got it. Narita-san it is. When are we going? Ishida, how about the 3rd? We could meet up at Kaisei Makuhari Station at 11 a.m., maybe? The parking lots over at Narita-san during New Year are apparently full, meaning there won't be any place to park a car. That's why we should go by train. Okay. Well then, see you the day after tomorrow. That was how it was decided that we would go this year, too, on our first shrine visit, the two of us alone. The temperature still somewhat chilly. I was waiting in front of Kaisei Makuhari Station at 11 a.m. This was because, if we departed from Makuhari, rather than using the Japan Railways, it was faster for us to go to Narita by taking the Kaisei line in the direction of Tsudanuma. Ishida hadn't arrived yet. In my surroundings, there were, as one would expect, many girls who were specially dressed up, perhaps because they would go on their first shrine visits of the new year, too. Among them were even some who were wearing kimonos. Tuko-senpai's in Hawaii right about now, I began to let my mind idle around with those thoughts. We're both fellow lonely people who don't have a partner, after all. Call me later, Ishiki-kun. Those words of Tuko-senpai which I was made to remember time and again during these winter vacations. D-Day. That night of Christmas Eve, Tuko-senpai answered me like that when I told her I wanted to keep meeting to talk now and then. Nevertheless, ever after the night of the 24th, we hadn't met even once. I wonder how Tuko-senpai looks when she's wearing a swimsuit. I'll bet it's an amazing sight. Unconsciously, I imagined Tuko-senpai, clad in a bikini as she stood with an everlasting summer beach to her back. That figure of hers, which you could very well call perfect, with droplets of seawater falling from her having only gotten out of the ocean, her black hair fluttering in the breeze of Hawaii. There was no mistake that every single man who happened to catch sight of her would feel compelled to try and start a conversation with her. My fantasy continued even beyond that. A blonde foreigner man who saw Tuko-senpai began a conversation with her. Taken in by the sense of freedom and atmosphere of the resort, Tuko-senpai answered back to him in a cheerful mood, too. To this, the blonde foreigner man gets carried away and, in an overfamiliar action, puts his arm around Tuko-senpai. No. There's no way that, of all girls, Tuko-senpai would let herself get dragged along by the advances of some philandering foreigner. Sorry, I made you wait for a bit. That exceedingly loud voice, which paid no heed to everyone in the vicinity, brought me back to my senses. I knew it was Ishida without needing to turn around to confirm it. No problem. It's not like I waited for you for so long. I abruptly cut short my reply at that moment. As for why, it was because a girl was standing behind Ishida. She didn't stand out per se, but she was still a lovely enough girl to grab someone's attention. Perhaps noticing that I was looking at her, Ishida turned around to his back and explained. You see, today, our parents told us they'd be going to Inage Senjen Shrine with some acquaintances from their hometown for their first shrine visit of the new year. I thought that leaving my little sister alone in the house like that was a bit too cruel, so I asked her if she wanted to come with us. And when I did, she answered, "I'll go," so I brought her along. Indeed, standing behind Ishida was none other than Maika-chan, his younger sister. She was 2 years behind us in school, which means she's a sophomore in high school right now. The high school she was attending was, unlike the one the two of us graduated from, a private institution, the Ichikawa Institute for Women. I guess her height was a little lower than your average high school girls. Maika-chan may look like the quiet, gentle type of girl, but I was told that in reality, she was a lively girl who actively participated in the track and field club. Ishida said that she had a very hard-to-deal-with attitude, but when she had been in front of me, she had always been a sweet and lovely girl. Every time I saw her, I, who didn't have any siblings, would always think that she was the ideal younger sister. "Happy New Year, Yu-san." She bowed her head to me, looking slightly bashful as she did. "Happy New Year." I returned her New Year's greeting and looked at her once again. Maika-chan. How long had it been since I saw her in person like this? Maybe 1 year? If I remember correctly, it was right after we had passed our university entrance exams that Ishida invited me to go eat lunch together, and Maika-chan came along with us, too. I hadn't seen her face to face like this since then, but I have to say, she sure had gotten a lot cuter during that year. From a long way back, she had had a cute face, unlike Ishida's rough-looking one, but now it was as if a touch of womanliness had been added to it. Sorry about not telling you before now. For some reason, Ishida had an awkward face after looking at my expression. No, I don't mind, really. And it's not like this is my first time meeting Maika-chan, either. Did I have such a displeased look on my face just now? It wasn't my intention to make such a face, though. It would make me feel bad if I made Maika-chan get too conscious over it, so I spoke to her with a smile. "It's been some time since we last met, right, Maika-chan? About 1 year if I'm not wrong, no?" "Yes. The last time we met was February of the last year, so it really has been a long time. Thank you for letting me be here with you today." She seemed to be a bit embarrassed, but perhaps it was because it had been 1 year since we last met. She had looked a tad bashful when she had answered me. "I look forward to having you here, too, yeah?" After I answered that, Ishida showed an expression of relief before cheerfully speaking to us. "Okay. Then how about we get going to Narita-san for our first shrine visit of the new year?" The train from the Kaisei line was so packed full that you could call it damnable. It had been a long time since I rode on a train this crowded. I guess I should have known that going by car would have been better. I could hear that whisper from Ishida. Going by car would have been a problem because of the congestion of the roads, man. And didn't you say that all the parking lots were full already? Yeah, right. I turned to look at Maika-chan. "Maika-chan, are you okay? You're not too uncomfortable?" I was worried that Maika-chan, who was not very tall, would get crushed by the crowd inside this congested train and find it difficult to breathe. "I'm fine. I'm already used to it from commuting to school and such." Maika-chan smiled as she answered. "Be sure to tell me if it gets difficult for you to breathe, okay? It's not like we're in any hurry, so we can get off midway and take a break." After I said that, Maika-chan replied in a low voice with a "thank you very much." Was something wrong with her? Maika-chan didn't seem to be very cheerful today. No, cheerful may not have been the best choice of words. I mean, she did have a bright smile on her when we met at the station. Although, according to my memories, back in her middle school days, she was a more animated girl. Today, though, she was kind of fidgety or something which gave me a different feeling from her. Well, Maika-chan is a high school girl now, too. I suppose it's only natural that she's different from before. We arrived at Kaisei Narita Station. Finally, we were freed from that throng of people. It was but for a moment that I thought like that since the road leading to Narita-san was also jammed with people. And along the road leading to the shrine were many people making a line. "Wow! These many people are lined up already?" Laughing, I replied to Ishida who had said that. "Even so, this is still better than the one we saw over at Meiji Shrine last year. I mean, you can still walk along the road." "You're right about that. Still, waiting in line, without moving, in this cold weather is not what I would have liked." I directed my gaze to Maika-chan. "How are you doing, Maika-chan?" "You're not cold?" She looked up at me when I asked her, which led to our eyes meeting from a close distance. She then averted her eyes in a fluster and answered in a low voice like before with a simple "I'm fine." People were crowding in front of the main temple gate like ants swarm to candy. The multitude of people that had gathered there were lining up in a single line and passing through the temple's main gate like a giant centipede. There were souvenir shops lined up on both sides as soon as you passed the gate. After you passed that area, you had to cross an arched bridge that stretched over a pond, and beyond it, you had to climb a steep stone stairway. The main temple of Narita-san was atop a small hill, and the road leading to it was not only narrow, but its steps were also considerably steep. "Ah!" Maika-chan gave a small yell while we were going up the stone stairs. Her body was falling back. I hurriedly extended my hand to her. She grabbed my arm reflexively in response. I wonder if she had been pushed by the people passing around or if she accidentally stepped on the hem of her coat. Thank you." Maika-chan cast her gaze downward bashfully. "Don't mention it. This place is very crowded, on top of the stairs being quite steep, so it's completely understandable." I looked up the stairs after I spoke. Ishida. The nerve of that guy to have already gone up the hill at full speed by himself. That nitwit. He abandoned his own little sister. I was slightly angered by that. Wasn't an older brother supposed to be someone who worried a bit more for their younger sister? At the same time that I was thinking of that, the line of people behind us continued moving forward non-stop, putting pressure on us. "This place is dangerous, so make sure you grab my arm and don't let go of it." As soon as I said that, Maika-chan replied with a yes and proceeded to grab firmly onto my arm and stooped down close to me. That action of hers was cute. For a moment, I felt like I was an older brother, too. "Watch your step, okay?" After saying that, I started to go up the stone stairway with Maika-chan latched onto my arm. We arrived at the top of the main temple at last. There was gravel laid out on both sides of the road, with a 3-storied pagoda to the right. The main temple was straight ahead. This place was considerably spacious for the temple, but as you could imagine, it was all one big sea of people. I looked around the area, but I couldn't see Ishida anywhere. I stood on my tiptoes and stretched to see further ahead and searched for him. But even then, I couldn't catch sight of Ishida. That guy, just where did he go? Don't just stand there in the middle of the place. Move it already. An elderly man who was behind me was the one who spoke gruffly before lightly pushing my back. "Nothing we could do, then. Maika-chan, for now, let's go offer our prayers and then look for Ishida from outside of this mass of people. Make sure you don't get separated from me." As soon as I said that, Maika-chan grabbed my arm with more strength than she had been doing so up to now. We went along with the flow of the crowd until we were before the main temple. However, we couldn't go all the way to the offertory box. People were making a myriad of lines in front of the giant offertory box, and it felt like we would be pushed to one of the exits on the sides before we could reach it. Since it couldn't be helped, we made our offering by stretching our arms over the person in front of us. We then put our palms together and prayed. "I pray that things between Tuko-senpai and me will advance smoothly this year." I did feel like it was a bit insolent on my part to choose that as my prayer for my very first visit to a shrine in the year, but that was the most important wish for me at the moment. Looking to my side, I saw that Maika-chan had linked her arm with mine and was praying together with me. I'll bet that we must have looked like a couple of lovers to an outsider. Seeing how not only was there a large number of people praying here, but I was also together like this with Maika-chan, my prayer about my relationship with Tuko-senpai may not be answered at all. Though I did have that thought weigh on me, it was still unacceptable for me to break free from her in the middle of this crowd. I didn't know what Maika-chan was praying for, but she stood for a very long time with her palms together in prayer. There was a promenade that extended from where Narita-san's main temple was, crossed the Narita-san Park which was behind it, and went around the Great Pagoda of Peace. Many people were heading over there, too. Nonetheless, in the middle of this cold weather, I just couldn't get myself in the mood to go for a walk in the park. And because Maika-chan was together with me, it would be dangerous if we ran into some drunkard or some other weird guy out there. Be that as it may, Ishida, man, just where did you go? I looked around the place. There were many people around, so I couldn't be certain, But as far as I could see, there was not a person who looked like Ishida. This isn't like him, I thought to myself. Ishida had an insensitive side to him, but he wasn't someone who would be together with another person and then abandon them and go around doing as he pleased. Maybe he lost sight of us and went downhill back to the main temple gate before us? Narita-san had 2 routes, one to each side, which led from the main temple to the main temple gate. It was a mystery which of the 2 Ishida went down through, but because there was only one main temple gate, it should be easier to find him once we were below. Micah-chan, it's very difficult to find Ishida here with all these many people. Let's go down to the main temple gate and wait for Ishida in front of it. Micah-chan nodded silently. I took out my smartphone and sent Ishida a message, telling him that we would be waiting for him near the souvenir shops that were in front of the main temple gate below. We left by taking the road to the left side when seen from the main temple, past the 3-story pagoda before crossing the narrow flight of stone stairs that were next to the Buddhist temple, and continued going down until we were before the souvenir shops located in front of the main temple gate. I looked at my phone, but my message lacked the mark indicating it had been read already. Ishida hasn't contacted you either, Micah-chan? Micah-chan then took out her phone before replying with a simple, he hasn't. Micah-chan and I stood in silence in the middle of the various souvenir shops which were lined up. When I casually turned my line of sight to Micah-chan, she averted her eyes in a fluster. I wondered if something was wrong with her since Micah-chan really was acting a bit weird today. I got the impression she wanted to say something to me. Whatever the case, today sure was cold. It was so chilly that you couldn't stay put in place from the cold. Unintentionally, I started to move my body around without noticing. In doing so, I incidentally saw a poster in one of the souvenir shops nearby which read, "We have amazake." Amazake is sake made from rice which can be low or non-alcoholic. Micah-chan, since it's cold out here, want to drink some amazake? Micah-chan looked at me with a confused expression. I don't think the amazake they're selling has alcohol in it, so there wouldn't be any problems if we were to drink it. I went to the souvenir shop after telling her that and ordered 2 amazake. The lady from the shop used a ladle to pour the amazake from the hot pot into the 2 paper cups. I took the 2 cups of amazake with both my hands and gave one to Micah-chan. Thank you. Having said that, she took the cup with both her hands and then blew on it a few times before taking it to her lips. The fair-skinned Micah-chan had her cheeks tinged pink from the cold. That image of her burrowing her face in her scarf was so like a high school girl and very endearing. If I had had a little sister, I'm sure that she would have been like this. Seeing her like that, I gazed at her heartwarmingly. Even so, just where did that Morin of Ishida go? As I spoke to myself like that, I turned to look at Micah-chan. I'm sorry, Micah-chan. I suppose you're getting bored despite having come with us on the first shrine visit like this. I had said that in a casual tone, however. Not at all. Micah-chan spoke in a low but clear voice. I'm glad to have been able to come together with you-san today. I'm also happy to have met you after so long, Micah-chan. I answered her with a smile. Well, I had said half of it out of politeness. Really? She replied in a more excited voice than I expected. Yeah, really. Micah-chan, you also changed a lot during this last year. In what way did I change? Naturally, you look a lot more like a high school girl, or rather, you became a lot more like a woman. Back when I saw you at the station before, I was taken aback for a moment. To think that I'd received those words from you, you-san. I'm very happy to hear them. Micah-chan smiled bashfully before hiding her mouth behind the cup of amazake. Her mood seemed to have relaxed considerably now that we spoke like this. After a short moment of time, Micah-chan glanced over at me and then began to speak. I have a favor to ask of you, you-san. Will you listen to it? Chem. What is it? As long as it's something I can do, I'll help you. For a second, Micah-chan looked as if uncertain about speaking. But soon after, she seemed to make up her mind and spoke before she lost her courage. Could you please teach me? Teach you? You want me to teach you? It was a bit unexpected. Because I was attending the Department of Science and Engineering of a private university, it was obvious that I was well versed in science and mathematics only. I was certain that Micah-chan would be going to a university specializing in humanities. Ah, yes. I don't understand anything about mathematics, or physics, or chemistry. I'm pretty sure that I'll end up with failing marks if things continue like this. So, the reason why Micah-chan had been so fidgety the whole time since we met was that she wanted to ask me this. If it's only that, then it's no problem. But, you know, both Ishida and I have nearly the same grades. Wouldn't it be better for Ishida to teach you? For you see, Ishida was her older brother. Since they lived in the same house, she could immediately ask him whenever there was something she didn't understand. Taking the speed of response into account, Ishida seemed like the best option to me. However, Micah-chan shook her head sideways with great intensity. Oni-chan is a big no. He's very bad at teaching, and he isn't kind in the least when teaching, too. He immediately starts making fun of me, saying things like, "You can't even do this stuff." Is that so? I had thought that Ishida was a very doting older brother, though. Being an only child, there was no way for me to know, but it may well be that having siblings teach each other something was actually quite complicated. While I was thinking about those things, Micah-chan looked at me with a worried expression. Is it a bother for you? That time before when you explained to me some things about mathematics, I remember you were very courteous and your explanations were easy to understand, Yu-san. That's why I thought that if I ever needed help with my studies, I should ask you for help. I couldn't possibly tell her no if she looked at me with that kind of a face on her. Not to mention that I wasn't against teaching Micah-chan in the first place. Personally, I considered Micah-chan to be the ideal little sister. It's not a bother at all. If I can be of help to you, of course, I'll do it. Really? Yay. I'm so happy. Micah-chan brought both her hands together in front of her chest and had a beaming smile. Man, this side of hers is so proper of a girl and cute. Yu-san, you're a very kind person, you know? Is that so? I think that this much is only normal, though. You're kind. I guarantee it. You're someone who's always being considerate of other people, Yu-san. She turned her face downwards after she said that. Still, your girlfriend did something horrible to you, right, Yu-san? What? I happened to listen to my Oni-chan while he was talking on the phone. I did think that it was wrong to do so, but the conversation was so intense that it just kind of happened. Oh, yeah. Micah-chan knew about the love affair thing of Karen. Ishida had told me so before, too. To think that she would lie to you and cheat with other men behind your back. I won't forgive her. Micah-chan had an expression of frustration on her face. It was almost as if she herself had been cheated on. I'm thankful that you worry for me like that. But still, there's no need for you to get angry, too, Micah-chan. It's just that, I just can't forgive her. How could she take advantage of your kindness and do something like that? That's too cruel. I'm also partly to blame for having chosen a woman like that as my girlfriend, though. That's not true. You're not the least in the wrong here, Yu-san. Micah-chan declared that in an exceedingly resolute tone. If that woman appears before me, I'll slap her in your place, Yu-san. She made the motion of slapping something with her right palm as she spoke. I was slightly surprised. Well, it was true that Micah-chan had always been a very active and energetic girl. Haha, thanks. But you already separated from that woman, right? Yeah, on Christmas Eve. It wasn't the same as the one you showed before, but I also had this feeling of not being able to forgive her at all, you know. I made sure to pay her back in full for it, too. I answered while remembering the looks on Karen and Kamakura's faces on D-Day. And it was Sakurajima Tuko-san who was together with you during that payback, right? I turned around to look at Micah-chan immediately. Do you know Tuko-senpai? Micah-chan nodded while looking downward. Yes, although only by name. But I did hear that she was a very beautiful woman. I found that surprising. You two shouldn't have had the chance to meet each other, though. By the time you entered middle school, Tuko-senpai should have already graduated. Not to mention that you went to different high schools. I remembered that Ishida once said that he had attended the same middle school as Tuko-senpai. Naturally, Micah-chan had gone to the same middle school, too. You're right about that, but it's because she had only just left school at the time I entered. I heard the name Sakurajima Tuko mentioned more than a few times from many of the upperclassmen senpais I had. I see. I had heard that Tuko senpai was a famous beauty in her hometown since her middle school days. As such, I suppose having rumors of her circulating around wasn't that strange. Then, Yu-san, are you planning to start dating Tuko-san next? I could see her bite tightly her lower lip after asking that. I'm not sure about that. Regardless of how much I may want to date her, I also have to take Tuko-senpai's feelings into consideration. I guess you could say I haven't thought that far ahead. I voiced my true, honest feelings. Of course, should Tuko-senpai say that she wants to go out with me, I would gladly comply. Nonetheless, I found it hard to believe that Tuko-senpai would be so quick to move on to me. I, too, didn't know how I should go about interacting with Tuko-senpai from now on. In that case, that means that you're free right now, doesn't it, Yu-san? Yeah, regrettably. That's why I ended up coming on my first shrine visit of the year together with Ishida like this. I answered her with a bitter smile. I then heard Maika-chan take one deep breath. When I looked at her, she was tightly gripping the hem of her coat. Then, won't you come occasionally to play together with me in the future? What? No, I mean, you see, you're going to be free with nothing to do these coming spring vacations, too, right, Yu-san? This will also be my last chance to go somewhere and enjoy myself before my entrance exams. But because I'm at an all-girls school, I don't have many chances to go out together with someone. So, I was thinking that I would be a lot more comfortable if Yu-san was together with me. Maika-chan was speaking frantically, her face red the whole time. I found seeing her like that somewhat amusing. Not to mention that even if she was my best friend's younger sister, receiving the invitation of a girl in this way didn't feel bad at all. And it wasn't as if Maika-chan was saying that she wanted the two of us to meet alone, after all. Is that a no? Maika-chan had a worried expression on her face once again. No, it's nothing like that. You're right. I am free myself. And I also feel like seeing Maika-chan's face every now and then, too. Maika-chan being Ishida's younger sister meant that she had known me for a long time. There was no need for me to think those strange things. I should just stop this weird excessive self-consciousness. That was what I thought at that time. Yay. Maika-chan's expression brightened up in an instant. Seeing her like that, I got into a cheerful mood myself. Then, when should we meet next time? Let me see. I'm having my university exams soon after this, though, so it may be impossible to meet like this for a while. This is because I'm going to have to study for my exams even after classes resume. I guess it won't be until February has started that I'll be able to take some time off. Is that so? Maika-chan's expression was one of disappointment for an instant, but she immediately lifted her face again. Oh, then, taking the promise from before to help me study into account, could I ask that you let me study together with you? I'll be studying next to you while you study for your university exams, Yu-san. And when I found something I didn't understand, if you could only explain me at that moment. You're right. So long as our schedules coincide, that would be a great idea. Thank you very much. I look forward to it then, Yu-san. With a spring, Maika-chan gave a quick bow of her head. Well, it's still hard for me to say how good of a teacher I can be for you, Maika-chan. A wry smile on my face, I caringly watched over Maika-chan as she bowed. Oh, so this is where you guys were? Someone called at us with a loud voice from beyond the crowd. It was Ishida. I raised my hand and signaled at him, too. I wonder what happened. I got the feeling that Maika-chan was somewhat displeased. Just where'd you go, man? Ishida answered my question calmly without any sign of compunction. Just here and there. I rarely have a chance to visit Narita-san, so I was thinking about what I should go see next. I went all the way around Narita-san Park, which is behind this place. You should have at least contacted us, then. I did think about it, but I had very little battery remaining in my phone. Well, I thought that since Maika-chan was together with you, it was fine even if I went my way for a bit. Ishida then looked at Maika-chan. I imagine you didn't have any problem with it, right, Maika? Rather, I'll bet you were happy to be together with you, no? As you'd expect, Maika-chan pouted by puffing her cheeks. It would have been better if you had taken longer, though. I mean, I did like we promised. At that moment, Micah-chan pushed Ishida strongly with both hands, almost as if hitting him. Shut it. Don't say unnecessary things. Micah-chan then turned her back to him just like that. Ishida made a strained smile before turning to look at me again. By the way, like I told you before, the path leading to the shrine here at Narita-san is famous for its eel restaurants. Wanna go eat there? Eel, huh? It does sound good, but isn't it expensive? I'm receiving a little more money than usual from my parents tonight. If you want, I can lend you the money. No need, thanks. I have a decent amount myself, so there's no problem there. That's so? Then, let's get going. Come on, Micah, let's go. Micah-chan then followed after me from the opposite side of where Ishida was. That reminds me, what was it that Ishida was about to say just now? I suddenly felt my arm being gently pulled. Looking at it, I saw that Micah-chan was grabbing onto my coat sleeve, holding it between her fingers. The moment our eyes met, looking slightly bashful, she gave me a cute smile. Chapter 3. Rumors are going around the university about us, though. Time continued to advance, and so came the first day of classes of the new year. I arrived at the classroom a little earlier than usual. In about half a month, we would be starting our final exams. Because of that, I had gone to the library to borrow the books I needed for them, after which I had gone straight to the classroom, thus arriving somewhat earlier. Nonetheless, seen in retrospect, that was a mistake. All of the students who entered the classroom after me were staring at me. There were those who averted their gaze the moment I turned to look at them myself, and there were those that gave me a weird smile as they continued to look at me. There were even some among them who would occasionally look at me before then starting to whisper between themselves. This sort of stuff had never happened before. They were unpleasant gazes. I decided to ignore all of those stares and opened one of the books I had only just borrowed. It was an extremely basic section that explained the 7 layers of the OSI model, but nothing I read stayed in my head. Amidst that uncomfortable situation, I felt someone's presence right next to me. Someone plopped into the seat beside me. You're Ishiki, right? That person suddenly spoke out to me. I lifted my eyes from the book and looked at them. It was a man who, though we belonged to the same major and were both freshmen, had never spoken to me once before. He had brown hair and a tanned face, and he wore 2 piercings on his ears. He belonged to a type of person seldom seen in the Department of Science and Engineering. Yes, I am. Do you have any business with me? That guy then spoke as he grinned at me. Tell me, is it true that ya did it with the sophomore Sakurajima Tuko on Christmas Eve? I wasn't sure what I should answer here. If I answered with a yes, the rumor would only spread and grow more. Wouldn't that cause problems for Tuko-senpai? Nevertheless, if I instead said no, all of the hardships we went through would come to nothing. Whichever the case, I couldn't answer this question carelessly. Not to mention that I simply didn't feel like answering this man, lecherous smile on his face, with whom I had barely even spoken at all. Who knows? I answered curtly. Come on, don't hide it from me. Ain't it fine to tell me at least that much? I don't have any obligation to speak with you, right? The man then brought his tanned face close to mine. Why see, this is Sakurajima Tuko we're talking about, one of the most famous beauties of the university. She's even known as the secret Miss Jouto University, man. Ain't it only natural for me to get curious after hearing that a student of my same school year did it with someone that famous? I kept my silence. Being asked something like this out of pure morbid curiosity was beyond disgusting. And that body of hers, it's unbelievable, you know. Such a slim body and yet those huge breasts. She's so aloof and acts all haughty, but that only excites men more instead. It makes me wanna ask her to let me do her once, too. I glared at that man. Nothing was more revolting than listening to someone like this guy appraise Tuko-senpai in that way. Seeing me like that man put on a jesting mock on his face. Hey, come on. Don't glare at me with such a scary face. I mean, your story's already famous. How you guys dumped at the Christmas party your group the 2 you had been dating with, and then you got over them then and there before leaving and going to a hotel. Many were surprised that, as opposed to how you look, The two of you would be so naughty. Where'd you hear that story? Who told it to you? I wasn't the one to ask that. It had been a hoarse voice that came from behind me. Turning around, I saw Ishida standing there. Unlike his common demeanor, he had a stern look on his face. Given how rough a face he had, simply making this kind of a face put on some serious pressure on others. Ishida continued to speak. There's more to it than that. The two of them had been cheated on by their respective lovers before that. You and Tuko-senpai had exposed that truth to everyone and then declared that they were cutting their relationships. There's no reason for anyone to reproach them for it. The man appeared to have been intimidated by Ishida as he spoke. No need to get so angry, man. I simply happened to stumble upon that story as it was circulating on the social media, and I got a little curious and came to ask about it, that's all. Didn't you tell you he didn't have any obligation to speak with you? The guy was completely cowed by now. It's not as if I wanted to criticize Ishiki for it. Man, don't get so mad. I'm sorry. With those words, the man got up from the chair and moved to another seat. Ishida then sat beside me. Thanks. You really saved me, Ishida. I gave Ishida my sincere thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, got angry just listening to that story, too. He then brought his head closer to me and whispered. That said, it is true that you and Tuko-senpai have gotten considerably famous because of what happened during the Christmas party. Many people have already asked me about you, too. I heaved a sigh after hearing that. I wonder if Tuko-senpai's okay now that it's become this big of a rumor. I was worried about that, too. This is Tuko-senpai we're talking about, so I don't think she'll get discouraged so easily. Although she is also a woman, so she still worries me. I'll go see how Tuko-senpai's doing later. Yeah, you should. There may be some weirdos getting close to her and giving her trouble, too. That said, I think it could be best that you spoke with Tuko-senpai someplace without people around. Otherwise, it's very likely you'll end up adding fuel to the fire and make the rumors worse. Once again, I found myself heaving a sigh. The truth was that the best solution would probably be to tell them that nothing happened between Tuko-senpai and me, but we couldn't possibly do that. Just as Ishida had gotten his textbooks out, I suddenly remembered the thing that happened during the first shrine visit of the new year. I had been thinking that I wanted to ask this guy about that matter. Leaving that aside for a bit, Ishida, what was up with you during the first shrine visit of the year? It wasn't like you to do something like that. The Ishida of always would never do something like going ahead on his own while abandoning others in that way. He was the type of person to be very considerate of those with him. I hadn't been able to make sense of that even after I had returned to my home. Ishida's hand gave a start before it stopped moving. Next, he immediately gave me a forced smile. No, that was. I just happened to accidentally get separated from you too. It was an accident. I got suspicious when I saw this guy's face right now. The times when Ishida made this kind of a face were only when he was either lying or trying to hide something. Ishida, what are you hiding from me? I pressed even further the questioning, to which Ishida's face twitched slightly. Say it. Did you have any sort of goal in doing so? Ishida let out a small sigh. Oh well, truth is there was this special banner in this gacha game during the new year. What? Just what in the world was Ishida talking about here? The banner this time was awesome. It was one where you were guaranteed to get an SSR character, and not only that, but the probability to get one increased when you made 10 rolls or 20 rolls. Hey, I was talking about the new year here. And you see, among them were several characters that I wanted. And I so happened to make one too many rolls, making the in-game charges accumulate more than I had imagined. Ishida continued to tell his story, not showing any intention to let me speak. As such, I asked Micah to lend me a bit of her New Year's money. When I did, she gave me one condition, to make it so that she could have a talk alone with you. Micah-chan did that. I was assaulted by questions while I looked at Ishida, scratching his head and trying to laugh it off. Well, it is true that Micah-chan asked me if I would tutor her for some classes. But that isn't something she couldn't speak to me about even if you were around, Ishida. This time around, it was Ishida who stared at me fixedly. Was that all? Micah spoke of. Yeah. The rest would be only that she said that since I'm also free, I should go play with her occasionally. That's a remarkable thick-headedness there. That'll be another pain for her to deal with. Ishida was now murmuring to himself. What's with you now? If you have something to say, just come out and say it. Being faced with Ishida acting so unlike himself, I got slightly pissed off. What I meant was that Micah had something she wanted to speak with you about. You. Ishida tried to bring that conversation to an end there. I get that already. However, it isn't correct for the elder brother to abandon his little sister and go somewhere on his own. What would you have done if I were some brute and did something to her? Micah-chan is very cute, so you should be more careful about doing stuff like that. I'm not worried about that point in the least. I'm already well aware that if it's you'd never do anything weird or inappropriate. You're a man who represents pesticide and additive-free safety and peace of mind, a man who brings no harm to neither humans nor animals. As soon as Ishida finished saying that, the bell indicating the start of the lesson rang. Even after that incident, some idiots came to me during lunch break to ask me about that night of D-Day. Aside from them, there were also many others who were looking at me with curiosity in their eyes. By the time the last lesson of the day came, I was already mentally exhausted. I wonder if Tuko-senpai is okay. I could tell the anxiety within me was growing. Could she, a woman so proud and with such a strong sense of virtuousness, possibly withstand being watched with these kinds of eyes by those around her? Alright, I'll go to Tuko-senpai's classroom as soon as this lesson finishes. It was also the perfect opportunity since Ishida wasn't in this class with me. I took out my smartphone and investigated the class schedule for the sophomores of the computer science major in the Department of Science and Engineering. At this time, Tuko-senpai was supposedly in a classroom on the second floor of the school building number 3. The school building I was at was number 4. It was a considerable distance apart from it. I was afraid that she could end up leaving the school building before I arrived if I didn't hurry up considerably. There was also that I wanted to meet with Tuko-senpai no matter what. We hadn't met with each other even once in person since D-Day. I didn't care if it was only for a bit, I just wanted to talk with her. I had the hunch that if I let things continue like this and spring vacations arrived, the distance between Tuko-senpai and me would have grown to a hopeless degree. Okay, then. I'll be handing out the copies with the summary of all the main points of the material which will be covered in the next exams. Please take one and pass the rest to those behind you. After the bell indicating the end of the lecture rang, the teacher said that as he began to pass out the copies to the front row. This teacher always finishes his lesson 5 minutes before the bell, and yet, today of all days he chose to extend it. Although, I wonder if it was some sort of parental love that made him, as a teacher, think that he wanted to help his students get better grades, if only slightly. Those guys seated at the front who had already taken their copy were the first to leave the classroom. Damn it. I was wrong to sit at the back of the classroom so that I could leave immediately. When at last the copies were passed to me, I quickly took out one and passed the rest behind me before flying out of the classroom at lightning speed. Nonetheless, the hallways were already overwhelmingly full of students who, like us, were leaving their own classrooms now that their lessons had finished. Oh God, please let me make it in time. I hurried forward, weaving my way through the hallways overflowing with students. This kind of remembered me of the basketball training we had back during my high school days. At long last, I arrived at the school building number 3's second floor. When I did, I caught sight of Tuko-senpai's silhouette on the other side of the hallway. All right, I made it. I guess Tuko-senpai must have been about to go back home herself. She was heading for the stairs on the opposite side from those I had come from. I started to push my way forward anew with haste. However, when I had come about 5 meters from her, I stopped moving my legs. This was because Tuko-senpai was together with 2 other girls. I could see her speaking with them as she laughed happily. As was to be expected, I didn't have the courage to suddenly interrupt 3 girls when they were having a conversation. As you already know, thanks to the events of the Christmas party, both Tuko-senpai and I had become the center of attention for everyone around us. It would be one thing if she had been by herself, But I didn't have enough of a thick nerve to interrupt her if she was in the middle of talking with other girls like right now. Even when seen as an outsider, it was clear that I would be out of place in there. All the zeal I had had until then evaporated into thin air as I followed Tuko-senpai with my eyes as she went down the stairs. In this January, when nightfall came earlier, I was lost in thought while I looked out the window of the railcar. In the end, I haven't been able to speak with Tuko-senpai in the least ever since D-Day. I unintentionally let out a sigh. I tried going to Tuko-senpai's classroom some 2 other times after that, but every single time, she had been speaking with her friends, making it impossible for me to speak with her. After the Christmas party, back when Tuko-senpai was about to leave the hotel room, I told her that I wanted to meet her after that time, too. And Tuko-senpai had given me her approval with a smile. Nonetheless, ever since that moment, I hadn't spoken with Tuko-senpai even once. During the end-of-year and New Year celebrations, she had gone on a trip with her family. She had told me that because both of her parents are usually busy with their jobs, that trip during the end of the year was a very important time when they could be alone as a family. After being told that, of course, it would be difficult for me to send her any messages inviting her to go somewhere. The last messages we had exchanged had been telling each other Happy New Year and some quick pleasantries on how we had been doing. I took out my phone from my pocket and opened the social media app we used. I entered the exclusive chat room only Tuko-senpai and I could see. We had created this chat room for the sake of our plan of having our revenge against Kamakura and Karen. It was something that had just happened a few days ago, but it already felt so nostalgic. Looking back on it now, I could tell that those days of us planning our revenge were both the most fulfilling for me and a very important time that I spent with Tuko-senpai. Along with those memories of my time spent with Tuko-senpai came some heart-rending emotions which rippled across my chest. However, ever since then, I hadn't been able to even speak with Tuko-senpai, forget about meeting her. Tuko-senpai, does she not want to meet with me anymore? We already accomplished our trauma-level revenge, after all. It's not as if we had made any promise or anything to hang out together after that. Makes sense, though. Unlike how she is the one I have looked up to since my high school days, for Tuko-senpai, I am nothing more than one of the many kohai she has. Perhaps it was because of the light of the sun setting that I was having those pessimistic thoughts welling inside of me. But I couldn't allow that, so I shook my head sideways and refuted them. No. Tuko-senpai and I should no longer be in a simple senpai-kohai relationship. Just like how I considered Tuko-senpai to be an irreplaceable existence for me, she, too, had to consider me a special existence in her mind. For you see, we were fellow comrades who had experienced and shared the sadness and pain of having been betrayed by our lovers and then overcame them together. When I casually turned my gaze back at my phone, I saw it had gone into sleep mode after not having been used for a while. I returned my phone to my pocket. That week's Friday, too, I dashed to the classroom where Tuko-senpai was having her lecture as soon as my last lesson for the day finished. Today's teacher had only mentioned the test's main points before ending the lecture early. Though that had been a godsend for me at the moment, I also had my doubts if it was okay for a class to end like that. By the time I arrived at Tuko-senpai's classroom, the lecture had already ended. The door of the classroom slid open, and several students came out from inside. I peeked inside the classroom from that door. Over half of the students appeared to have left the room. Still feeling nervous, I ran my eyes around the classroom a few times, before at last found her. Tuko-senpai was in there. She was seated close to the very center of the classroom. However, Tuko-senpai wasn't alone. She was caught in between 2 men. Who were those guys? For a second, I felt like my breath got stuck in my throat. But once I looked closer, I noticed that it seemed like Tuko-senpai was trying to ignore them. Nevertheless, neither of the 2 men seemed to possess a sufficiently developed sensibility to care about that. We've still got some time, don't we, Tuko-chan? This is such a rare opportunity, so come get some drinks with us. Yeah, he's right. I mean, all 3 of us are students from the same university, right? Think of it as deepening our friendship, you know. One of the men had long, brown hair and wore a beard. Meanwhile, the other man had dyed his hair blonde and wore it in a faux hawk style. Both of them were textbook images of frivolous men. Rather, weren't those two part of that famous playboy group of the university? They were a bunch of guys who always hung around in the cafeteria and were frowned upon by many people most of the time. Without meeting eyes with any of the two, Tuko-senpai put her textbooks away inside her bag and got up from her seat. However, because the two men were standing to both sides of her, she could not get out into the aisle. "Please move aside." Tuko-senpai spoke in a cold voice. "There's no need to be so harsh with us, wouldn't you say? We know a nice place we could go to. This is our long-awaited university life. Best to take advantage and enjoy ourselves now, right? This is the only time we'll have to enjoy our lives to the fullest." The students in the vicinity all had their eyes staring at them. Even so, not a single one of them made any move to try and help. I suppose they were worried that it would spell trouble for them if they got involved in it. As for me, I was about to jump into the middle of them but stopped in my tracks. Seeing how we had the thing that happened at the Christmas party, wouldn't my appearing here before Tuko-senpai end up backfiring and worsening her reputation? I have to study for my exams. Thus, I don't have time to spend with you guys. Tuko-senpai didn't bother trying to hide her anger as she said that. Nonetheless, the pair of playboys didn't flinch in the least. "Come on, don't say that. Isn't it fine to come drink with us for a bit? They say it's better for you to expand your personal network when you're a student. Also, you're available right now, right, Tuko-chan? I can't stand these idiots anymore." That may have been what passed through Tuko-senpai's mind as she tried to force her way past the brown-haired man. However, the brown-haired man blocked her way. It seemed he didn't intend to let her escape. "Hey now, come on, girl. We still haven't finished talking. It isn't right of you to run away in the middle of our talk." The brown-haired man who had obstructed her advance said that, and in that opening, the blonde-haired man behind Tuko-senpai grabbed her bag. "Your shoulders are going to get stiff from carrying this heavy of a bag. I'll carry it for you. Move from there already, and don't you touch my stuff." This was no longer the place to worry about what others would think. I dashed into the classroom and headed to where Tuko-senpai was in one bound. I forced my way into the space between the three of them. I started by first snatching Tuko-senpai's bag from the blonde-haired man, followed by knocking away the brown-haired man. Having lost his balance, the brown-haired man staggered in the direction of the aisle. "Tuko-senpai, over here." Afterward, I brought her behind me as we escaped into the aisle and turned to glare at the brown-haired and blonde-haired men before me. For a moment, the two womanizers looked to have been taken aback by my sudden appearance, but soon after, they both laid bare their ire. "What's with this guy? What did you think you're doing all of a sudden?" I glared back at both of them with anger. "Don't you fricking ask me that. Can't you see that Tuko-senpai is against it? And yet you are still being so forceful." Notwithstanding how correct my view was, it didn't seem to be getting through to the two philanderers. "How could you possibly know whether she's against it or not? I'll bet that girl too wishes that someone would ask her out. If she were so against it, wouldn't she have already left long ago? You don't have any right to say we were being forceful. Don't fuck with me," I bellowed in anger. "If that just now wasn't being forceful, then what would you call it? Didn't you two bastards have her trapped between the two of you so that she couldn't escape? And not only that, but you even went so far as to steal her bag and try to use it as leverage against her." The brown-haired man then showed us a lecherous smile. "You've got it all wrong there. If she was really against it, she could have simply escaped by shoving us aside or something. The fact that she didn't do that means that that girl's true intentions are that she wants to play with us. That refusal she showed to us may have been nothing more than a simple act, you know? As if that kind of crap was true. Tuko-senpai would never do anything like that." "Oh, but it is. Or could it be you haven't heard them? The rumors about that girl. Just so you know, they say that girl dumped her boyfriend at the Christmas party and went into a hotel with a male kohai of hers to have sex. A woman like her." Just when I was about to punch the brown-haired guy in the face out of anger, the blonde-haired man, who was behind him, pointed at me. "Hey, this guy. Isn't he the kohai from the rumors? The one who dumped his girlfriend at the Christmas party and went to the hotel with Tuko-chan." Having heard that, the brown-haired guy glanced me over anew. "I see. You're that very guy, right? If I'm not mistaken, he was a freshman at the Department of Science and Engineering. I think his name was Ishiki-yu. I was at a loss for words for an instant. Nonetheless, I couldn't allow myself to fall back at this point. And what if that was true? The brown-haired guy made an even more lascivious smile. Wait. So that's why you butted in? Are you Tuko-chan's new boyfriend? I couldn't reply to him immediately. It wasn't my place to say that I was Tuko-senpai's boyfriend. If you aren't her boyfriend, get lost. You don't have any right to complain about what we're doing. Perhaps because he had perceived my hesitation, the blonde-haired man gave me a smile that said he had seen right through me as he spoke. Stop fucking around. I'm not letting you guys touch Tuko-senpai any more than you've already done. It was at that moment that a sharp woman's voice resounded in the classroom. You guys, what do you think you're doing? Turning to look in the direction of the voice, I saw 3 girls walking toward us while glaring at us. 2 of those girls were the same ones that had been together with Tuko-senpai just a few days ago. They then positioned themselves to surround Tuko-senpai, and the girl with the shortcut hairstyle who was at the front of them all spoke. I left before because I had been called to the registrar's office. And what were you 3 men trying to do to Tuko-senpai in the meantime? What? IWA. If you were thinking of doing something to her forcefully, just know I won't let you guys off so easily. The girl with the short-cut hair didn't allow me to say any more than that. She may have been of short stature, but she had an unfathomably overpowering presence. It would seem that I wasn't the only one to feel that way. From what I could see, both of the playboys were being overwhelmed by her. Not at all. We weren't thinking of doing anything to her. We were only inviting her to come drink with us for a bit, you know? Don't get so angry about that. As soon as they said that, they both made haste to get away from that place. The short-cut hair girl then glared at me. Are you telling me you still want to do something to Tuko? Wait, that's not it, Kumi. Ishiki-kun only got involved to save me. Tuko-senpai intruded on the conversation in a hurry. The short-cut hair girl named Kumi had an expression of surprise for an instant, but she immediately returned it to a stern one. I see, so you're Ishiki-yu. Though she murmured my name, there was no change to the grim expression on her face. When I turned to look at them, I noticed the other 2 girls were looking at me with harsh expressions, too. Suddenly, Kumi-san turned around at once, facing her back to me, before encouraging Tuko-senpai and the other 2 girls to leave. The 3 of them surrounded Tuko-senpai as they began walking, just as if protecting her. Once they were at a slight distance from me, only Kumi-san alone stopped walking for a moment and shot a glance at me from over her shoulder. Ishiki-kun, was it? I already heard from Tuko that you're not at fault for any of this. But still, have you thought about how much of a problem has Tuko been in thanks to you? I could feel my whole body stiffen when I heard those words. So Tuko-senpai really was. Kumi, I'm not so troubled about it. Not to mention that Ishiki-kun is not responsible for any of this in any way. Even though Tuko-senpai said that as she turned around, neither Kumi-san nor any of the other 2 girls lent an ear to her. If you care for Tuko, then do her a favor and don't come near her for a while. Leaving those words behind, Kumi-san pushed Tuko-senpai's back lightly and they left the classroom. Early next week, Tuesday evening, after the 4th period of lectures was over, I was seating on a bench in the middle of the courtyard, idly staring at the trees around the premises. The courtyard was surrounded by school buildings. That fact was even more palpable today, so much so it was nigh stifling. Almost all of the trees had already lost all of their leaves, making one feel a stronger sensation of loneliness at their sight. Incidentally, the cafeteria was located underneath this place. Tuko-senpai's lessons for today should have ended by the 3rd period. I doubted that she was still in the university. And starting next week, our exams period also began. I couldn't speak with Tuko-senpai today, too. This morning I had happened to catch sight of Tuko-senpai as she left the train station. However, remembering what had transpired last Friday, I couldn't find it in myself to call her out. Once the exams start, I don't think I'll be having many chances to meet with Tuko-senpai. The exam schedules for freshmen and sophomores were different. That was why my chances of meeting with Tuko-senpai would plummet in one fell swoop. Tuko-senpai. I wonder what she thinks of me. Does she think of me as nothing more than another one of her kohai by now? Somehow, following after Tuko-senpai with my eyes alone like this, it felt almost as if we had gone back to our high school days. I hadn't made any progress, had I? Have you thought about how much of a problem has Tuko been in thanks to you? The words that Kumi had directed at me only a few days ago came back to haunt me. It certainly was true that I may have been too engrossed in getting our revenge against Karen and Kamakura, and hadn't thought deeply about what would come after it. It was only natural that you'd become the talk of the town after making such a big ruckus. It wouldn't stop at simply having rumors about us going around. We would have annoying guys and other troublesome ones appearing before us one after another. It would be fine if it only happened to me. Because I was I-Man, I could simply tell them to get lost and endure it for a while before everything eventually died down. However, because Tuko-senpai was a woman, simply having rumors about her circulating around may be incredibly trying for her. Add to it that there also were guys like those playboys from before who would think that she was an easy woman and try to hook her up. I suppose that it really is for the best that I don't go near Tuko-senpai for a while. A sudden cold gust of wind blew past me. It was a cold wind that seemed to pass right through me. I got the feeling that more than striking my body, it had pierced straight into my heart. I was assaulted by something like miserable loneliness. It was just as I was getting engulfed by that sensation that it happened. "Oa!" I reflexively yelled and bent back in surprise. Out of nowhere, something warm had touched my cheek. I'm sorry. Did I surprise you? What greeted me when I turned around behind me was Tuko-senpai, standing there as she held 2 cups with their lids on. Because of my almost exaggerated reaction, it was she instead who was now standing in shock. No, I'm fine. I was only taken aback slightly because it was quite sudden. I did think to try and surprise you, but I never expected you to have that big of a reaction. I'm sorry. Tuko-senpai offered her apologies to me for a second time before seating beside me and offering me one of the cups. Here you go. It's some coffee. It's cold in here, after all. Oh, thank you very much. I tried to take out my wallet after I accepted the cup of coffee, but Tuko-senpai stopped me from doing so, saying that it wasn't necessary. What were you thinking about? You seemed to be quite lost in thought back then. She asked me just as I had finished opening the hole to drink from the lid. Nothing much, really. It's not as if I had been thinking about anything that important. My heart beating faster all the while, I answered her like that. I mean, the person I was just thinking about was now right before my eyes. I could feel my heart throbbing simply by having Tuko-senpai seat beside me. I thought to myself that this was just the kind of reaction a middle schooler would have. Could it have been that thing from Friday? Tuko-senpai peeked over at my face with worried eyes. No, it's not. Once I spoke that far only, I reconsidered. It may just be for the best that I speak honestly with her here. If I'm being honest, that's a part of it, too. I was thinking if I hadn't ended up causing too much unnecessary trouble for you, Tuko-senpai. Not at all. Tuko-senpai denied it bluntly. That's not it at all. This is not your fault in the least, Ishiki-kun. To begin with, the revenge plan was something that I proposed. She then turned around to look at me again before politely bowing. I'm sorry. You were told such horrible things because of me. I explained everything to everyone, too, but Kumi-chan and the girls. Kumi-chan's my classmate, Anne. She's sincerely worried about me, yet she still went and said those kinds of things to you. I'm very sorry that you had to face such rude words from her all because my explanations were deficient. I could hear her words at the end begin to quiver. No, please don't apologize so profusely. The truth is that more than me, you, Tuko-senpai, are suffering the worst from this. I feel quite sorry that it's come to this myself, too. However, Tuko-senpai remained with her head lowered. Please don't apologize so much. I'm not worried about what happened last Friday. If anything, I was a little relieved at seeing that. What? Tuko-senpai lifted her head. Though she had a somewhat surprised expression on her face, the area around her eyes was slightly red, as I imagined. What I mean is, Kumi-san and the other girls are normally protecting you like that, aren't they, Tuko-senpai? I was worried this whole time about something. Whether you were being bothered by some weird guys or not. The reason for that is that I can't be right there next to you, Tuko-senpai. However, if Kumi-san and the other girls are keeping you safe in the same manner as they did that day, I think I can rest at ease. Hearing that, Tuko-senpai smiled as she looked ready to cry any moment, yet at the same time also seemed sincerely happy. Ishiki-kun, were you worried for me this whole time? Well, yeah, of course, I was. You're so kind, Ishiki-kun. I inadvertently averted my gaze and looked to the floor. It was because that was the first time I saw that face of Tuko-senpai. How do I say this? It made me feel incredibly embarrassed out of nowhere. At the same time, it made me think that I really wanted to hug her. Thank you, Ishiki-kun. I heard those words that were coming from outside my line of sight. And together with them came a warm feeling. In order to keep in check the emotions that were welling up in me, I brought up a different topic. Why did you come here, Tuko-senpai? Weren't your lessons for today supposed to have been finished early? When I asked, she turned to look ahead of her and held her cup of coffee with both her hands. You're not wrong about that. It simply crossed my mind that I wanted to do some self-studying here at the school for a bit. It's not like there was any need for me to hurry back home, either. At that moment, as if to see how I was reacting to it, she shot a glance at me. Is that so? It's just that you're always together with your friends from last time, the two girls and Kumi-san, was it? And leaving so soon after classes finish, so I thought you were maybe busy with something, Tuko-senpai. After I spoke, Tuko-senpai looked at me. She had a slightly dissatisfied expression on her. Aren't you the one who's always with his friends, Ishiki-kun? On your way to and fro school, you're with Ishida-kun, and when you're on the university grounds, you're together with other friends from your major, no? I stared back at Tuko-senpai reflexively. Could it be that Tuko-senpai has been looking at me this whole time? But I thought many times if it wasn't possible to speak with you, Tuko-senpai. And I even went to the classroom where you were having your class a few times. But every time I did, you were together with someone. This time, it was Tuko-senpai's turn to stare in amazement. Then, after a short pause, she let out a small snicker in amusement. I suppose that our timings could have been bad, then. No. Hearing that, I was roped in by her laugh and began smiling myself. You may be right. I guess you could say we weren't in sync those times. The laughter we both had been holding back finally burst out. After we had laughed for a while together, she started fumbling around her tote bag. And the other reason for which I came here was that I have something to give you. Saying that, she handed over to me an opaque and thick plastic bag. This is a souvenir from Hawaii. It's only a t-shirt, but what do you think? Can I open it? Go ahead. I opened the bag and took out the t-shirt. The shirt was of a dark blue color with the logo of 88Ts printed in deep red. So, do you like it? Yes, a lot. Thank you very much. Since she said that it was a souvenir from Hawaii, I had imagined a shirt with some gaudy pattern, but I'm glad that she chose a simple one. The truth is that those with designs of the cute characters from 88Ts are the mainstream souvenirs. But I thought that you'd like better a simple one instead, Ishiki-kun. Yes, with a pattern like this, I can wear it normally even here in Japan, after all. I promise I'll treasure it. I'm relieved to hear that. If I'm being honest, I was a bit worried about whether it would be to your liking, Ishiki-kun. Tuko-senpai told me that looking very happy. I folded the t-shirt back to how it was, returned it to its plastic bag, and stored them away inside my day pack. Tuko-senpai spoke to me while she watched me do that. And, what did you want to see me for? One was what I already mentioned before. I was worried about you, Tuko-senpai. She waited silently for my next words. The other one was, we have our exams soon, and I thought it would be hard to see you during the exam period. And once those were finished, we would have our spring vacations, so before that, I was unable to get any more words out of my mouth. It wasn't as if I had had anything concretely planned out. I simply wanted to see Tuko-senpai and talk with her. That was all. I didn't want us to continue like that and end up going back to being only a senpai and her kohai. Tuko-senpai stared at my face for a while, but before long, she stood up with her cup in her hands. She went to a trash can a bit of a distance afar to throw her cup in, and then returned to where I was. With both her hands behind her back, she bent forward and peeked at my face. Say, do you know if there's any place that still has its winter illuminations ongoing? Winter illuminations? Yeah. We had our minds full with the revenge plan during Christmas, remember? That made me think that we still hadn't enjoyed the Christmas spirit yet because of it. I looked up at Tuko-senpai. Her eyes at that time were smiling ever so gently. Letting the festivities end like this would feel very lonely if you ask me. That's why we should have our own Christmas redo, the two of us alone. What do you think? You're right. Would you like to go see them after our exams are over? Leave the search for a place that still has them to me. There ought to be some places that still have them. I said that in a cheerful voice as I stood up. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it now. Tuko-senpai's visage as she said that was shining brightly, like that of a girl who is illuminated by the setting sun. On that day, I was in high spirits, too. This was because, 2 days before, Tuko-senpai had said to me, that's why we should have our own Christmas redo, the two of us alone. What do you think? Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined that I would receive an invitation coming from her. Together with Tuko-senpai as we watched the winter illuminations in the night. Our re-Christmas for only the two of us. Somehow, I felt like everything that awaited me in my future was rose-colored. Even I considered myself to be a little too easy for being this ecstatic from but a few words from Tuko-senpai, but I suppose that's the sort of beings men are. It was for that reason that I had stayed up until late night hours yesterday, searching around the internet for places that still had their winter illuminations even in February. As you'd imagine, the nighttime illuminations were mainly held close to Christmas, but apparently, some places like Ginza, Hibiya, Marinauchi, Roppongi, and Shiodome, among others, continued to keep their lights up even during February. Going shopping together with Tuko-senpai, followed by eating dinner, and then watching the illuminations. And after that, the two of us will. Tuko-senpai looking up at the lights from the illuminations under the night sky. And I would be standing next to her, looking at her profile. Tuko-senpai whispers into my ear. The truth is I was lonely, too. I was, too. I thought that you didn't want to meet with me anymore, Tuko-senpai. Then, softly, Tuko-senpai presses her head against my shoulder. That's not true. We will be together from now and forever. Our hands, Tuko-senpai's and mine, are naturally drawn to each other as they eventually hold each other. There was a sound of something being released and then stopping. Noticing it, I raised my head with a start and saw the doors of the wagon had just finished closing at that very moment. What's more, it was the station I get off at. Shoot. I dove too deep into the world of my fantasies and ended up missing my stop. Damn it. Ishida's bad habit of daydreaming was starting to rub off on me. I, who had missed his stop by one station, barely made it in time for my lesson of economics. Because the teacher was already in the classroom, it would be more correct to say that I made it in time for roll call. However, almost all of the seats were filled by the time I entered the classroom. Were there always this many people who took this class? Entertaining such thoughts, I passed my student ID in front of the scanner and sat at the back of the classroom, in the row closest to the entrance. This classroom had desks that sat 6 people laid out freely around it. Thinking about the next person who would jump into the classroom, I moved to one of the innermost seats of the desk for 6 people. I took out my economics textbook and opened it. It was out of the question to fail the courses pertaining to my major, but failing one of the general education ones was going to be a pain down the line, too. It wasn't as if I was aiming to get particularly high grades, but I was endeavoring to not drop any courses or lose credits. I cast my eyes down vacantly on the page I opened the book at. I suddenly noticed that there was a scribble of a heart pierced by an arrow in it. This was one of Karen's doodles. Back when we had only started dating, we had spoken about doing our best to try and take the most lessons we could together in later semesters. There weren't that many general education courses shared between science and engineering and literature, but courses from outside of our bachelors, like economics, law, bookkeeping, information literacy, etc. were common for all the majors. It was as part of those courses that we could take together that I was taking this economics class. Perhaps because she wanted to look fashionable, but Karen was fond of bringing a smallish bag in which she could only carry the bare minimum of textbooks. That was why, during this economics class, she would always sit next to me, and we would both use my textbook. The scribbles that she drew during that time all remained intact. Though the end of our relationship was the worst, I suppose this constituted another memory of us, no? That I was able to think about this in such a way must have meant that I had finally managed to let go of all my feelings for Karen. It happened while I was having those thoughts in my mind. Around 4 students barged into the classroom, passing through the door that had remained open until now. They all passed their student IDs in front of the scanner located next to the classroom entrance at high speed, and in that same manner rushed into the row of desks closest to them. The row where I was seated in. There was a clattering of 4 chairs as they plopped into them. The vibrations from the 4 of them sitting down passed through the desk all the way to me. What a noisy bunch. Can't they sit down more quietly? I casually turned to look in their direction when, oh my God, seated right next to me was Karen. It couldn't be that the real one appeared because I was thinking about her, right? Karen, too, tilted her head and looked at me. Our eyes met. TCH. Ha. Karen's tongue clicking and my sigh were almost simultaneous. However, in the next instant, Karen's expression turned into a stern one and she looked at me. What's with that disgust-filled sigh of yours? Didn't you click your tongue, too, Karen? The same goes to you, too, then. Just so you know, it's the same for me. It's not as if I sat next to you because I wanted to. I simply hurried to sit down, and when I did, you were there next to me. It couldn't be helped, okay? In that case, move to some other seat right now, will you? Can't you see it? There are 3 people over to my side. Meanwhile, isn't there only one person next to you? You're the one that should be moving to another seat. Karen was as obstinate as ever. The last time I had seen this girl face to face was on D-Day, at that Christmas Eve party. There was no way either of us could possibly act all cool about it. I looked to my right side. There was a single student in there, and next to them was the aisle. Nonetheless, the lesson had already begun. It was very hard by now to say something like, I want to move to another seat, so could I ask you to move aside for a bit? I decided to devote myself wholly to the lesson, not speaking another word. It would fall on deaf ears if I said anything to this girl. I should just treat it as if Karen wasn't there at all. As for Karen, she didn't say anything else after that, too. We ended our relationship and cut all ties with each other at that Christmas party. I shouldn't get involved with her any more than this. Whatever the case, in spite of this girl having been the one who created all that trouble for us, she wasn't planning on apologizing to me even once, was she? I found myself getting angry again when I thought back on the deeds Karen had done. Was my previous thought of having let go of all my feelings for her my misunderstanding? That said, getting more irritated than this all for the likes of Karen would be detrimental to my mental health. To clear my mind from this, I decided to think about the Christmas redo Tuko-senpai and I would have that kind yet slightly embarrassed smile of Tuko-senpai. Simply remembering it made me get this heartwarming sensation in me. As I continued to make the plan for my date with Tuko-senpai, my hands almost unconsciously wrote down the page numbers and equation numbers the teacher dictated. Most of the time, this teacher only asked us to read the textbook. He would occasionally draw a diagram or a graph, but their class was mainly explaining the contents of the textbook before moving on. Today was the last class before the exam, and as such, they were writing the mandatory topics and formulae for the exam one after another. It was quite easy since it was enough for me to only move my hands and take notes of them without having to use my head. This next one's very important. The way of thinking used with the consumption function and the linear regression that comes from the least squares method that follows it. The teacher said that to us in a voice from which you couldn't feel a lot of enthusiasm. Karen's working space happened to enter my line of sight then. She had her notebook opened, but she didn't have a textbook. And if she didn't have a textbook, she wouldn't be able to understand a single thing of what the teacher was saying in today's lesson. You're telling me this girl didn't bring even her textbook with her yet again? I was already getting tired of this. Of course, even Karen wouldn't be thinking of something as ridiculous as looking at the same textbook as me with how things were between us, would she? However, perhaps because of how she had been depending on me up to now, she had subconsciously made it a habit of hers not to bring along her textbook for this class, or maybe she even lost her textbook. Well, not that any of that has anything to do with me. Don't expect others to be there for you forever, girl. Even if Karen was to end up failing and losing the credits for this class because of this, it would only be her getting her just desserts. Karen wasn't even that good with mathematics, to begin with. I shot a glance in Karen's direction. Karen's face was frozen in place as she stared fixedly in front of her. However, her hand wasn't moving at all. For some reason, I got an uncomfortable sensation when I saw her like that. Even though whatever happened to Karen should have had nothing to do with me anymore. Without a word, I quietly slid the textbook over to where Karen was and pointed with my finger to the place where the formulae the teacher had said were important were. Karen noticed it and stared at it. A few seconds later, she only said, "What's with that?" "It's the place that the teacher spoke of just now. This formula, too. If you take notes of the page number and number of the equation, you can easily look them up later in your textbook, right?" Karen stared at the textbook I was holding out at her for a while. "It's fine, I don't need it. I'll memorize them right now." "Can you do that without the textbook? In actuality, aren't you seriously troubled at not even knowing which section's explanations they're talking about? If things keep as they are, you'll be failing the class, right, Karen?" Karen remained with a troubled expression on her face, never meeting my eyes. Soon after, she murmured in a low voice, "Okay, then. I'll be returning you this favor with some other thing. Don't worry. It's not as if I was trying to have you owe me anything this late in the game. Rather, if you asked me, my unabridged feelings were that I didn't want to involve myself with Karen any more than this." "I don't want to be owing you anything." Karen spat out those words in anger. Oh, whatever. She could do as she pleased. The lesson ended. Just as I was getting up from my seat, Karen, too, stood up and looked at me. Was she going to say thank you or something? That was my first thought, but she wasn't that admirable a woman as to do that. "Lately, I had seen you looking depressed a lot of the time, but you seem to be in oddly high spirits today." "I'm not really in high spirits or anything." "You are. Even in the middle of this class right now I could see you grinning to yourself now and then. You were so gross that I could barely put up with it. Honestly, you were so cringe. This girl. Just when was she keeping tabs on me? Not that it has anything to do with you, right, Karen? To heck if it had anything to do with me. Well, I can still make a guess as to why you'd be in such a good mood, though. I'll bet it has something to do with Tuco." Karen said that with an annoyed face at having been taken for a fool. "You're calling our senpai without any honorifics." I reproached Karen for it, and she simply gave me a rampage for an answer. She's no longer a senpai nor anything at all for me. There's no need for me to show her any sort of respect then, is there? Trying to reason with her any more than this is a waste of time. I decided it was time to ignore this girl. I slung my daypack over my shoulder, turned my back to Karen, and walked into the aisle. "Oh, fine. I'll make sure to do it next time, okay? Also, I'll pay back this favor to you, so I'm not saying thanks here." I could hear those words being directed at me come from behind me. I headed towards the school cafeteria located on the 5th floor of the school building number 2 during lunch break. After receiving the set meal of courage I had ordered, I ran my eyes across the many tables lined up one next to the other. When I did, I saw one guy waving his hand over at me. It was Ishida. I headed over to his table and sat next to Ishida. And sitting opposite us was Nakazaki-san, the president of our group. Ishida and I had been called over today by Nakazaki-san. "What did you have to speak with us about, Nakazaki-san?" With my untouched courage set meal before me, I broached the subject with that question. Nakazaki-san had ramen and soboro don. A don stands for a donburi, a Japanese dish where meat and or vegetables are placed on top of a bed of steamed rice, all served in a bowl. Soboro is minced meat chicken fish that is seasoned and fried. Sure. It's fine if you hear me out while you eat. Next to me, Ishida was already taking a bite out of his shogayaki set meal. Shogayaki is pork fried with ginger. You know that our group holds this ski camp every year in winter, right? Ishida and I both nodded in silence. Our group, Waki-II, was at present a group that held any and all sorts of events. Originally, though, it started as an outdoor-type group that focused on events like camping and trekking. The ski camp was one that has continued to be held every year since those days. Well, it's about that ski trip. The thing is, it's looking like the number of participants this year have decreased and are about to fall below the minimum number of people necessary for it. Nakazaka-san spoke as if sighing the whole time. What? Why is that happening? Ishida asked him in confusion, but I already had my own conjectures as to the reason. Nakazaka-san shot a quick glance at me before beginning to speak while looking conflicted. First, we have that Karen and her 5 followers left the group, remember? Next, there are around 10 female university students that were looking to get closer to Kamakura who are saying they won't participate in the ski camp. They may even leave the group in the same fashion, too. After all, I don't think Kamakura will be showing his face in the group anymore. I knew it. That was the reason, huh? The courage in my mouth suddenly had a bitter taste to it. My revenge plan was having consequences even in this. And that's not all. Apparently, even Tuko-san isn't participating in it. Even Tuko-senpai? I couldn't help raising my voice when I asked that. Yeah, since she has become the target of many different rumors going around the university. I imagine she doesn't want to show herself in the group given that it's the root of it all. I inadvertently found myself looking down at the table. Just before, I had finally managed to feel completely relieved after Tuko-senpai mentioned the Christmas redo for the 2 of us alone. However, it may have been that the shock that Tuko-senpai suffered from the recoil of our revenge plan had been stronger than I had imagined. Continuing to bring the shogayaki to his mouth, Ishida inquired, "What is the biggest problem from going below the minimum number of participants required?" "That would be the bus and lodging. I arranged for us to rent a charter bus. As for the hotel, I already reserved enough rooms for 30 people. As such, if we end up falling below the minimum number of participants, it will mean that the attendance fee per person will increase. If that happens, it may lead to even fewer people taking part in it." Nakazaka-san seemed to be seriously troubled by it, seeing how he grabbed his head. "And for what reason did you call both of us here?" Nakazaka-san raised his head after I made that question. "One reason is to ask for your advice. I would like to have at least 5 more people guaranteed. That's why I'd like to get more participants. I don't care if they're only friends with one of our members and don't belong to our group themselves." "Got it. Are siblings fine, too?" Ishida asked. For some reason, I felt a tinge of anxiety at his question. If we were talking about a sibling of Ishida, the only possible person was Micah-chan. Yeah, siblings and relatives are all welcome with open arms. I don't have any siblings, and even if you asked me about someone who wasn't in the club, I don't really have anyone in mind. I said that while feeling slightly uncertain. It was because I was responsible for this that I felt that I wanted to do everything I could to help. Nonetheless, frankly speaking, I didn't have any person who could come together with me on this trip come to mind. Notwithstanding, Nakazaka-san shook his head sideways slightly. "If you don't have anyone, then that can't be helped. But more importantly, Ishiki-kun, could I ask you to try and convince Tuko-san to take part in the trip?" "Me? Convince Tuko-senpai?" "Yes. Regardless of what anyone says, Tuko-san is the true Miss Jouto University, as well as the goddess of our circle. There are many guys with their sights on Tuko-san, too. I'm quite certain that the mood concerning this trip will change completely depending on whether she takes part or not. But, do you really think that Tuko-senpai will change her mind simply by having me invite her to come?" Nakazaka-san nodded with a lot of confidence. "I believe that it'll certainly do so. Tuko-san trusts in you, Ishiki-kun. Not to mention that I also think that there's a very good atmosphere between the 2 of you. If she still says no after you invited her, Ishiki-kun, Then we can say she won't change her mind no matter what anyone else says to her. I didn't know what Nakazaka-san was basing himself to be able to say that. Understood. For the time being, I'll try telling Tuko-senpai to go on the trip. Nonetheless, I had no other option but to answer like that at this moment. Chapter 4. At a study meeting. I was lounging on my bed. I was supposed to be studying for my exams, but my mind was preoccupied with something else. That something was Senior Sakurajima TKO. During the day, Nakazaka-san asked me to persuade Senior Sakurajima to join the ski camp. She seems to have said she wouldn't participate at the moment. The reason, it seems, is due to her X-Day revenge plan. But I wondered if persuading her to go skiing would make her feel bad. With that in mind, I wasn't too eager to do it. However, remembering Nakazaka-san's troubled look during the day, I felt I couldn't just do nothing. Nakazaka-san is a good person, and she has helped me out with the X-Day matter. I've always wondered why such a nice person is friends with someone like Kamakura. I've found that a bit strange for a while. Perhaps, only someone as caring as Nakazaka-san could manage to be friends with someone like Kamakura. And there was another reason, besides Nakazaka-san's request, why I wanted to contact Senior Sakurajima. It was about our Christmas redo. To be more precise, I wanted to secure her schedule before the spring break started. And since I'm inviting her to dinner, I also wanted to know her food preferences. What kind of ambience she prefers for the restaurant is something I'd like to know too. And I need to decide the location for the night illumination. There's no use dawdling. Should I contact her? As I sat up, I reached for the smartphone placed beside my bed. Why, excuse me, do you have a moment? A reply from Senior Sakurajima came in just a few minutes. TKO, sure, what is it? Something you want to talk about? I smirked at that. Does Senior Sakurajima think I contact her only when I have something troubling me? Why, it's not that serious, but it's about the Christmas redo. I was wondering what you'd like to eat. TKO, anything's fine. Whatever you like. I don't particularly dislike anything. Why, that makes it hard for me to decide. Could you at least tell me a cuisine type? Japanese, French, Italian, Chinese? Or even whether you prefer meat or fish is fine. TKO, well, any genre is fine, but a place where we can relax would be nice. A restaurant where we can enjoy conversation. I was thrilled by her reply. Does this mean Senior Sakurajima wants to talk with me? Why, understood. I'll look for a place that's not too noisy. What dates are good for you? There was a pause before her reply. TKO, my exams end at the start of February, but I'll be busy with my tutoring job until the second week. How about sometime after that? I thought about it. But wouldn't that coincide with the ski camp? Why, can I ask you something? Aren't you participating in the ski camp? Another pause. TKO, did someone tell you? Why, I heard from Nakazaki-san today. There was yet another pause. TKO, the X-Day matter has become a bit of a rumor. I don't really like being the subject of curiosity. It feels a bit awkward to participate. Why, is it because of me? Her reply came quickly. TKO, not at all. It's not your fault. Why, it's just how I feel, so don't worry about it. Why, but I can't feel right about going to the camp while making Senior Sakurajima feel this way. Why, maybe I should cancel too. TKO, don't think like that. You should go. It's your first ski camp, right? You'll have fun, for sure. Why, then, can we talk a bit about the Christmas redo schedule and other stuff? It won't take much time. TKO, yeah, we should probably talk it over. TKO, tomorrow, I was planning to borrow some books for my religious studies 2 class and study a bit at the library. How about discussing it afterward and studying together for a while? This was an unexpected offer. A study date with Senior Sakurajima. Why, absolutely. I'm not good at religious studies. I can't seem to grasp it, even when I attend the lectures. I was worried about what to do. Our university, being affiliated with Christianity, mandates religious studies in the first and second years. It's an essay-based exam. As someone with no interest in religion, it's one of the subjects where my credits are most at risk. TKO, then it's perfect. Let's meet in front of the library after the 4th period. Why, understood. Thank you. Yes. I closed my phone and made a small fist pump. This is how I secured my first study date with Senior Sakurajima. The next day, after our 4th period, Senior Sakurajima and I met in front of the library entrance. There were many students due to the upcoming exams, but they seemed busy gathering materials, so not many noticed us. As we entered, Senior Sakurajima immediately started selecting books. Our university was originally a Catholic convent, so there are many essay questions about Christian-centered humanism and ethics. Saying this, she picked out several books. Are we reading all of these? I was astonished. There are so many other exams. Or rather, I want to focus on my major subjects. I can't spend so much time on a general education subject like religious studies. We don't have to go that far. There are key parts in these books, so focus mainly on reading those parts. I see, I said, relieved. I haven't been paying much attention in class. I always get sleepy listening to those lectures. That seems to be common among boys. Don't worry, I'll teach you the key points later. I got an S grade in religious studies in my first year. Leave it to me, Senior Sakurajima said with a bright smile, seemingly unconcerned about the rumors. We borrowed a few more reference books for our majors and left the library. Shall we go to a family restaurant or a coffee shop now and study together? Yes, please. Oh, I'll at least pay for the coffee. You don't have to worry about that. No, it's only natural since I'm asking for tutoring from Senior Sakurajima TKO, who's top of the 2nd year in the information engineering department. Aha, if there's a reward involved, I guess I have to teach properly, right? It had been a while since I had such a conversation with Senior Sakurajima. Due to the timing not aligning with class schedules, there weren't many students around, so we didn't attract much attention. Just as I was about to leave the main gate with Senior Sakurajima, feeling happy, "Why-san?" I was suddenly called out. Looking in the direction of the voice, it was Micah-chan. Micah-chan? I responded in a puzzled tone, and Micah-chan hurried over. I was waiting for you here, Why-san. When I emailed your brother, he said, Why should still be at the university, but you didn't come out, so I got worried. Micah-chan, why are you here? Weren't we supposed to study together the other day? But you never contacted me, so I came to your university after shopping. Micah-chan said this, puffing her cheeks red from the cold, and then glanced sideways at Senior Sakurajima. Are you perhaps Sakurajima TKO-san? She asked this question to me. Yes, that's right. She's a senior at our university and also from my high school. Senior Sakurajima, this is Ishida Micah-chan, a 2nd-year student at Ichikawa Girls Academy. Ichikawa Girls Academy? Senior Sakurajima said, then smiled brightly. Nice to meet you. I'm Sakurajima TKO. Your brother has helped me a lot. Nice to meet you, I'm Ishida Micah. Micah-chan bowed her head slightly, but her tone was a bit stiff. Why-san, where are you going to study together? There's something in math I don't understand. Micah-chan took my hand and made a pulling gesture. Micah-chan, about that, is it okay if we do it another time? I was planning to study for exams with Senior Sakurajima today. Then, Micah-chan looked up at me with a face that seemed shocked. But you promised to teach me the other day. No, I'm not saying I won't teach you. Just asking if we can do it another day. Micah-chan's large eyes teared up, making her look like she was about to cry. Just when I started to feel a strong sense of guilt. Wai-kun, how about Micah-san joins us? It's not like our exam study session is going to be us glued together solving problems the whole time. If Micah-san has questions, it shouldn't be a problem. It would be sad to turn her away after she came all this way. Senior Sakurajima said this, looking at Micah-chan. What do you think, Micah-san? Is it okay if the 3 of us study together? Micah-chan looked at me with resentful eyes for a moment but silently nodded. The 3 of us, Micah-chan, Senior Sakurajima, and I, entered a nearby family restaurant. Senior Sakurajima sat across from me, and Micah-chan next to me. Senior Sakurajima and Micah-chan ordered a cake and drink buffet set, while I ordered a pancake and drink buffet set. We shouldn't dawdle too much, so let's keep the study session to 2 hours, Senior Sakurajima declared. Immediately, Senior Sakurajima and I spread out our religious studies textbooks. I was in I, and Senior Sakurajima in 2, and Micah-chan her Math 2B textbook. I was looking at the religious studies notes Senior Sakurajima used in her first year. Senior Sakurajima, about this differences in ethicality between religion and society. What should I answer here? Let's see, which part? I think I wrote about this in the next chapter. Something like religious taboos and legal deterrence. Our heads got closer as we leaned in to look at the materials. It's nice, isn't it? Being able to have a study session like this between juniors and seniors from the same university. Micah-chan said this with a smile while resting her elbows on the table and supporting her chin with both hands. But her smile seemed a bit forced. And Senior Sakurajima is as beautiful as the rumors say. Wai-san, you're lucky to have such a beautiful senior girl around. I didn't know how to respond to Micah-chan's sudden remark. Why did she even start talking about this? Really? Thank you. Senior Sakurajima smiled back at her. Micah-chan just stared at Senior Sakurajima. Senior Sakurajima must be really popular, right? I'm envious. It's not really like that. Aren't you cute too, Micah-san? I think boys wouldn't leave you alone. I'm not good. I was strong-willed in middle school, so the boys were scared of me, and my high school is a girls' school, so there's no chance to meet them. I was seen as harsh too, so boys kept their distance from me. You don't seem like that. My brother even said, Senior Sakurajima is everyone's idol, no, a goddess. You don't use the word goddess lightly, right? Senior Sakurajima just smiled silently at Micah-chan. No doubt the goddess part struck a nerve, but no one but me would realize that. And Senior Sakurajima was in a co-ed high school, right? You must have been popular. If only that were true. Of course, I'm certain of it. How many people have you dated so far? Senior Sakurajima is smiling, but I feel like a dark aura is emanating from her. No comment. Is it because you've dated so many men you can't even remember? Micah-chan, stop. Don't say any more. She might be innocently probing, but this is a topic Senior Sakurajima probably doesn't want to be teased about. I felt a cold sweat breaking out. I've never actually dated a guy before. Please, let me hear your love stories next time, Senior Sakurajima. I want to be a wonderful woman like you. I doubt I can meet your expectations, Micah-san. But for now, let's focus on studying. That's why you came here, right? Senior Sakurajima said this in her usual tone. But this, could she be really angry? Micah-chan, you had something you didn't understand, right? What did you want to ask me? I interjected, trying to cut through the conversation. Yes, it's about this problem I don't understand. Micah-chan opened her workbook and showed it to me. Wai-san, I don't understand this sequence problem. Senior Sakurajima resettled in her seat, returning to her studies. Relieved at the change of topic, I asked, which problem? It's problem number 305. The following sequence can be divided into specific sets. When these sets are labeled as the NTH group, how do I solve this? I'm good at math being a science student, but sequences are not exactly my forte. Just give me a minute. I took out a piece of loose-leaf paper and started working on the problem. For this kind of grouped sequence, you should focus on the first number of each group. If you isolate those, you get a sequence like this. So, I easily solved the first and second questions, but I got stuck on the third one. I couldn't figure out the pattern of the sequence. May I see the problem? I might be able to help, Senior Sakurajima offered, sensing my struggle. I handed her the workbook. After examining the problem, she took out a piece of paper and began explaining to Micah-chan. It looks like the sequence differs for each group. Maybe the general term is different for odd and even groups. Senior Sakurajima continued where I left off. However, Micah-chan watched her with a slightly uneasy expression. Thank you so much, I said to Senior Sakurajima as she finished explaining. It's nothing to thank me for. Everyone forgets things sometimes, she replied with a smile. Hearing that was a relief to me psychologically. Of course, I know Senior Sakurajima's grades are better than mine, and I have no intention of competing. Suddenly feeling the urge, maybe from drinking too much coffee, I excused myself to the restroom. The seat we were in was hidden from view by a partition near the restroom. As I was about to return, "What do you think of Y-san, Senior Sakurajima?" I heard Micah-chan's voice. I stopped in my tracks, curious about their conversation. I peeked at them from behind the partition and foliage. "Just a close junior, I guess," Senior Sakurajima answered, sounding a bit subdued. "Is that really all? Nothing more?" "Well, there's nothing more at the moment." I felt a mix of emotions hearing this. Just a close junior, nothing more at the moment. Senior Sakurajima was clearly denying any special relationship with me, but her use of "at the moment" suggested there might be hope for more in the future. I listened more intently. Micah-chan seemed to sense the same thing. "So at the moment means there might be something more between you and Y-san in the future. Who knows what the future holds?" Senior Sakurajima regained her composure, sipping her coffee. After a brief pause, Micah-chan spoke again. "Senior Sakurajima, you and Y-san worked together on that revenge plan against a cheating partner, didn't you?" "Where did you hear that?" "I heard it from my brother." "How exactly did you hear about it?" "I heard that Y-san's girlfriend cheated on him with your boyfriend, Senior Sakurajima. When Y-san consulted with you, you proposed, let's not just get revenge, but traumatize them with a scheme. Then, on Christmas Eve at the club party, you exposed their affair in front of everyone and declared a complete cut-off." "That's right. I heard Y-san has always admired you, Senior Sakurajima. Naturally, when his girlfriend cheated on him and a woman fought alongside him, it's natural for him to develop feelings for her. But you, Senior Sakurajima, don't seem to be dating Y-san even now. Does this mean that even though you were in the same situation, you don't have feelings for Y-san? You seem to have heard quite a lot." Senior Sakurajima chuckled wryly. "Don't evade the question, please." "I'm not evading." "So, what is it you want to say to me, Micah-san?" "Your feelings, Senior Sakurajima. Even observing today, it seems like you don't see Y-san as a boyfriend. But you're not pushing him away enough to make him give up either. You're keeping him in a state of more than friends, less than lovers." Senior Sakurajima silently listened and then sipped her coffee. Y-san is hurt by his previous girlfriend's cheating. He must be feeling lonely. And yet, if you say, "I have no intention of dating Y-san, but I don't want to let him go either," it's cruel. Y-san's feelings are being toyed with. I can't accept that. Is that so? Senior Sakurajima placed her coffee back on the table. "So what if I said I like a shikikuan? What would you do then, Micah-san?" Micah-chan seemed taken aback but quickly retorted. "Regardless of what you feel, Senior Sakurajima, my feelings won't change. I will convey my feelings to Y-san directly." Micah-chan, what are you trying to say? Besides, currently, you aren't dating Y-san, and despite being aware of his feelings, you haven't acted on them. I believe my feelings are stronger. There's no problem with me becoming Y-san's girlfriend, right? Maybe that's true. Their conversation came to a halt. I was also shocked by Micah-chan's unexpected words. Micah-chan wants to be my girlfriend? Was her sudden closeness lately leading to this? But why so suddenly? Then I remembered Ishida once saying, Micah has a crush on Y. I hadn't taken it seriously at the time, but I never expected this. I decided to cool down and returned to the restroom. It would be awkward to come out immediately. I waited for the right moment to leave the restroom again. I made a deliberate noise as I closed the door, signaling my return. "Oh, sorry." I returned to my seat with a look of "I'm back now." Senior Sakurajima checked the time. "It's been about 2 hours now. Shall we leave?" "It's already that time." "Then let's call it a day." We packed our textbooks and notebooks into our bags, getting ready to leave. Then, as if it were nothing, Micah-chan spoke. Y-san's club is having a ski camp soon, right? Yeah, that's right. I heard this year they're short on people, so siblings can participate. So, I decided to join too. I already knew about this, so it wasn't a surprise. However, Senior Sakurajima looked quite taken aback. I'm looking forward to it, Maika-chan said with a forced smile, grabbed her bag roughly. On the train back, Senior Sakurajima, I, and Maika-chan stood in that order. We were silent, partly due to the crowded train. Well, I was caught in the strange tension between the two and couldn't talk. Additionally, I was supposed to be unaware of their earlier conversation, so I couldn't say anything unnecessary. Soon, an announcement for our station, Makawari, came on. Maika-chan and I were getting off here. Then, Senior Sakurajima, thank you for today. I'll be taking my leave. Excuse me, Maika-chan followed, saying goodbye. Oh, wait, Senior Sakurajima stopped me. We were supposed to talk about the ski camp today, right? Oh, right. Because Maika-chan showed up, I had lost the opportunity to talk about that and the redo Christmas. I've decided to join the ski camp after all. Hearing this, Maika-chan sharply turned to look at Senior Sakurajima. In response, Senior Sakurajima gave her a smile. Maika-san, let's meet there then. Looking forward to it. Likewise, please take care of me. Maika-chan spoke in an angry tone and then left the train. I was unable to say anything and hurriedly followed her off. Chapter 5. If you know your enemy and know yourself. Sigh. Leaning against a standing tree, I sat down on the browned grass, opened my can of coffee, and let out a deep breath. Today marked the end of the last exam. For a university student, the biannual exam period is the most stressful time. Finally, I was free from those hellish 2 weeks. I was in a small green area next to the archery range, beside the university grounds. This place isn't frequented much. It's separated from the main buildings by a road and situated at the edge of the grounds, so sports teams rarely pass through here. The archery club members sometimes do, but only occasionally. There's a moat nearby, offering a nice view. That's why I sometimes come here to relax and clear my head. It's the perfect spot when I want to be alone. Tomorrow starts the spring break. I won't be coming to the university for a while. So, I wanted to spend my last moments as a freshman here, undisturbed and at ease. Fortunately, despite being February, there's no wind today, and it's warm. The sky is clear and blue, the air crisp. I watched waterbirds flying towards the nearby moat. When I think about it, a lot has happened this year. Celebrating with Ishida after getting into this university. Excitedly saying with Ishida that our admired Senior Sakurajima TKO is at this university too, and vowing to confess to her. Joining the club where Senior Sakurajima was, only to find out she had already started dating Kamakura, and lamenting with Ishida. Then meeting my first girlfriend, Karen, and starting to date. The happy days with Karen. The night I discovered Karen's affair with Kamakura. And then, out of despair, I said to Senior Sakurajima, please have an affair with me. But what she suggested was a revenge that would traumatize them. After that, Senior Sakurajima and I decided to carry out our revenge on Christmas Eve. We exposed Karen and Kamakura's affair in front of the entire club. Karen's true nature was revealed, and Kamakura was brutally rejected by Senior Sakurajima in front of everyone. And as an added bonus, Senior Sakurajima said, tonight, I will spend time with Ashiki-kun. However, nothing really developed between Senior Sakurajima and me. I'm still looking for any chance to be with her, just like in high school. Looking back, it was a tumultuous year for me. Even combining my entire life until high school, I never experienced such a series of dramatic events. There's a ski camp coming up. Maika-chan said she's going to be there, but what's going to happen? As I thought about this, I dozed off, not having slept much due to exam studies and the warmth of the sun. But, you need to think about it properly. I heard a woman's voice, speaking in a somewhat coquettish manner. We've done enough groundwork in the council. We'll make sure the votes aren't biased. Multiple male voices joined in. We have various preparations to make. It sounded like a group of men and women discussing something. In my drowsy state, I vaguely listened to their conversation. The woman's saccharine voice sounded familiar. This Miss Muse is going to be different from the previous beauty contests. To boost it, We really want Sakurajima TKO-san to participate. Sakurajima TKO. I half opened my eyes and looked towards the voices. 3 people were talking. Don't worry. I have plans on my end. Alright, then. We're counting on you, Karen-chan. Karen. That snapped me out of my drowsiness. I carefully observed the 3. The 2 men were walking away up the slope. The woman was walking towards my location. As I focused on her, no doubt about it, it was Karen. She didn't seem to notice me at first. I suddenly sat up, leaning against the tree. Karen noticed me then, her eyes widening in surprise. Why are you here? Karen looked openly displeased. That's my line. What are you doing here? I must have looked just as displeased, if not more. Even when we were dating, we rarely bumped into each other by chance. Why now, after breaking up, have we met twice in such a short period? I'm here because... As she began to speak, Karen stopped mid-sentence, eyeing me warily. First, tell me why you're here. Are you stalking me or something? What? I asked in disbelief. Why would I stalk you? If I could, I'd rather not see your face for the rest of my life. Sorry, but following you around is the last thing I want to do. Nice to hear. Then why are you in a place like this? This is my favorite spot. Today's my last day coming to school after the exams, so I just wanted some alone time. Me too. I came here because nobody else does, just wanting some peace and quiet. But to run into you, it's the worst. What were those people you were with about? When I asked, Karen turned away, looking flustered. That's none of your business. What I do and who I meet with shouldn't matter to you. Do I need to explain? I thought I heard Senior Sakurajima's name. I don't know. Maybe you misheard. Karen turned away, dismissing the matter with indifference. There's definitely something going on, I thought. But if she's like this, she won't say anything more. Fine. Let's leave it at that. I stood up. Then I'll be going. See you. As I passed by the cross-armed and scowling Karen. Wait a minute. Karen hesitantly called out. What now? You still need something from me? It's not that big of a deal, but I owe you one. I'd rather settle it than have anything more to do with you. I already told you it's fine. I don't want anything to do with you either. Karen turned sideways. I won't be satisfied until I settle this debt. You helped me pass economics. I don't want to keep dragging that around. Let's call it even. You passed economics? I looked at Karen in surprise. Given her struggle with math and her reliance on others, I thought she couldn't have passed the economics exam. Karen nodded sheepishly. Thanks to you showing me the textbook. I memorized all the pages and formulas the professor mentioned during class and just barely got enough to pass. Well, that's good then. So, is there anything you want from me? Something I want from Karen? I thought for a moment. I really didn't have anything to ask her, but since she insisted, maybe I should just ask. Then tell me one thing. You said our dates were boring. What about them did you find so dull? What? Karen looked perplexed. Why are you asking that now? Do you still have feelings for me? Of course not. Even if you begged me, I wouldn't. Then why does it bother you? I hesitated for a moment, but then decided to speak. I'm going to have a date with Senior Sakurajima. We're planning a Christmas redo. I want it to be a fun date that she'll enjoy. Consider it just one piece of advice. Just one piece of advice because you have no other options, right? Ouch. I internally stumbled over her words. Indeed, I didn't have any other girls to consult. Fine. If that's all it takes to settle the debt. Karen spoke, not entirely displeased. The main issue is the lack of excitement in your dates. Lack of excitement? Yes. More like lack of dreams, if that makes it clearer. Karen started speaking with a hint of pride. Girls need dreams. The feeling of how will this guy surprise and entertain me next? That anticipation. I thought I did quite a bit of what you wanted when we were dating. That's not what I mean. Karaoke or arcades every time, ending with a family restaurant. Predictable dates like that are boring. Girls want something exciting, something to look forward to. Maybe that's just you. I think Senior Sakurajima is different. Karen shrugged her shoulders and shook her head. It's not like that. Sakurajima is the same. She's a girl, after all. Girls anticipate feeling excited and delighted on a date. They want something sparkly and special in a date. I can't take everything Karen says at face value, but there's some convincing logic in her words. Come to think of it, Senior Sakurajima does have her girly moments. As I was pondering, Karen spoke up again. So, where do you plan to take Sakurajima? What kind of restaurant? Karen approached with her arms crossed, acting all high and mighty. Well, she mentioned wanting a place where we can relax. Maybe French or Italian. Chinese could be good too. Chinese? What kind of Chinese restaurant are you thinking of? Well, a large one. Maybe a famous place. I answered vaguely. I hadn't really researched any specific restaurants yet. See, that's where you're wrong. It shows you're not experienced with women, or you don't know the basics of dating. Karen looked at me with a mixture of disbelief and slight mockery. What now? You still want to criticize me? Not criticizing, just stating facts. Karen exaggeratedly spread her hands. Choosing a regular Chinese restaurant for a first date is proof of inexperience with women. Why's that? Think about it. Chinese cuisine often involves noodles, oil, and thick sauces. Plus, you have to share from large plates, so you're always worried about splashing sauce or dripping soup. Women dress up for dates, right? Can you enjoy a meal while slurping noodles or being mindful of sauce splashes? Ouch. I couldn't argue against Karen's point. Indeed, Chinese cuisine often includes noodle dishes and oil-based or thick sauce dishes, which can easily stain clothes if they get on them. It's the same reason why you don't choose barbecue for early dates. Well, at least it's better than barbecue since you can divide the food into smaller plates. But Western cuisine also uses oil, and they have soups too, right? Feeling a bit defensive, I retorted. That's why Western cuisine places have napkins on the table. It's a different history of escorting women there. Then what kind of cuisine is suitable for a date? Safe choices are usually Western cuisines. Some Chinese restaurants now offer Western-style courses, so that kind of chic Chinese. Sushi works too. Sushi. Wouldn't soy sauce spill too? Yes, sushi is easy to eat one piece at a time. Just be careful with soy sauce. Many places serve it with salt now, and the dishes come in small portions. I see. Whatever you choose, make sure the restaurant offers a variety of dishes to accommodate any dislikes the girl might have. Places where you can eat a variety of small dishes are good. Smaller plates mean less chance of staining clothes. That's why you should avoid curry, barbecue, and ordinary Chinese on early dates. Got it. Of course, avoid places with strong odors too. They can stick to clothes. As for seating, it depends on your relationship. If you want to see her face, choose a table. But it's harder to get close. If facing each other makes you nervous, go for a counter. Being close might be surprisingly good. Private rooms let you talk more but might make the girl wary. Wow, Karen really knows her stuff about this. For a foolproof choice, bistros or bars are safe bets. Can't go wrong there, especially for romance beginners. This is the first time I've received useful advice from Karen. Well, the last comment was unnecessary, but I should thank her sincerely. Thanks, Karen. That was helpful. PH, you just don't know how to treat women. Really. Saying that, Karen turned away. Wait, is it my imagination, or are her cheeks slightly red? I couldn't help but smile and waved goodbye as I left. Chapter 6, Foreboding Storm, Ski Camp with the club, in the car on the way there. A week had passed since the university exams ended. That day, I headed to the university in the late afternoon with the Ishida siblings. We were going for the club's ski camp, utilizing the upcoming 3-day weekend. When we arrived at the university around 8 in the evening, many participants had already gathered at the church entrance, our meeting spot. Wow, quite a number of participants, Ishida remarked, impressed. I shared the same sentiment. There must be over 30 people already. Initially, The club president Nakazaki-san had been worried about not gathering enough participants, but it seemed like a baseless concern now. We looked for Nakazaki-san, who should be checking attendance. She was near the gate, at a kiosk, checking the attendance of the female university members. We lined up behind them and soon it was our turn. Ishiki Yu, Ishida Ita, and Ishida Mika, the three of us, I declared. Hearing that, Nakazaki-san looked up from her notebook. Ah, you guys came. You've been a big help this time. Hearing that, I internally questioned it. Ishida brought Mika-chan, meeting Nakazaki-san's expectations, but I hadn't been of any particular help. Nakazaki-san, you were worried, but a lot of people have gathered, I said. Nakazaki-san then answered my unspoken question. Yeah, I got anxious and called around everywhere. Usually, we don't invite graduating seniors or grad students, let alone alumni. But they all said, if Sakurajima-san is going, we'll go. Ah, I see. That makes sense. As I understood, Nakazaki-san patted my back. It's all thanks to you, Ishiki. It's nice to hear that, but is Senior Sakurajima's participation in the ski camp really due to my effort? I tried too, Ishida said with a slight dissatisfaction. Sorry. I'm grateful to you too, Ishida. A high school girl is joining this year, has hyped up some guys. Nakazaki-san said with a laugh and turned to Mika-chan. So, this girl is Ishida's sister? Your name is Mika-chan, right? I'm Nakazaki, the club president. Nice to meet you. I'm Ishida Mika. Thank you for inviting me. Pleased to meet you. Mika-chan was a bit timid, but smiled as she greeted. Nakazaki-san does have a rather intimidating face, so it's natural for a high school girl meeting him for the first time to be nervous. You seem like a well-composed girl. The bus will be here soon, so wait around here for a bit. After saying this, Nakazaki-san returned to taking attendance of the next participants. It's cold, but we have no choice, Ishida said, placing his large sports bag on the ground. Right, I replied, still looking around for Senior Sakurajima. She was nowhere to be seen. Maybe she hasn't arrived yet. I'll go buy some canned coffee since it's cold while waiting. What do you two want? I'll have a canned coffee too, something sweet. I'd like tea, please. Got it. I ran to the vending machine, bought the drinks, and returned. There was a crowd where we had been standing. No, on closer inspection, they were gathered around Mika-chan. Is this girl the high school student joining this time? Whoa, seriously, a real JK. She's really cute. We were high schoolers just a year ago. That 1 year makes a big difference. A JK's freshness is different. Wait, she's Ishida's sister? Unbelievable. Ishida has such a cute sister. Beauty and the Beast, huh? She's already popular. She'll probably have a good time. Ishiki-kun. I turned around at the sound of my name. It was Senior Sakurajima. Her close friend Kazuma-san was with her. Probably they came together. Good evening, Senior Sakurajima. Did you just arrive? Yes, she replied, looking towards Mika-chan. Mika-san is quite popular, isn't she? Ah, good. Senior Sakurajima is smiling. She seems in a good mood. Kazuma-san looked at Ishida. Are you okay with your precious sister becoming prey for these starving college students? Ishida, taking a canned coffee from me, replied optimistically. No worries. Mika's prince has already been decided. Prince? Who's that? I'm you, I said. My sister has had a crush on me since middle school. Hearing this, Tuko-senpai made a slightly awkward expression. Don't say weird things, I chided Ishida. What's the harm? It's true. I wouldn't mind if you became my brother-in-law, he said, completely missing the point. Why is he saying such strange things in front of Tuko-senpai? Ishiki-kun, you're quite something. I thought you just broke up with your ex, and now you've already got a new girlfriend candidate. And it's your best friend's sister, no less, Kazuma-san teased. But her eyes seemed to lack mirth. Next to me, Tuko-senpai's expression seemed to become more strained. Kazuma-san, please stop saying weird things. Mika-chan and I aren't like that, I exclaimed, trying to avoid any further misunderstandings. Ishiki-kun, Tuko-senpai suddenly interrupted, a rare occurrence. Yes. Have you had dinner yet? If not, Yu-san. Maika-chan called out to me loudly. Her voice interrupted Tuko-senpai. Pushing through the crowd, she ran towards me and stopped abruptly in front of me, bowing to Tuko-senpai. Good evening, Tuko-san. So you decided to join the ski camp too? Yes, it's a rare opportunity for a trip like this with everyone. That's right. I'm glad to be part of everyone this time. Please take care of me. Maika-chan emphasized the word everyone for some reason, then turned to me. Yu-san, you'll sit next to me on the bus, won't you? Ah, yes? I'm scared to sit next to someone I don't know. Please. With that, she clung to my arm. But was I imagining it, or did she seem to be conscious of Tuko-senpai? I couldn't help but glance at Tuko-senpai's expression. She looked overwhelmed. I've made sandwiches for dinner for you too, Yu-san. Let's eat them together on the bus. Maika-chan said loudly, glancing at Tuko-senpai. Tuko-senpai's expression changed upon hearing this. But then, since Maika seems anxious surrounded by strangers, I guess Ishiki-kun has no choice but to stay by her side, Tuko-senpai said, turning her back on me and walking away briskly. I didn't even have a chance to respond. What was that about? Tuko-senpai seemed like she wanted to say something. Then, Kazuma-san elbowed me lightly. A storm's brewing, Ishiki-kun, she said with a sly smile, following Tuko-senpai. But her eyes weren't smiling. And Maika-chan, still clinging to my arm, was glaring after Tuko-senpai. I felt a pat on my shoulder. A storm's brewing, Ishiki-kun, Ishida mimicked Kazuma-san, grinning genuinely. What's with you two? What are you trying to say? Confused, I glared back at Ishida. The bus arrived before 9 in the evening. It was a more impressive tour bus than I expected. An alumnus who works for a travel agency got us a good deal, someone said from behind. Yu-san, let's get on quickly, Maika-chan urged, pulling my arm towards the bus. Hey, there's no need to rush, I started to say, but then Maika-chan glanced back. Following her gaze, there was Tuko-senpai. She hadn't boarded yet. If the seats were filling from the back, Tuko-senpai and her group would end up in the front. I might get car sick, so it's better if we sit in the back, Maika-chan hurriedly said. With that, I couldn't refuse. Ishida, you too, hurry up. I called out to Ishida, who followed me with a resigned expression. Maika-chan, if you might get car sick, wouldn't it be better to sit by the window? I suggested. But she shook her head and replied, I'd rather be near the aisle so it's easier to go to the restroom. You, please sit by the window. She pushed me into the window seat of the two-seater row, then sat down herself, effectively blocking the aisle. Where do I sit then? Ishida asked with a clueless look. Why don't you sit in the front seats? The auxiliary ones are fine too, Maika-chan replied indifferently, and Ishida, muttering in disbelief, took a seat in the front. Once everyone was seated, Mr. Nakasaki boarded last and announced, Is everyone aboard? Let's depart then. The back seats were occupied by the alumni. Maika-chan and I were in the third row from the back on the right, while Ishida sat in the seat in front of us with a guy from the School of International Liberal Studies. Tuko-senpai, meanwhile, was seated in the third row from the front on the right side, next to Kazuma-san. As the bus started moving, Maika-chan took out her smartphone. Buses rides can be long, right? How about playing a game together, she suggested. Sounds good, but what game? I asked. There's this competitive puzzle game that's popular at my school. How about that? All right, let's go for it. I quickly downloaded the game on my smartphone. It was a well-known puzzle game with a versus mode. Okay, let's start. Ready, set, go, Maika-chan announced, and we began the game. However, the match was disappointingly one-sided. I won easily by swiftly clearing puzzles with combos. In this game, you can inflict damage on your opponent based on the points you score. No, that doesn't count. My puzzle layout was bad. Let's play again, she insisted. But the second round also ended swiftly in my favor. One more time, let's play again, she insisted, seemingly frustrated by her defeat. Micah-chan's in her phoenix mode. I can't remember who coined it, but among my friends, we call someone who keeps saying one more time after losing in games or mahjong phoenix mode. It's a play on the legend of the phoenix, which immolates itself only to be reborn from its ashes. As I tried to suppress my laughter, Micah-chan sharply pointed it out. Why are you laughing? I just thought it's unexpected that you're so competitive, I replied. Micah-chan declared for another round with a slightly sulky expression. But a minute later, I lost again. You won't be able to beat me no matter how many times we play, I said, laughing. Micah-chan looked genuinely frustrated. You-san, don't you think about going easy on me? Haha, Micah-chan. When it comes to games, I don't hold back, even against kids. You're not being nice. Today's you-san is different, not as kind as usual. Just then, a sophomore sitting behind us chimed in. What's up, Ishiki? Picking on a high school girl? No way, it's just a game. Micah-chan, if Ishiki is being mean, shall I play with you instead? But Micah-chan cheerfully refused. No, it's okay. I prefer challenging opponents. And I don't mind this different side of you-san. Wait, so does that mean I'm out? The sophomore asked, to which Micah-chan simply smiled in response. Trying not to laugh, I turned away from the sophomore. Then another sophomore diagonally behind us asked Micah-chan. Micah-chan, you're in your second year of high school, right? Yes, that's right. Which high school are you attending? The sophomore sitting right behind us asked. I go to Ichikawa Girls Academy, Micah-chan answered cautiously. Oh, Ichikawa Girls Academy? Wasn't someone here an alumna of that school? You're taking the entrance exams next year, right? Are you considering our university? That's the plan, but with my current grades, I think JT University might be a stretch. Then let me help you study. You can just come to the university sometimes. I'll teach you too. For Micah-chan, I'd even tutor for free. Whoa, hold on. This is starting to sound like a club for picking up high school girls. No, thank you. I've already promised you-san he would help me with my studies. Micah-chan firmly declined with a smile. Man, even Micah-chan's caught by Ishiki's charm. Why does Ishiki get all the attention? Micah-chan, be careful with Ishiki. He's kind of dangerous. Dangerous? They're the ones who seem more dangerous. There's no such thing. You-san is a kind person. There's nothing dangerous about him. Micah-chan said this with a hint of anger, and then Minoma-san, who was on the opposite side of the corridor, laughed out loud with an ahaha. Next to her, Minoma-san also joined in the laughter. Minoma-san and Minama-san are central members of the circle. I got to know them through Tuko-senpai's introduction during a cake buffet, and we've been good friends since then. You two should stop it. Look, Micah-chan is troubled, said Minoma-san. Yeah. There's no point in taking out your frustration on Ishiki-kun just because a high school girl turned you down, Minama-san added. Oh, is there an ally for Ishiki here? I thought our spring finally arrived after Kamiku-san left, but now it's the era of Ishiki, isn't it? Minoma-san retorted to this. No, the reason you guys don't have a spring is not because of Ishiki-kun. It's a matter of your own charm. Minoma-san, as usual, spoke her mind without reserve. Then, let's do a psychological test now. Micah-chan, Ishiki-kun, please answer the questions. Suddenly, Minama-san suggested this. A psychological test. What kind of test is it? To this, Minama-san smiled mischievously. Well, that will be the fun part after we hear the answers. Don't think too deeply, just answer what comes to your mind first. Here we go. I felt like things started without my consent, but it should be fine. I have some free time anyway. You decide to go hiking in the mountains. Would you go to a distant, high mountain or a nearby, low mountain? I'd choose the nearby low mountain, said Micah-chan. I'd go to the distant high mountain. It seems to have a nice view. Minama-san nodded in satisfaction. Second question. Do you plan your hiking trip meticulously, or do you just enjoy the atmosphere and go with the flow? I'd like to enjoy the atmosphere. No, but it's a high mountain, so maybe I should plan properly. I would go with the flow and enjoy the atmosphere. Next, Minama-san asked, "What's the first animal you encounter on the mountain? And what's the next one?" I answered, "First a dog, then a deer." Micah-chan said, "A rabbit, then a monkey." Fourth question. "There's a cliff on the way. How high is the cliff?" "A cliff on the way? Maybe a pretty high cliff that I can barely climb. I think it's a 2 to 3 meter cliff since it's on the mountain path." "Oh, but maybe there are lots of stones and obstacles." Minama-san smiled mysteriously at this. Fifth question. "There's a lodge on the mountain where you can stay. Is it at the foot, in the middle, or near the summit?" "Near the summit, I suppose," said Micah-chan. "I think it's about midway up the mountain. Or maybe a bit higher." Sixth question. "You enter the mountain lodge. There are candles lit inside. How many candles are there?" "About 3, I guess," I answered. "I think about the same," said Micah-chan. Last question. "There's a painting on the wall of the lodge. What is it?" "A painting of a lady in beautiful clothes. But she looks a bit mischievous," said Micah-chan. It was a girlish idea, I thought, but Minama-san looked surprised. "What about you, Ishiki-kun?" I pondered for a while. The first image that came to my mind was a painting of many people seeking salvation from a goddess, but it quickly changed to a painting of a beautiful girl being abducted by a bearded man. Well, it's difficult to say. If I have to choose, maybe a painting of a beautiful girl being abducted by a bearded man. The girl is seeking help, but she's being taken away by the man amidst black mist. Is it like this painting? Minama-san searched on her smartphone and showed it to me. "Ah, it's similar. You understood it well." I said this with surprise and admiration, and Minama-san responded as if it were obvious. "It's a famous painting. It depicts Hades, the god of the underworld, abducting the maiden of spring, Persephone. But why did you first say it's difficult? It doesn't seem that hard." "That's because, at first, I briefly thought of a painting of many people seeking salvation from a goddess." Hearing this, Minama-san smiled again mischievously. "Well then, let's announce the results of the psychological test." Micah-chan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Girls seem to like this sort of thing. The first question, near or far mountain, reflects the type of marriage partner you desire. Marriage partner? What does that mean? Minama-san explained immediately. Those who chose nearby mountain prefer a partner who is close and within reach. Choosing the distant mountain means you seek an ideal partner, even if they are a bit out of reach. Micah-chan looked at me with a somewhat expectant expression. The next question about planning reflects how you enjoy dates with your lover, whether you prefer to go with the flow or plan meticulously. Is that what it means? The third question, the animals you meet on the mountain, represents the first as yourself and the second as your lover or someone you like. Hearing this, Minama-san nodded in understanding. Ishiki-kun's self-image is a dog, and Micah-chan is a rabbit. That fits well. The second one represents a lover or someone you like. I can somewhat understand Micah-chan's monkey, but who might be Ishiki-kun's deer? Minama-san laughed with just her mouth, a laugh I found somewhat unpleasant. The fourth question, the height of the cliff, symbolizes the height of obstacles you feel in achieving romantic success. A higher cliff means a longer path to love. What if, like me, there aren't many heights, but there are many obstacles making it hard to climb? Asked Micah-chan. Micah-chan was unusually interested in the topic. There was no need for her to take it so seriously. Maybe she doesn't feel that love's fulfillment is difficult, but thinks that there are many obstacles, Minama-san said with a sly grin, and I felt both her smile and Micah-chan's sharp gaze. The fifth question, the location of the mountain lodge, directly represents the age or social status difference with your ideal partner. Micah-chan likes someone older, and Ishiki-kun prefers someone about the same age or slightly older, Minama-san interpreted, smiling cunningly. I felt a bit scared because this psychological test seemed to be somewhat accurate. The number of candles inside the mountain lodge represents the number of close friends you think you have, or the number of people you think will help you in times of trouble. Is that so? I wonder if I have 3 such people. 2 are for sure. The last question, the painting inside the lodge, represents your current anxieties. Minami-san paused briefly before continuing. Maika-chan's choice was a portrait of a mischievous-looking lady, meaning such a person is the source of her anxiety. Maika-chan averted her eyes uncomfortably. Ishiki-kun, your choice of 2 paintings is interesting. First was a painting of many people seeking salvation from a goddess, right? Perhaps you're one of them, unsure if your wishes will reach the goddess. I found it difficult to respond. Then a painting of a spring maiden being abducted by the king of the underworld. This might represent your main current anxiety. Maybe you're worried that someone who brings spring into your life is being taken away by a demon. I was left speechless. This psychological test was seriously surreal for a game. So, it's decided you two got rejected by Maika-chan. For some reason, Minami-san announced this to the 2 second-year students who had approached Maika-chan earlier, pointing at them. Ha! Why are we the ones getting rejected now? One of the second years protested from behind. Didn't you get it from the psychological test? It's clear Maika-chan is interested in Ishiki-kun. I don't get that at all. You guys are so dense, Minami-san and Minami-san laughed, along with the surrounding boys. I forced a wry smile. But Maika-chan was looking at me with a complicated expression. After everyone had a good laugh, Maika-chan started rummaging through her bag. Ishiki-san, here. You haven't had dinner since you left in the evening, right? I made some sandwiches. She handed me a cutely wrapped box. Ah, thank you. There's also coffee. Maika-chan poured coffee from a thermos into a cup and handed it to me. I thanked her again and accepted it. Inside the wrapping were egg, ham, tuna, and tomato and lettuce sandwiches, along with side dishes of sausages and fried chicken. Quite a substantial volume. It must have been hard to prepare all this. It's okay, such chances are rare. She smiled brightly, pointing at each sandwich. I heard you like egg and tuna sandwiches, Ishika-san, so I made a lot of them. There are both plain egg and egg with cheese. Maika-chan explained about the sandwiches with a happy expression. Seeing her like this made me feel warm inside. Maika-chan is really cute. Ishida, having such a sister, is somewhat enviable. Maika, what about mine? Ishida, who was sitting in the front, leaned over to us upon hearing our conversation. Don't worry, I have yours too, she said and dug out a convenience store bag-wrapped box and handed it to Ishida. Ishida momentarily compared his convenience store bag with my wrapped sandwiches. Why is there such a big difference between mine and yours? Hearing this, Maika-chan pursed her lips. The contents are the same. I can't use a convenience store bag for someone else. Ishida then withdrew, saying, I guess that's true, with a slightly sad face. The gap between their ideal sister and the real sister seemed quite significant. The first stop after entering the Kanetsu Expressway was at Takasaka service area. We got off the bus for a bathroom break. Thanks to the sandwiches and side dishes Maika-chan had brought, I was full. And I had drunk coffee too. I needed to stretch and use the bathroom, or I would suffer later. On the way to the bathroom, I glanced at the food court inside. The service area's food offerings have improved recently. The Takasaka service area's specialty on the descent side is the roast beef bowl. I couldn't eat it now, as I was full, but it's good to know since I don't come to service areas often. In the food court, Tuko-senpai and her friends were already there, including her close friend Kazuma-san, Minami-san, Minami-san, and the club president Nakazaka-san, all eating sandwiches. I wanted to join them, but I was too full, and I was also concerned about Tuko-senpai sitting in the front. Were other guys approaching her? A long bus ride could bring people closer if the conversation was enjoyable. But I couldn't just change my seat now. Thinking this, I finished in the bathroom and bought a bottle of tea at the convenience store next to the food court. The bus was quite dry. As I left the convenience store, I saw Kazuma-san, Minami-san, and Minami-san standing a bit away. Had Tuko-senpai and Nakazaki-san gone back to the bus? Kazuma-san beckoned me over. Wondering what it was about, I approached, and Kazuma-san asked in a somewhat stern tone. Ishiki-kun, I hear you're getting along well with Ishida-kun's sister? Ha! I heard it from Minami and the others. Minami-san had a knowing smile. Maika-chan is definitely interested in you, Ishiki-kun. Minama-san also had an intrigued smile. Yeah. She seems to be hiding it a bit, but it's obvious to everyone. It feels like she's been liking you for a long time. I had heard the previous exchange between Tuko-senpai and Maika-chan, so I thought it might be true. But even Minama-san and the others think so. Then Minama-san leaned in closer, pointing her finger at me. Actually, Ishiki-kun, you're not entirely displeased, are you? What are you talking about? Oh, playing dumb now? Minama-san's meaningful smile deepened. It's about Maika-chan. You seem pretty fond of her, aren't you, Ishiki-kun? What are you saying? She's just a friend's sister, and still in high school at that. I wouldn't think of her in that way. But you're only 2 years apart in age, right? You yourself were in high school last year. It wouldn't be unusual if you and Maika-chan were to date, right? Minama-san said, covering her mouth as if suppressing a laugh. I keep telling you, I have no such feelings. Besides, Maika-chan has known me for a long time, so it's easy for her to talk to me. That's all it is. Indeed, I remember Maika-chan hinting at something like even if she dated me to Tuko-senpai during a study session. But Maika-chan herself never confessed to me, and there was no follow-up. Maybe I misunderstood that conversation. If so, I'm just being overly self-conscious. Best not to dwell on it. Well, if that's what you think, Ishiki-kun, that's fine, Minama-san said, still smirking. Kazuma-san sighed. It's not that you should ignore Maika-chan, but maybe pay a little attention to Tuko too. Pay attention to Tuko-senpai? I wasn't sure what she meant by that. Kazuma-san continued, seeing my confusion. Today, Tuko brought sandwiches she made, intending for everyone to eat them as dinner. I saw the meeting just now. That everyone included you, Ishiki-kun. But I didn't hear anything about it, and nobody called me over. Well, of course. Maika-chan had already said she brought sandwiches when we were leaving. After that, Tuko couldn't very well say I brought some too. Let's eat together. Kazuma-san looked at me with a slightly accusing gaze. Tuko wasn't planning to join this training camp initially, but she ended up coming. Your relationship with her isn't just that of senior and junior, right? Maybe you should be a bit more sensitive to a girl's feelings. Kazuma-san ended her advice quietly. Sigh. As soon as I sat back in my seat on the bus, I involuntarily let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? You're sighing like you're really tired, Maika-chan asked curiously next to me. It's nothing serious. Don't worry about it. It wasn't something I should trouble Maika-chan with, nor was it her fault. Is that so? After saying that, she took out her smartphone from her pocket. Hey, Ishiki-san. Since we're here, let's take a picture together. A picture? In the bus? I thought it would be better to take one outside. This kind of trip with a lot of people, it's like back in elementary school. And going out by bus at night, doesn't it excite you? I want to capture this atmosphere. I see her point. In that case, I can understand. Alright, let's take one. Maika-chan then happily snuggled up close to me, leaning her shoulder against mine. She extended her left hand to hold the smartphone in selfie mode. Ready? Here we go. With a click and a flash, the photo was taken. One more, this time with a peace sign, please. She made a cute peace sign near her mouth. I reluctantly made a peace sign too, smiling wryly. Maika-chan leaned her upper body even closer to mine, making it look more like I was cradling her in my arms rather than just leaning shoulders. Yeah, it came out nicely. She looked at the freshly taken photo and smiled contentedly. Seeing her expression, I felt a warm sensation in my heart. After leaving the service area, the bus lights dimmed for sleep time. The bus, previously lively with chatter, quieted down in the darkness, with only occasional whispers heard. Our conversation too became softer and more infrequent. It was about time to sleep, anyway. The words Kazuma-san had said earlier, pay a little attention to Tuko too, weighed on my mind. If Tuko-senpai had prepared sandwiches for me as well, I felt a twinge of guilt. I would have liked to eat with Tuko-senpai if I had known. But I hadn't received any message, and in this case, I couldn't blame myself. Maika-chan had mentioned her sandwiches first, and I didn't want to make her feel bad. Besides, she was invited to this ski camp for the club's sake, trying to make happy memories. I shouldn't ruin that. Suddenly, I felt a weight on my shoulder. Glancing to the side, Micah-chan had fallen asleep, resting her head on my shoulder. Checking the time, I saw it was about to change dates. Micah-chan must have been busy since the afternoon preparing sandwiches for me. It was natural she'd be tired and sleepy. The bus was quiet, with many people asleep. Micah-chan's soft snores were audible. I looked at her again. Her long eyelashes beautifully curled, her plump, fair cheeks slightly flushed. She really was cute, Micah-chan. Watching her sleeping face, I felt it deeply. The soft scent emanating from Micah-chan was comforting. I hadn't noticed before, but up close, she was an attractive girl. If Tuko-senpai wasn't in the picture, and if I had met her now in her second year of high school rather than as Ishida's sister. No, what am I thinking? I shook my head slightly. Right, to Micah-chan, I should be another brother. I should aim to be her ideal big brother, just as she is the ideal sister to me. With that thought, I closed my eyes. Chapter 7. First day of the ski camp, lucky age confusion. Surrounded by snow-covered trees, the ski course stretched out before us. Ishiki-san, come over here. The view is beautiful. Micah-chan called out from atop a small snowy hill, her voice echoing. Panting, I finally managed to reach the base of the small hill where Micah-chan was standing. Micah-chan, you're quite good at skiing. I'm the one struggling to keep up. I'm part of the track and field club, so I have stamina. But I'm not that good at skiing, so I need you with me, she said, yet with a smile and a triumphant pose. Watching her, I remembered what had happened this morning. The bus arrived at the ski resort at 5:30 a.m. Fortunately, the hotel staff had kindly prepared a luggage room and a resting area. But just lounging around after coming all the way to the ski resort seemed dull. After resting for about 3 hours, almost everyone changed into ski gear and headed for the slopes. In our club, about 60% prefer skiing and 40% snowboarding. I chose skiing for the first day as a warm-up. I'm not good at snowboarding, still a beginner. With both feet fixed on a snowboard, the falls tend to be dramatic. Skiing seemed safer until I got the hang of it. On the slope, I looked for Tuko-senpai, hoping to ski with her. Also, Kazuma-san's words, "Pay a little attention to Tuko too," were on my mind. Maybe spending time together could bring us closer. With that hope, I spotted Tuko-senpai near the lift ticket booth. Her ski wear, a slim jacket with a white base and light pink and blue geometric patterns, and some in pink slim bottoms, made her stand out even on the ski slopes. She looked like a model in her ski wear. She was talking with Kazuma-san and 3 other girls. With others around, it seemed hard to approach her right then. As I was thinking this, I heard Ishiki-san and turned to find Micah-chan, with Ishida also nearby. Micah-chan wore bright pink ski wear with cute patterns, her cheeks reddened from the cold, yet she had a healthy smile. I'm not very good at skiing. Ishiki-san, could you ski with me? She asked, sliding towards me on her skis, clearly not very experienced. Ishida looked skeptical. You used to ski confidently with your family when you were in elementary school. Micah-chan immediately tapped Ishida's leg with her ski pole. That was a long time ago. I've forgotten how. I'm scared because it's been so long. It was hard to refuse her after that. Okay. Let's ski together until you get the hang of it, then I can leave you with Ishida. I planned to ski with Micah-chan for a while and then ask Tuko-senpai to join me later. But such sweet plans were soon shattered. As we were about to take the first lift, 2 girls from a women's university approached Ishida, inviting him to ski with them. Ishida quickly agreed, completely forgetting about us. So, it ended up being just Micah-chan and me for the first run. After 3 runs on the main beginner to intermediate course, Micah-chan spread out a trail map. This forest route says it's for beginners, longer with nice scenery. Shall we go? It required taking a higher lift and a longer route around, arriving around 11:30, perfect for lunch, and then we could meet up with Ishida. Okay, let's go. That's how we entered the forest route, which turned out to be quite a strain physically. The forest route was narrow with a gentle slope, suitable for beginners indeed. But the issue was the incline, too gentle. There were many flat sections where skiing was more like walking. In some parts, there was even a slight uphill climb. Additionally, the rental skis I had were worn, making sliding difficult. As a result, I ended up walking on skis for most of the course, using muscles I don't usually engage, which was surprisingly tough. Halfway through, there was an intermediate course cutting through the forest route, which seemed easier to ski. Tired of walking on skis, I suggested to Micah-chan, "Shall we take the intermediate course? It might be easier to ski." But she strongly opposed. Just skiing through the forest isn't as fun as enjoying the scenery at a leisurely pace. So, we continued walking on the flat, tedious beginner's course, and my leg muscles were about to give out. Then we came upon a small hill with a good view. "Shall we climb up there? The view must be great," Micah-chan energetically suggested and started climbing the small hill. Meanwhile, it was a struggle for me to climb even such a small hill with tired legs and skis on. She's a high school girl with energy to spare, unlike a university student who hasn't exercised much since the entrance exams. And so, here I am, in the situation described earlier. Micah-chan has incredible stamina for her small frame. Finally reaching the top of the small hill where Micah-chan was standing, I thought this to myself. "See, isn't it beautiful?" Micah-chan said this with a satisfied look. Indeed, the view was splendid. The surrounding Shinshu mountains were shimmering white, forming a beautiful chain. Down below, houses with red and green roofs were visible. "You're right, seeing this scenery really makes it feel like we're here to ski," I agreed. "I don't have extreme hobbies like mountain climbing in the snow, but enjoying this silver world easily is one of the great things about skiing. I'm really glad I came on this trip," she said after a pause. "Doesn't this endless silver world make you feel like you're in a different universe, giving you a special feeling?" "Yeah, the course itself might be bland, but the view is great. It must be fun to ski here while chatting with everyone." Then Micah-chan made a gentle, yet somehow melancholic expression. I couldn't understand why she looked that way. After about 3 minutes of silently admiring the snow-covered landscape, I suggested, "Shall we head back?" Micah-chan nodded and began to turn around. "Ah!" Suddenly, she let out a small cry. I turned to see Micah-chan losing her balance and about to fall backward. There was a cliff behind her. A fall could be dangerous. "Micah-chan." I instinctively reached out and grabbed her right hand. But on the unstable hilltop, it was impossible to support someone who had lost their balance. We both tumbled down the hill together. Reflexively, I reached out my left hand and caught the rope set up to prevent falls. Thanks to that, we only fell about a meter. I ended up on top of Micah-chan, holding her in my arms. "Are you okay, Micah-chan?" I asked. The snow underneath was soft, so she shouldn't be hurt. "Ah, thank you. I'm fine," she said, lifting her face, which was very close to mine, making my heart skip a beat. If you're not hurt, Micah-chan, that's good." Then Micah-chan seemed to realize we were embracing. "Why, you-san, are you hurt?" she asked, blushing and looking away. "I'm fine. Let's be careful getting up. If we lose our balance again, we might really fall off the cliff." I tried to get up, supporting myself with my right hand. But my hand sank into the snow, unable to lift myself up. The snow was too soft to support my weight, and my ski tips were stuck in the snow, immobilizing me. "What's wrong?" Micah-chan asked, seeing my struggle. "I can't get up because the snow is too soft, and my skis are stuck." Indeed, the area off the course was untouched, leaving the snow fluffy and deep, making it impossible to move. I looked around. This gentle forest route seemed unpopular with few skiers around, and there was no sign of immediate help. This could be bad. "Can you move, Micah-chan?" She tried to get up, but like me, couldn't because of her buried skis and the soft snow. I can't get up at all," Micah-chan answered, her face flushed. "No choice then. We need to take off our skis and try to get back to the course." I bent my body into a shape over Micah-chan, attempting to unfasten my bindings. But in doing so, my head was right near Micah-chan's chest. "Hayu." Micah-chan let out a strange yelp. Sorry. but it's just for a moment while I take off the skis, so please bear with me. Oh, okay. Micah-chan answered with an even redder face. I was embarrassed too, but in this situation, it couldn't be helped. I'll unfasten your bindings as well, Micah-chan. So, I bent down further. This time my head was near her waist. I could feel Micah-chan stiffening up. When I finally managed to unfasten her bindings, she was covering her face with her hands in embarrassment. Being so self-conscious about it made me feel awkward too. Alright, let's try to get up. But the snow is too soft to support myself with my hands, and I can't get up. That's why you should use me as a support and get back on the course first. I think I can manage alone. Okay. Thus, we awkwardly tried to change our positions from the embrace. Suddenly, I thought, if someone else saw us in this situation, wouldn't they get the wrong idea? On the outskirts of a deserted course, Micah-chan and I were in each other's arms, making suspicious movements. Wait, hold on. That's a really bad misunderstanding. If this story spreads among the club members, and if Tuko-senpai hears about it, it would be unfair to Micah-chan, a girl, to have such rumors spread about her. In the silent snowy mountain, I listened intently. We must avoid being seen at all costs. Hey. It sounded like someone calling. Hey. I heard the call again, closer this time. Please let it be my imagination. Hey. The calling grew louder. Hey. The voice was definitely getting closer. No mistake about it. Someone was calling out. Hey, Ishiki. What the hell are you doing? It was definitely one of our club members calling my name. In panic, I looked around but saw no one. It's here, over here. The voice was coming from above. Looking up, I saw the lift passing by with two guys waving their ski poles. Ishiki, you bastard, what are you doing? They seemed to have misunderstood the situation. It's not what you think. We just fell down here. I shouted with all my might. But the guys on the lift just laughed as they passed by. Micah-chan, it seems we're visible from the lift. Let's get out of here fast. Yes, but I can't seem to get out. Just step on me. We need to get out of this situation fast. With a red face, she nodded and turned over to crawl on top of me. It took us about 5 more minutes to finally get out of there. I'm sure others on the lift must have seen us during that time. This could be really bad. When we got back to the starting point at the hotel, it was well past lunchtime. Micah-chan and I had a late lunch at the hotel restaurant and skied together again in the afternoon. I kept looking for Ishida but couldn't find him. Micah-chan seemed to be having a great time, but I had one concern. It was about the incident in the forest course. I hoped it hadn't turned into a weird rumor and reached Tuko-senpai. I finally found Ishida around 3 p.m. He had apparently had a good time with the 2 girls from the women's university he met in the morning. We ended skiing around 4 p.m. and returned to the hotel. I was assigned a room with Ishida. As we changed out of our ski wear, Ishida immediately suggested, "Let's go to the bath." I agreed without hesitation, as I was sweaty and my hair was stiff from sunscreen. The large communal bath was empty since it was still early. We soaked up to our chins in the hot water, feeling our tense muscles relax from the day's activities. It was fun today. I'm glad I came to the camp, Ishida said contentedly, probably pleased with his time surrounded by the girls. But I couldn't immediately agree with him. What's up, you? Something bothering you? It's not exactly a problem, but... Are you upset because I left Micah-chan entirely in your care? I'm not upset, I said, wiping my face with a towel. But Ishida, tomorrow you should stay with Micah-chan. If this goes on, weird rumors might start. The one about you two embracing on that deserted course. Ishida mentioned it nonchalantly. You know about it too. It's quite the rumor already. Seems like it's been exaggerated quite a bit. Look, I'm telling you, we didn't do anything wrong. It was just that Micah-chan lost her balance, and we both ended up falling down together. I know. You're not the kind of guy to do such a thing. Ishida raised a hand to stop me. Maybe it was just bad luck for you. It happened to be in a place visible from the lift. Usually, that forest course has poor visibility. It's rare for it to be visible from the lift like that. I heard that even when the main course is clear, that place often has fog. And because there's no slope, it becomes harder to ski when it snows. I didn't need all these details about the forest course. The problem now is the weird rumor about Micah-chan and me. But if these rumors spread further, it's bad. It would cause trouble for Micah-chan. So tomorrow, you should. Maybe half of the rumor is true. Ishida made a startling comment. What do you mean by that? He leaned back on the edge of the bath, looking up at the ceiling for a while before speaking. Even if you don't have those feelings, it seems Micah-chan does. She's serious about becoming your girlfriend during this trip. During this camp. It's her first trip with you. Such an opportunity is rare for Micah. It seems things ignited with Tuko-senpai around. Ishida's calm words made me anxious. You're talking about it as if it's someone else's problem. Isn't she your sister? Aren't you upset? Not really. Who Micah likes or dates is none of my business. Don't brothers usually stop their sisters from dating? That's just in manga or movies. Real siblings don't interfere with each other that much. Ishida, a big fan of anime and manga, said that. Of course, if she dates a delinquent or a bum, I'd object. But with you, I can rest easy. But, I have feelings for Tuko-senpai. Despite saying that, have you made any move towards Tuko-senpai? Well, Micah-chan has been with me since yesterday. Isn't using Micah-chan as an excuse just that, an excuse? Ishida closed his eyes and sank deeper into the water. Tuko-senpai isn't making any moves towards you. And you're not actively pursuing her. Given this situation, it's natural for Micah to attack. I couldn't respond. Ishida's words hit me hard. Anyway, I'm not taking sides. I won't interfere with Micah, and if you go after Tuko-senpai, I won't object either. Just consider me neutral and supportive in both cases. With that, Ishida got up and left the bath. After lounging around in the room post-bath, it was time for dinner. Ishida and I met up with Micah-chan and headed to the dining hall. The dinner menu was chicken steak, individual pots heated with solid fuel, salad, nozawana pickles, white rice, and miso soup with mushrooms. Pretty average for a ski lodge, I guess. Almost everyone gathered for dinner. Since we had been active since morning, hardly anyone was still skiing at this time. During the meal, Nakazaki-san, the club leader, made an announcement. We're going to have a big party in this room tonight. After dinner, don't go back to your rooms, stay here. We'll set up snacks and drinks once we clear the tables, so everyone help out. Teens, remember, no alcohol, only non-alcoholic drinks. Someone exclaimed, that's boring, but Nakazaki-san, as the responsible club leader, had to lay down the law. Nakazaki-san came to our table. It's not good to have a high school student around alcohol, so make sure Micah-chan returns to her room by 8 p.m. He instructed Ishida and me. Got it, understood, Ishida and I replied, but Micah-chan looked unhappy. After dinner, the hotel staff helped clear away and set up drinks. We had already distributed snacks to each table earlier. Everyone was enjoying themselves, chatting and laughing. Amidst the fun, I kept glancing over at Tuko-senpai. She was sitting at a table a bit away from mine, in a different row. With her were Kazuma-san, and two key members of the club, Minoma-san and Minama-san. But various guys kept appearing at their table, chatting with them. Already retired club seniors, graduate students, fourth-year students, and current members from third year down to first year were present. Among them, some persistent guys, trying to get Tuko-senpai to drink from their bottles, were noticeably bothersome. Tuko-senpai seemed to handle them well, but I couldn't help but worry. At that moment, I felt a small poke in my side. It was Micah-chan. Yu-san, where shall we go tomorrow? Micah-chan asked with a smile, nibbling on chocolate. Well. I hesitated. I wanted to ski with Tuko-senpai if possible. Or should we snowboard instead? But I'm not really good at snowboarding. I can only slide down gentle slopes at a snail's pace. Micah-chan clapped her hands in delight upon hearing this. Great. I've only tried snowboarding once when I went skiing with my family. I couldn't slide at all back then. I was worried that if you were good at it, I might be a burden. Then let's do it together. Ishida, who had overheard, chimed in with a warning. There seems to be a club-wide event tomorrow. A game where everyone participates. What kind of game? Micah-chan asked. I'm not sure about the details, but I heard it's orienteering. Orienteering, huh? The thing where you run around in the mountains with a map. Are they doing that at the ski resort? Then I want to be with you, San. Micah-chan declared, clinging to my arm. Let's do it together, okay? She said, beaming. How could I refuse when she asked so innocently? Okay. But we might not necessarily be in pairs. Ishida glanced at me inside. Then, Micah, it's almost 8 o'clock. You should go back to your room, he said. Can't I stay a little longer? No. Didn't club president Nakazaki-san say earlier? If you stay here too long, it might cause trouble for him. But it's boring to go back to the room alone. That was the condition for bringing you to the camp, wasn't it? Micah-chan puffed her cheeks unhappily. Then why doesn't Yusen come with me to the room? We can play cards. I hesitated, and Ishida came to my rescue again. You've been with you all day today. You also has things to discuss with others. Let him go for today. With that, Micah-chan looked even more displeased. It's not over yet. There's still tomorrow. Don't be too persistent, or you might end up being disliked by you. Despite looking unconvinced, Micah-chan seemed to give in after Ishida's words. But she didn't forget to reiterate one last point. In that case, Yusan, I'll go back to my room today, but we are absolutely doing orienteering together tomorrow. It's a promise. Saying this, she stood up, perhaps not giving me a chance to say no, and left quickly. I'll escort Micah back to her room, Ishida said, following her out of the banquet hall. Left alone, I idly munched on some rice crackers while waiting for Ishida to return. If I'm alone with Micah-chan again tomorrow, those strange rumors might really start spreading. I'll have to make sure Ishida is with us. Ishiki-kun. Suddenly, my name was called out cheerfully, and 2 girls sat down beside me. They were Ayaka from the economics department and Yuri from the commerce department, both first-year students. These 2 are part of the central group of girls in the club, along with Minoma-san and Minami-san. I became friendly with them during the cake buffet girls gathering, initiated by Tuko-senpai. Notably, getting along with them was part of the preparation for the X-Day plan to increase my popularity among the girls in the club and rally support for the harsh revenge against the 2 cheaters at the Christmas party. As a result, I became close enough to chat with these 4 girls. It's finally time to talk, Ayaka-san said cheerfully. Since yesterday, you've been with Ishida-kun's sister, haven't you? Said Yura-san. Well, maybe Micah-chan is anxious being around strangers. So, she ends up being with me, I guess, I replied vaguely, blurring the specifics. Ayaka-san nudged me with her elbow, teasing, dodging the question again. It's so obvious. What's obvious? What are you talking about? I asked. Still pretending not to know? Ayaka-san looked at me with a playfully amused expression. So, what is it? I tried to sound disinterested, though I was internally anxious. It's about Ishida-kun's sister, how she likes you, Ishiki-kun. When Ayaka-san said this, Yura-san continued the conversation. That girl, she really likes you a lot, Ishiki-kun. She has eyes for no one else. She's totally head over heels. It seems unstoppable. No, that's not what it is. Today, in the secluded forest path, weren't you 2 embracing? That's bold. No, wait. That's a misunderstanding. Micah-chan lost her balance, and we both fell, that's all, I hastily clarified. But Ayaka-san looked like a child who had found an amusing toy, not ready to stop teasing me. Really? But I heard you were embracing for quite a long time. Yeah, several people said they saw it, added Yura-san. It's really not like that. We both got stuck in the fresh snow and couldn't get out quickly. It just looked like we were in that position for a long time, I explained desperately. Neither of them seemed to believe my frantic explanations. While reaching for some persimmon seeds, Ayaka-san said, but to think Ishiki-kun would date a high school girl. No, I'm not dating her. Nothing like that at all. I thought for sure after that incident, You would date Sakurajima-san, said Ayaka-san, looking at me with a hint of reproach. Yeah, I thought so too. I'm a bit disappointed, added Yuri-san. I was at a loss for words hearing them say that. So, this is how I'm seen by others. I don't mind what they think of me, but regarding Sakurajima-senpai, choosing a high school girl over the hidden Miss of Johto University, I wonder what will happen next year with the Miss Johto University contest. Before I could deny the misunderstanding with Mika-chan, Yuri-san brought up a different topic. That's the one, isn't it? Next year's festival might not have the Miss contest, Ayaka-san answered. Oh, I see, they're really cancelling it. The Miss contest. It's not decided yet. But considering various discussions, the University Festival Committee is leaning towards discontinuing it. So, the Miss Johto University contest is being cancelled. The Miss and Mr. Johto University contest was an annual event of the cultural festival. But as Ayaka-san said, with the diversification of values, many universities are discontinuing the Miss Campus contests. It feels a bit sad to lose one highlight of the festival. But, you know, our Miss Johto University has a history, and many announcers and newscasters have come from it. It's a shame to cancel it, said Yuri-san. Ayaka-san replied to Yuri-san's concern. The new idea being considered is Miss Muse. Miss Muse, my ears perked up at the word. I heard it on the day the exams ended, in a conversation Karen had with someone else. Sakurajima-senpai's name came up then too, and it had been on my mind. What's Miss Muse about? You don't know, Ishiki-kun? Ayaka-san looked surprised. I've only heard the name. What is it exactly? I only know from what I've heard, Ayaka-san started. In a nutshell, it's an event to decide the Miss Campus, replacing Miss Johto University. The difference is, it focuses more on personal characteristics and intelligence, rather than appearance, including their specialty areas and conversation skills. Ayaka-san paused to sip some oolong tea. Originally, a muse is a goddess of knowledge in Greek mythology. There are 9 goddesses, each governing things like poetry, dance, music, drama, astronomy, history, and so on. The idea is to select 9 women from the campus, each excelling in their own field. I see, that's how it is. But in the end, it's still selecting women, right? Asked Yuri-san. Can't help it, can we? Even women's magazines have most desirable men rankings. And unlike the previous Miss and runner-up, now 9 women will be chosen without ranking, which is an advantage for those aiming to be announcers, Ayaka-san explained. Yuri-san then leaned forward excitedly. So, she won't be able to act so high and mighty anymore. Right, she always acted like a queen. With this change, it's good news for us ordinary girls, Ayaka-san agreed. Who are you talking about? I asked. Rhinda Kane, a second year in the literature department. She's the winner of this and last year's Miss Johto University. But she's an unpleasant woman, Ayaka-san said with visible disdain. Yuri-san nodded in agreement. Yeah, she's always flaunting her title as Miss Johto University. I'm different from you all, her attitude is so clear. There are rumors she's already approaching TV stations. The difference in how she treats men and women is striking, categorizing men into useful and useless. Imagine Karen, but several times more intense, Ayaka-san added. Such a formidable woman at our university. Frightening. That's why I really wanted Sakurajima-san to participate in Miss Johto University, said Yuri-san regretfully, with Ayaka-san agreeing. Yeah. If Sakurajima-san had entered, Rhinda Kane wouldn't stand a chance. She wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly then. But Rhinda-san sees Sakurajima-san as a rival, right? She can't stand being called the true Miss Johto University. That fits her personality. She has to be the best, Ayaka-san commented. While we were talking, Kazuma-san arrived with a glass in her hand. It seems like a lively discussion here. Ah, Kazuma-san. Will you join us? Ayaka-san asked. Yeah, I was thinking of talking to Ishiki-kun too. Then we will go to Tuko-san, Yuri-san answered, standing up with Ayaka-san, both holding their glasses. Kazuma-san sat down next to me, in the seat originally occupied by Ishida. It looks like you've finally been freed from Mika-chan, Ishiki-kun. Ha. Or did you want to be with Micah-chan? Kazuma-san teased with a hint of irritation in her eyes. It's not like that, I replied, slightly annoyed. But you know, high school girls of that age can be quite single-minded. I've been there too. You too, Kazuma-san? I asked, surprised. Yes, that girl, she's from Ichikawa Girls Academy, right? I'm an alumna of that school. I knew from Tuko-senpai that Kazuma-san had attended a private high school, but I didn't know it was Ichikawa Girls Academy. Girls from girls' schools tend to project their ideals onto people close to them, she said, pouring beer into her glass. A common pattern is a crush on a school teacher. Male teachers at girls' schools are popular if they're young. Next might be a college student working as a tutor. Is that so? Yes. After all, a teacher is seen as a superior figure, someone who listens and can be relied on. After saying this, she took a sip of her beer with a loud puh and continued. In Micah-chan's case, that person is you, Ishiki-kun. You're kind, decent-looking, did well in your studies during middle and high school, and you're a friend of her brother, so she feels safe around you. You're the perfect projection of her ideal. Is that how it is? That's how it is with high school girls, especially the serious ones. In her mind, she's probably the heroine of a shoe manga, with her brother's kind and admired friend. Her admiration turning into love, but is unaware of her feelings. And then there's the beautiful, villainous lady rival. A villainous lady? Who's that? Of course, Tuko. Tuko-senpai as a villainous lady? I don't think so. Tuko-senpai is not a villainous lady at all. She's more like a flawless hero. To Micah-chan, that might be how she sees it. Without a love rival, the story doesn't get exciting, Kazuma-san said, nodding, and took another gulp of her beer, finishing 2/3 of the glass. I remember Micah-chan saying before, it's pitiful for you-san. He's being toyed with. I can't forgive that, during our study session at the family restaurant before the exams. And the psychological test we did on the bus there, where she answered a mean-looking lady for the drawing representing current anxieties. Could it be that? Well, it's fine for her to feel that way. It's more normal than being infatuated with a senior from the same girls' school. The problem is with you, Ishiki-kun. Me? Yes, Kazuma-san replied, refilling her glass before taking a third drink. You might feel pressured by Micah-chan, but that's the same as having feelings for her. No, I don't have such feelings. Can you really say that? If so, why can't you firmly tell Micah-chan, let's not just hang out the two of us, but with everyone? To an outsider, it seems like you and Micah-chan are a couple about to start dating. But it would be cruel to suddenly say that to Micah-chan. In the end, you want to stay in her good graces. Kazuma-san didn't let me finish speaking. She wrapped her arm around my neck, pulling me closer. Look over there, Ishiki-kun, at Tuko. She turned my head toward where Tuko-senpai was sitting. Since a while ago, many guys have tried to approach Tuko, but she's been brushing them off and sending them away. Yet she came to this camp, prepared to be the center of attention. I wonder whose invitation she's waiting for. Kazuma-san's words were tinged with the scent of alcohol. But it was her words, more than the smell of alcohol, that struck a chord in my mind. Tuko doesn't make the first move and can't. So who should go to her? You know the answer. As if her words had controlled me, I nodded in agreement. After the Christmas party, I know nothing happened between you two. So today, I'll create an opportunity for you both to talk in depth. Tuko and I are sharing a room, and I'll be here drinking for a while. Plus, Tuko's unusually tipsy today. It's a good chance to understand each other's feelings. Time alone to talk with Tuko-senpai. Indeed, an opportunity one couldn't have wished for more. I stared into Kazuma-san's face. Our foreheads nearly touching, our faces must have been no more than 10 centimeters apart. Her eyes sparkled mischievously. Thank you, I said with conviction. Go on, get moving. Kazuma-san pushed me gently, letting go of my arm. Oh, but don't do anything that would trouble me when I return. She didn't forget to warn me at the end. May I sit here, Tuko-senpai? I asked as I sat down next to Tuko-senpai. 2 alumni who had been coldly treated by Tuko-senpai had just left. Ishiki-kun? Tuko-senpai turned to me for a moment. Her face was quite red. Had she drunk a lot? She quickly turned her face to the table and replied indifferently, "What is it?" "Well, I wanted to talk with you, Tuko-senpai." My voice trailed off weakly. It felt like she was distancing herself slightly. "What about Mika-san? Weren't you talking with her?" Tuko-senpai kept looking forward, focusing on her glass. She still didn't look at me. If this continued, I would surely be disheartened. Mika-chan has returned to her room. It's not good for a high school student to be in a place with alcohol. If there was no alcohol, would you have stayed with her? That sounds a bit confrontational. No, it's not like that. You were sitting next to Mika-san on the bus last night, right? Yes, but that's because. Did you enjoy talking with Mika-san? What? Well. But it didn't mean anything special. You were together all afternoon, weren't you? Yes. Being alone together on a secluded forest path. So, Tuko-senpai had heard about it after all. But that was an accident. Ishiki-kun, you seem to enjoy being with Mika-san. Finding it difficult to respond, I silently sipped my oolong tea. Since yesterday, you haven't paid much attention to me, have you? Tuko-senpai turned her back to me, hugging her knees while still holding her glass. Perhaps it's true that girls who are more assertive have better luck in love. Tuko-senpai? Mika-san has told you that she likes you, right? It's not like she said it to me directly. Mika-san is cute, isn't she? And you didn't seem to mind being with her. Saying that, Tuko-senpai drained her glass in one gulp. It was empty. Ishiki-kun, you once said I'm at my cutest when I'm just being myself. I could hear a faint sniff from her. That's true. Younger high school girls are cuter than older ones, right? I never said that. Guys must prefer cute girls. It was the first time I heard Tuko-senpai speak in such a grumbling manner. She wasn't even listening to my words. Tuko-senpai, are you drunk? I'm not drunk. She turned around angrily. But her face and eyes were pink. I'm not drunk. She said this and slammed her glass onto the table. She then slumped over the table, looking at me with resentful eyes. Yeah, she's definitely drunk. Ishiki-kun, you're unfair. Playing with a girl's heart like that. If you like younger girls, just say so. Your serious face and kindness only make it worse. She was really grumbling. I had seen her at several circle drinking parties, but I had never seen Tuko-senpai like this. I heard she didn't get carried away by alcohol. Could this be a surprising turn? You're quite tipsy, aren't you? Kazuma-san's voice came from behind. She seemed to have returned. Meanwhile, Tuko-senpai's eyes were half closed, looking sleepy. Ishiki-kun, Tuko is quite drunk, so take her to our room. I'll stay here and drink a bit more. She winked at me. Understood. Tuko-senpai, let's go to the room and rest. I offered my shoulder to Tuko-senpai and we both stood up. Good luck. Minoma-san, another core member of our circle, whispered encouragingly from nearby. Feeling embarrassed, I left the room without looking back. I put Tuko-senpai's left hand over my shoulder, supporting her waist with my right hand, and headed to her room. Tuko-senpai seemed quite drunk, barely able to walk. She was staggering. Was she forced to drink so much, or did she do it herself? Her long hair fell softly over my arm. And then, even through the thick sweater, I could feel the softness of her chest. This was the first time I had been this close to Tuko-senpai. Finally, we reached Tuko-senpai's room. She seemed unable to stand on her own. I gently sat Tuko-senpai on the bed. Would you like some water? She nodded in response. I took a bottle of water from the fridge and brought it to her. Here's the water. Tuko-senpai propped herself up with her left hand on the bed, her body swaying. I supported her shoulder again and handed her the opened bottle. After taking a couple of sips, she said thank you and handed the bottle back to me. Are you okay? Yes. She replied softly. But what should I do now? This is, in a way, a chance. But Tuko-senpai is quite drunk. She said she wouldn't do such things until marriage. If I take advantage of Tuko-senpai now, it would be a terrible memory for her, and I don't want that. I didn't want to leave the room, lost in my thoughts. Ah. Tuko-senpai moaned softly and then tried to stand up. What's wrong? I supported her as we both stood up. But then Tuko-senpai lost her balance, grabbing my shoulder instinctively. As a result of trying to stand up, I lost my balance too, and we both ended up falling onto the bed, side by side, as if embracing. Tuko-senpai's well-composed face was right before my eyes. Her makeup-free, porcelain-like pale skin was flushed a pinkish hue. It felt incredibly erotic. Tuko-senpai's ample chest was pressed against me. That alone stirred a desire within me, and her gentle breath brushed against my face. Surprisingly, there was no scent of alcohol, but rather a sweet fragrance. Does this mean it's okay? I was about to put more strength into my arm around Tuko-senpai when she softly opened her eyes. Her eyes, glistening with moisture, looked into mine. I felt lonely. You were always with Maika-san. I paused, my hand stopping in place. I hesitated to make any move while she was speaking. I thought maybe you didn't care about me anymore. That you had forgotten our promise. That's not true. I had to make that clear. That's not the case at all. I've been thinking about Tuko-senpai all this time. Really? Truly. I haven't forgotten about our Christmas redo. I'm really looking forward to it. She then smiled, relieved. I'm glad. Saying so, she faintly closed her eyelids, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. I actually wasn't planning on joining this ski camp. I knew people would talk because of what happened on X Day, and some thought they could take advantage of me. I see. But when I heard Maika-san was joining, I just couldn't stay away. So I decided to come. I silently watched her face. I thought my feelings were ugly. That you distanced yourself from me because you saw right through me. Please don't say that. I want to be with Tuko-senpai too. Always, if possible. Tuko-senpai faintly nodded, whispering as if letting out a breath. I want to be with you too. I remained still for a while. Maybe I couldn't move. But in this situation, does Tuko-senpai also have feelings for me? Would she accept me now? My hand, which had been still, gently touched her back. Slowly bringing my lips close to hers, I naturally closed my eyes. Just a few millimeters away from contact. ZZZ, ZZZ. Her peaceful breathing reached my ears. I opened my eyes. Tuko-senpai seemed to be sound asleep. Her expression was innocent, like a girl's, free of any impurity. Suddenly, my desire vanished. It's not right to steal a kiss while she's asleep. Right, any advancement between me and Tuko-senpai should only happen when there is complete trust and mutual consent. Otherwise, it won't become a wonderful memory for us. So, I won't do anything now, not while Tuko-senpai is asleep. I don't want to. Besides, Kazuma-san had warned me, don't do anything that would cause trouble when I return. Though a kiss might be within the permissible range. I chuckled to myself, attempting to rise from the bed. I had resolved not to do anything with Tuko-senpai, but this close contact was torture for me. However, as I tried to move away, Tuko-senpai, unconsciously, held me back. She was clutching the fabric of my hoodie tightly. It was like she was holding a pillow. Should I really try to leave now? It would be bad to wake her up after she just fell asleep. Maybe I should just stay like this for a little longer. I relaxed my body and let my weight settle back onto the bed next to Tuko-senpai. Once again, I gazed at Tuko-senpai's sleeping face. Tuko-senpai, you really are adorable just the way you are. I reaffirmed this thought in my heart. Tuko-senpai's sweet breaths, her warm body temperature, and her soft figure were all perceptible to my entire body. I felt a warmth in my heart, a sense of immense comfort. And before I knew it, I too had fallen asleep. Chapter 8. The second day of the ski camp, full of stirring emotions. Ayashiki-kun. My sleep was interrupted by a trembling female voice. What's going on? Despite being groggy, I forced my eyelids open, barely halfway. The scenery was different from usual. This wasn't my room. Where was I? Right, I'm at the ski camp. But my memory wasn't clear yet. I couldn't fully grasp the situation. Or rather, that didn't matter right now. I was just so sleepy. My body was telling me to keep sleeping. I didn't have a specific time to wake up, so sleeping more wouldn't be a problem. Ishiki-kun, please, wake up. I was shaken awake. What now? So noisy. I opened my eyes again, albeit faintly. In my blurry vision, I could see the silhouette of a woman with long hair. A woman? Why? Gradually, my focus returned. Along with it, the face of the woman sitting next to me in a kneeling position became clearer. Tuko-senpai? I exclaimed in surprise. Could this be a dream? Ishiki-kun, why are you here? Tuko-senpai looked at me with accusatory eyes, still in a kneeling position. No, why am I here? Tuko-senpai, why are you? I rubbed my eyes and sat up. Why? Because this is the room I'm sharing with Kazumi. That statement hit me. Right, last night, following Kazuma-san's instructions, I had brought the drunken Tuko-senpai to this room, and ended up falling asleep here. Now it's your turn, Ishiki-kun. Can you explain why you're sleeping here? Tuko-senpai asked with a tense expression. It was less of a question and more of an interrogation. Well, last night, Tuko-senpai, you were quite drunk. So, following what Kazuma-san said, I brought you to this room. You were completely out of it, so when I tried to lay you on the bed, you grabbed me tightly, and I ended up falling asleep beside you. I thought about leaving later, but you were holding onto my clothes, so I just fell asleep too. My explanation was jumbled, but I managed to convey the gist of what happened last night. Is that so? Now that you mention it, I do vaguely remember talking to you towards the end of the party, and being brought here. But it's all quite fragmented. She said this while touching her forehead with her left hand. She seemed to accept my explanation, but I was concerned about her condition. Did you really drink so much that you don't remember much? I thought you always drank responsibly. Yeah, I guess I drank too much yesterday. I was offered drinks by others too. How much did you drink? I had about 2 beers, then a can of grape sour and lemon sour, and later some wine and sake, 1 cup each. Mixing all those drinks, no wonder she got sick. By the way, Tuko-senpai's sharp gaze bore into me from under her left hand. Yes. That is. You didn't do anything strange, did you? Ha! My second ha came out even more high-pitched than the first. That is. You know, anything inappropriate. Tuko-senpai's face was quite intimidating. No, absolutely not. Not at all. I didn't touch a single finger. Well, I did when carrying you here. But I didn't do anything weird. Really. Please believe me. I hastily defended myself. After all, it's frustrating to be suspected of something I didn't do. Indeed, my clothes are still as they were last night, and I don't feel like anything happened, so I believe you. Right, if anything had happened, the clothes wouldn't be the same. I decided to keep quiet about my attempt to kiss her. Tuko-senpai let out a sigh of relief. But then she looked up again. Still, it's not good for you to have spent the night here. We're already the subject of rumors, and I don't want any more attention drawn to us. Hearing this, I thought, it's a bit late for that, but I just nodded in agreement. So you should go back to your room now, before anyone else wakes up. What time is it now? Just past 4 in the morning. Even those who stayed up late drinking will be asleep by now, and those who went to bed early won't be up yet. So you should be able to leave without being noticed. Understood. I immediately stood up. Tuko-senpai followed me to the door. You won't tell anyone about tonight, will you? I think Kazuma-san knows about this. Come to think of it, why hasn't Kazumi returned yet? Prompted by her words, I too began to wonder. Kazuma-san did say she would drink here for a while, but it seemed like she planned to leave the banquet hall after a reasonable amount of time and return to her room. When I left the banquet hall, Kazuma-san was still there with Minoma-san and others, saying she would drink there for a while. So maybe she's sleeping in another room? I tentatively answered, and Tuko-senpai seemed to accept it. I see. Then I'll be going. Since you're alone, Tuko-senpai, please make sure to lock the door. It's unlikely, But you never know if some over-enthusiastic guys might show up. I think this circle is respectable, but there might be some who lose their way when drunk. Better to be safe than sorry. Understood. See you later, then. Yes, see you later. I said this and left Tuko-senpai's room. Fortunately, there was no one in the hallway. I quickly left Tuko-senpai's room and hurried to my own room on a different floor. The men's and women's floors are separated. I inserted the card key into my room, unlocked the door, and entered. To the left was Ishida's bed, and to the right was mine. From my bed, the futon suddenly rose. The face that appeared from under it was Micah-chan. Where have you been all this time, Yusan? Micah-chan's voice was sharp, like a piercing arrow. Where? Nowhere special. But why are you in our room, Micah-chan? I don't like staying alone with strangers from another university, and I got bored waiting in my room, so I decided to wait for you and your brother here. Wait here for me. I glanced at Ishida's bed next to mine. But Ishida was fast asleep. He's always been one to sleep through anything. So, where have you been until now, Yusan? Micah-chan's big cute eyes now looked like those of a hunting cat. Honestly, it was scary. No, I was just at the banquet in the hall. I just fell asleep there. Lies. Micah-chan cut me off sharply. Her gaze grew more intense, like a leopard's. You were taking so long to come back, so I went to the banquet hall to check. You weren't there. That must have been when I was in the bathroom or something. 3 times, all coincidentally when you were in the bathroom. Her eyes were like a curtain of swords, impossible to escape. It felt like a detective interrogating a suspect. No, it was more like a newlywed wife grilling her husband who returned home late from an affair. At that moment, such trivial thoughts crossed my mind. Don't tell me. You were with Tuko-san? A glint seemed to appear in Micah-chan's eyes. I involuntarily swallowed hard, unable to say anything. You spent the whole night with Tuko-san. Micah-chan bit her lower lip in frustration, gripping the futon tightly. Wait, Micah-chan, I think you're misunderstanding something. Yusan, that's disgusting. Micah-chan turned her back to me and covered herself with the futon. That's my bed, though. But in this atmosphere, I couldn't say, I need to sleep, so you should go back to your room. Can't be helped. I crawled into Ishida's bed. Ishida grumbled and shifted, but I ignored him and nudged him aside with my hips. Just a few hours ago, I was next to Tuko-senpai's soft body, and now I'm in the same bed as Ishida's hard one. The sheer contrast almost made me laugh. Just then, I heard it. Yusan is such an idiot. I don't care anymore. From the bed next to me, such a faint voice could be heard. But, even if she says that, we aren't actually dating. Yet, I couldn't help feeling like I had done something wrong. I closed my eyes, as if to shake off that feeling. After a short nap of just over 2 hours, Ishida, Micah-chan, and I headed to the dining hall for breakfast. Hey, did something happen? Ishida asked, sensing the awkward atmosphere between me and Micah-chan. Nothing happened, I replied, only for Micah-chan to give me a sharp glance. It seemed as if she was radiating a dark aura. Could it be that Micah is sulking because you didn't come back last night? Ishida insensitively speculated. Hey, Ishida, I reproached, but he just nonchalantly said, I thought so. Listen, Micah, there are some adult circumstances that you wouldn't understand. Wait a minute, Ishida. There were absolutely no adult circumstances last night. But Micah-chan didn't respond, even after Ishida's comment. Alright, you don't have to stick with Micah today. Since it's come to this, Micah is beyond help. I'll take care of her, so you can do as you please. Micah-chan's expression changed at that. No, Yusan has to be with me today. I've already signed us up as a team for the orienteering. What? Ishida and I exclaimed in unison. When did that happen? Micah-chan glared at me again. Yusan, it's useless to talk about what's already past. But in exchange, please spend today with me. That's fine, right? Sure. You'll also come back with me at night. When I go back to my room, you'll return with me. Okay. I found myself agreeing, overwhelmed by her insistence. That morning, Ishida, Micah-chan, and I, along with 2 girls from another university who were with Ishida yesterday, skied together. I wanted to invite Tuko-senpai too, but she was clearly avoiding me that day. Every time she saw my face, she would look away and walk off. So, I decided to approach Tuko-senpai at the lift ticket counter when the timing seemed right, thinking she couldn't ignore me there. Tuko-senpai? When I called out to her, Tuko-senpai turned her face down and quickly walked away. It was clear. Tuko-senpai was avoiding me. Was last night the reason? But regarding that, there was nothing I could do. It wasn't my fault. Sensing our atmosphere, Kazuma-san approached me. Didn't you talk well with Tuko last night? I did, but both Tuko-senpai and I fell asleep, so we didn't really talk much. I briefly explained last night's situation. What? I went through all the trouble to make time for you too. What were you doing? Kazuma-san said this, crossing her arms in exasperation. But Tuko-senpai was quite drunk last night. It wasn't a situation to have a proper conversation. Even so, did you at least tell Tuko how you feel? When drunk, she might be more likely to reveal her true feelings if you confess you like her. No, I haven't done that yet. And confessing to someone who's drunk doesn't seem right. Kazuma-san sighed in frustration. I get what you're saying is generally correct. But with that attitude, your relationship will never progress. Never progress. Yes. Even as times change, girls still want the guy to make the confession and proposal. I understand that, but with some people, trying to close the distance too soon might ruin the relationship we have. That's what I'm afraid of. I think it's okay in this case. Tuko is definitely aware of you, but I always feel slightly evaded at the crucial moments. Still, if you keep this up, you might lose her. If a man hesitates too much, a woman's feelings might drift away. That would be a problem. I do want to get closer to Tuko-senpai, but timing and various issues always seem to get in the way. But Tuko-senpai has been avoiding me since this morning. Just now, too. Hearing that, Kazuma-san looked towards Tuko-senpai, who was talking with other girls. Okay. I'll discreetly ask about Tuko's feelings for you. Please do, thank you. I breathed a sigh of relief, only to be met with Kazuma-san's stern words. Such thinking won't do, you. Ultimately, it's up to you. What I can do is just create an opportunity. Advancing your relationship with Tuko-senpai is your responsibility. With those final words, Kazuma-san walked away. After parting from Kazuma-san, I returned to where Ishida and the others were. Micah-chan asked, what were you talking about with her? But I just answered, nothing much, just some circle stuff. Today, everyone is snowboarding. Ishida is quite good at it. The 2 university girls were impressed, saying, Ishida-kun, you're so cool. Teach us too, while he proudly puffed up his chest. Well, I understand their excitement. Meanwhile, Micah-chan and I snowboarded slowly together. But I had a suspicion that Micah-chan was actually much better at snowboarding than she was letting on. It seemed like she was deliberately going slow to match my pace. We ended our snowboarding session in the late morning due to some spectacular falls and because we had orienteering with the circle in the afternoon. We switched to skiing. Just before 12, having finished an early lunch, all the circle members gathered beside the lift ticket counter on the front side of the slopes. Nakazaki-san stood in front, megaphone in hand. Okay, we'll now start the orienteering. Please form pairs of 2. Micah-chan was already by my side, having pre-registered us as a pair. We'll distribute maps to everyone. The map shows 10 flag points you must pass. At each flag point, a staff member will be present to mark points on your scorecard. The first pair to reach gets 3 points, the second pair 2 points, and from the third pair onwards, 1 point. Please note, you must arrive at the flag points together as a pair. Solo arrivals will not be counted. So, it's about planning a strategic route and being the first to pass through each point to score high. Additionally, at each flag point, you can receive an event card inside an envelope. You can choose whether to accept it. These events include quizzes and minigames. Completing them will award you points based on their difficulty. So, Clearing event challenges might yield more points than simply racing to each flag point. Besides the 10 flag points, there are 3 hidden flag points. Finding them gets you 3 points each. Whoever finds them is lucky. Note that these hidden points won't have staff, but they will have flags. Please take a photo there to add those points at the finish. So, the game seems to be about visiting 10 flag points. Normal points are 1, but the first pair gets 3, the second 2. Must visit flag points as a pair. At flag points, event cards offer extra points upon completion. 3 hidden flag points exist, each worth 3 points. It's a well thought out game, not just about skiing skills. For the pair with the highest total points, tomorrow's lift tickets plus Shinshu beef tenderloin steak for dinner tonight. Second place gets Shinshu beef sirloin steak. Third place gets Shinshu beef hamburger. Cheers erupted at the mention of Shinshu beef, a famous Nagano prefecture brand. A restaurant meal would cost nearly 10,000 yen. For meat-loving youngsters, this was a great motivation. Let's do our best, Yu-san. Micah-chan, now in a better mood, grabbed my arm and smiled. Yeah, let's give it our all and win that steak for dinner, I responded cheerfully. The end time is 4 p.m. That's 4 hours from now. Please return here by then. If you're late, regardless of the reason, you'll be disqualified, and your points will be void. This means it's almost impossible to hit all points. The key seems to be the events and hidden flag points. Rather than running around blindly, strategic planning is crucial. Soon, everyone received maps and scorecards. Looking at the map, I was sure my strategy was right. Many confident skiers exclaimed, "Alright, I'll score high points at all these points." But they likely wouldn't win with that approach. I won't lose to those flashy, popular teams paired with girls. We'll show them. A pair of guys nearby shouted, slightly amusing. Nakazaka-san raised the megaphone again. Okay, let's start. Go for it, guys, show your spirit. 3, 2, 1. I don't want to die a virgin, someone yelled out. Everyone laughed. Start. As Nakazaka-san signaled, over half of the participants dashed off with Olympic-like vigor. Ishida was among them, having paired up with one of the university girls from this morning. However, I didn't start immediately but carefully studied the map. Yu-san, what's wrong? Aren't we starting? Everyone else has already gone. Micah-chan seemed a bit anxious, urging me on. Micah-chan, this game isn't just about quickly hitting each flag point. I showed her the map. Look here. The flag points are spread across almost the entire ski area. To reach the ones near the summit, you have to take several lifts, which is a big time loss. Micah-chan, who was involved in track and field, looked intently at the map, her competitive spirit ignited. The easily accessible flag points on the main course are just 4, but skilled skiers will quickly take the top spots there. However, that's it. Even if they're good at skiing, they won't make it back in time if they go for the summit or forest course points. Why would they set such impossible points then? That's the key to this game. If it was just about skiing skills, it wouldn't be fun for everyone. This circle has many beginners. The events and hidden flag points give everyone a chance to win. I see, Yu-san, you're so smart. Micah-chan's eyes sparkled as she complimented me. It's not that simple. Others have likely realized this too. Look around. She surveyed the crowd. About 40% remained at the start, some indecisive due to their lack of skiing skills, but others were probably strategizing like me. And one person definitely knew what was going on, Tuko-senpai. She's quite good at skiing but was still studying the map at the start. She must be thinking about an efficient strategy too. Tuko-senpai had paired up with Kazuma-san, who was skilled in both skiing and snowboarding. All right. I folded the map and put it in my pocket. Let's hit the 4 closest flag points on the main course first. That way, we can figure out what kind of events they've set up. Understood. We didn't rush off. Instead, we strategized our approach, considering the challenges and potential rewards of the orienteering game ahead. Micah-chan responded energetically. We arrived at the first flag point. Naturally, the first and second places were already decided, so we only got 1 point here. We received an event card from the flagpoint staff. The card was optional, and we chose to take it. Inside, it was a quiz. The staff asked, "What is the bird symbol of Nagano Prefecture?" "Thunderbird." Micah-chan answered immediately. That earned us an additional 2 points. The staff wrote the points on our scorecard and signed it. We headed to the second flag point. The event card here was sing a duet song together. Surprisingly, they had even prepared an iPhone and speaker for this purpose. "I don't know any duet songs," I said. Micah-chan suggested several song titles, but unfortunately, I didn't know any of them. Eventually, we settled on singing the opening song of a romantic comedy anime together. This flag point was located on the edge of the course, and us singing a duet on the slopes certainly attracted a lot of attention. Skiers and snowboarders passing by gave us curious and skeptical looks. It was quite embarrassing. It felt more like a penalty game than a game challenge. Despite the humiliation, we only earned 3 points for it. So far, we had a total of 7 points, a decent pace, I suppose. At the third flag point, we received another event card. This time, the event was reach the next checkpoint within 15 minutes. Success earns you 3 extra points, but failure costs 2 points. Although the rules mentioned that participating in events was optional, once we picked up the card, we were obliged to participate in this forced event. "We shouldn't have picked up the event card here," Micah-chan regretted. "It can't be helped. We need to know what types of events there are. Plus, you can't win this game without completing events," I responded, and we headed to the next flag point. The closest seemed to be just a lift ride away, but with the wait time, we couldn't make it in 15 minutes. Therefore, we ended up with 0 points for both the third and fourth flag points, remaining at 7 points. Unfortunately, we also couldn't answer the quiz at this point. It seems there are 3 types of event cards: quizzes, games, and forced events, I noted. Micah-chan tilted her head in thought. "We've figured out the event cards, but how do we find the hidden flag points?" The staff at the fourth flag point handed us another card. "Anyone who visits at least 3 flag points gets a hint for every 2 more they visit," the staff explained. I opened the card we received. It read Rice 16 Gomid. "What is this?" Micah-chan asked. "It's a hint for a hidden flag point. If we can solve this, we might find one," I replied, though I wasn't sure myself. We finished visiting the 4 flag points near the main course. Most participants probably had done the same. The challenge now was to visit more points, complete events, and find hidden flag points. "How about we try the west side next?" I suggested. There were 3 flag points each on the east and west sides of the main course. The east side slopes were closer together, but the west side, being more spread out, might have hidden flag points. Besides, Micah-chan and I had skied the forest course on the west side the day before, so we knew it somewhat. Riding the lift, we looked again at the Rice 16 Gomid hint. Could this be a riddle? Micah-chan wondered. I'm not sure. If it were a riddle, there should be more clues for solving it. Rice 16 Gomid alone seems too vague. The character Rice can be broken down into 88, right? Could that be related? That's a possibility, I replied ambiguously, but Micah-chan suddenly exclaimed, "That's it. If Rice is 88, then 8 plus 8 makes 16. Could that be the answer? But where would that be? And what about the last part, Gomid?" My straightforward question seemed to leave Micah-chan speechless. After a while, she frowned. "Don't make me do all the thinking, Yu-san. Please think too." Sorry. I am thinking, but nothing's coming to mind. It's easy to force interpretations, but I doubted such a guess would be the right answer. "It's getting colder," Micah-chan remarked, huddling up. Looking up, I noticed the sky had clouded over, and a fine snow had begun to fall. The wind can't be avoided on the lift, making it even colder, I noted, checking the time. It was nearly 3 p.m. After the next flag point and its event, we might need to head back to the start. Micah-chan moved closer to me for warmth. It was cold, after all. As the lift approached its end, the off-ramp came into view. We arrived at the 5th flag point, near the entrance to the forest course we skied yesterday. "It's so cold," Standing still here is quite tough, said the staff at the flag point. The staff were all alumni who had retired from the circle, volunteering for these roles. This person was a second-year graduate student. You guys are lucky to be moving around and staying warm. We only have hand warmers to rely on, he said, shivering slightly. There's less than an hour left. Hang in there, we encouraged him. By the time we got off the lift, the snow had intensified and the wind had picked up. Thanks. So, are you guys doing the event? Of course, we are. The staff handed us an event card. I opened it to find Pocky Kiss. 2 people share 1 stick of Pocky. How far can you eat without breaking it? The remaining length determines your points. Less than 2 centimeters, 10 points. Less than 5 centimeters, 5 points. Less than 8 centimeters, 3 points. Anything more or if it breaks, 0 points. Seriously? I was shocked. Sharing Pocky that closely would definitely mean our lips touching. Seeing the card, Micah-chan also turned red and froze. Do you want to do it or not? You can refuse this event, the staff teased us. I was hesitant. This was too much. But I couldn't bring myself to say it. Just as I was about to sneak a look at Micah-chan, she suddenly declared, "We'll do it." Really? Surprised, I turned to her. Micah-chan looked back at me. Yes, of course. It's a high score of 10 points. If we get that, combined with our current score, we'll more than double it to 18 points, bringing us much closer to winning. That's true, but are you sure, Micah-chan? It's a Pocky Kiss. My voice trailed off nervously. I'm fine with it. After all, it's with you, San. Her voice also faded to a whisper. The staff, grinning, pulled out a stick of Pocky. You've got guts. Seeing you make a girl say that, you can't back down now, can you? Micah-chan took the Pocky from the staff in place of my hesitation and put it in her mouth. Reluctantly, I took the other end in my mouth. Are you both ready? If the Pocky breaks or falls, it's a disqualification. It's better if you both hold on to each other to stay steady. Yeah, just like that, hold each other's arms. If one of you lets go, it's over. We held each other's arms, like real lovers. Ready. Start. At the signal, Micah-chan and I began eating the Pocky. However, I was barely moving my mouth, just holding the Pocky in place. One reason was that if both of us ate simultaneously, the vibration might break the Pocky. Another reason was, I was hesitating. If we keep eating like this, Micah-chan and I are definitely going to kiss. Micah-chan continued to eat, occasionally pausing but making steady progress. Soon, the visible part of the Pocky was less than 5 centimeters. We must have scored at least 3 points. Yet, she kept eating, her grip on my arm tightening. Micah-chan, are you really okay with this? With me? I could feel her movements through the Pocky, almost sensing her tongue moving. Now, only about 2 centimeters were visible. Am I really okay with this? Kissing Micah-chan like this? In a game? Wait a second, she's my best friend's sister. Can I take responsibility if I kiss her? Who do I really like? Excuse me, I need to ask something. Suddenly, a voice called out, and I involuntarily let go of the Pocky. I turned to see Kazuma-san standing behind the staff. Oops, that's the end. The staff announced the end of the game. Micah-chan still had the Pocky in her mouth. Handing over the Pocky as asked by the staff, she seemed somewhat disappointed. About 4 centimeters. You did well. That's 5 points. The staff wrote down our points and signed the scorecard. Then, turning to Kazuma-san, he asked, "What do you need?" Kazuma-san initially watched us with a skeptical look but soon turned to the staff. "We passed here earlier. Did you see Tuko after us?" The staff tilted his head in confusion. "No, I didn't see her." "Why?" "We were supposed to meet here after getting off, but no matter how long I waited, Tuko didn't show up. So I took the lift again and came back up here." Hearing this, I interrupted the conversation. "Kazuma-san, did you get separated from Senior Tuko? How come?" I was anxious. Senior Tuko should be good at skiing. Why then? Kazuma-san looked at me. We were searching for a hidden flag point ahead. There's no staff at the hidden flag points, so we decided to split up and search. That's why we were searching separately, but as I mentioned earlier, Tuko didn't show up at the meeting point. Kazuma-san looked unusually anxious. Can you tell me the hint for the hidden flag point? Tuko has the paper with the hint, but I remember what it said. It was Rice 16 Gomid. That's the same hint we got. At that moment, an employee's smartphone rang. Ah, it's me. What? We have to return now? Bad weather? Got it. We'll retreat in 15 minutes then. After hanging up, the employee said, the weather is getting worse, so we're pulling staff from each flag point in 15 minutes. Indeed, the snow and wind were getting much stronger. It's now 3:15 p.m. The temperature will drop, and it'll get darker. In such conditions, why hasn't Senior Tuko returned? I'll search for Senior Tuko. Kazuma-san, could you please go down with Micah-chan and wait at the meeting point? What? You-san? Micah-chan looked surprised. To her, I said, Senior Tuko should be good at skiing. If she hasn't come to the meeting point, something might have happened. We can't just leave it. Are you sure? Kazuma-san asked me for confirmation. I've received the same hint. If I follow it, I should find out. The employee apologetically interjected, I wish I knew. Someone else set up the hidden flags, so even we don't know. No, it's fine. Then I'll go. Please take care of Kazuma-san and Micah-chan. Got it. I'll also look for Tuko on the way down. I raised my right hand to signal understood and started skiing. Micah-chan watched me go with a sad look. Damn, the blizzard's picking up. I muttered my complaint. Snow stuck to my goggles, and snow flew into my mouth whenever I opened it. Due to the worsening weather, there seemed to be fewer people on the slopes. A little further and I'll be at the forest course we skied yesterday. That's when I remembered something irrelevant. My prep school English teacher had said, the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, is actually pronounced closer to Lincoln or Lincoln. That's why textbooks often spell it Lincoln nowadays. I stopped suddenly. Lincoln, forest. I took out the hint card. Rice 16 Gomid. Does Rice 16 mean the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, pointing to the forest course? And Gomid means go mid, as into the intermediate course. What a crappy code. If it's a quiz that needs knowledge, then be a quiz. If it's a puzzle, then be a puzzle that can be solved. While cursing the person who made the code in my heart, I headed towards the forest course. Skiing becomes harder when it snows. As Ishida said in the bath yesterday, it's true. The slope is gentle, so it's already hard to ski, but it gets worse with fresh snow. I skied and walked through the forest course, just like cross-country skiing. There was no one around. After all, who would come to such a poorly visible forest course? Maybe I've gotten used to it since yesterday, as I was able to progress fairly smoothly. After a while, I reached the junction with the intermediate course that cuts through the forest. It seems like Tuko-senpai was the only one who had gone this way recently, as there were faint ski tracks. Despite the forest course being hard to ski on, a skier as good as Tuko-senpai should have been able to reach the meeting point. Tuko-senpai, I shouted as loud as I could. But due to the blizzard, I couldn't hear any response. Maybe she had already gone down to meet Kazuma-san? That would be good. I hurried on, feeling uneasy. But this slope, it's steeper than I thought. Is this really an intermediate course? I fell several times. But the steep part was just at the beginning. From there, the slope gradually became gentler. Now it's like a proper intermediate course. Near where the slope changed, a green cloth was tied around a white birch tree. As I approached, I saw JTO University Circle Waikiki, hidden flag point, number 1 written in white letters. The ski tracks continued there. There were signs of stopping. Probably Tuko-senpai. I went further. Then, in the snowy vision ahead, I saw something faintly pink. Tuko-senpai. I called out loudly again. The pinkish something stopped moving. No doubt, it's a person. As I approached, it was indeed Tuko-senpai. Senior Tuko. I'm glad. I said, breathing heavily as I approached. Ishiki-kun, why are you here? Senior Tuko looked at me, surprised. She was holding her skis in both hands, not wearing them. Because Kazuma-san told me, I got separated from Senior Tuko, but she hasn't returned to the meeting point. I thought something might have happened and came to look for you. Then Senior Tuko slightly bowed her head and said, I see. You came all this way for me. She seemed faintly happy, but it looked like she was trying to hide it. More importantly, why are you walking with your skis off? Did something happen? There was a spot with a really steep slope earlier. I had a flashy fall there, and one of the bindings broke. I don't have the skills to ski on one foot, so I thought I had no choice but to walk. Did you get hurt? I took a moment to check Senior Tuko over thoroughly. There was a lot of snow on her from her woolen hat down to her shoulders, but she didn't seem to be injured. No serious injuries. It's just the ski that's broken. Aren't you cold? I asked, gently brushing the snow off Senior Tuko's hat and shoulders. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you, she said, looking embarrassed yet pleased. I'll carry the ski for you. It'll be easier for you to walk that way. It's okay. Besides, if you don't go ahead, you won't make it back in time for the game's time limit. What are you talking about? There's no way I can leave Senior Tuko behind and go ahead. The game doesn't matter. The weather is getting worse, so we should hurry. Saying that, I took Senior Tuko's ski as if snatching it away. Thank you, Ishiki-kun. She whispered her gratitude a second time. This intermediate course significantly shortcuts the forest course. Right after the divergence, it slopes steeply down before returning to the original forest course with a gentle path. It's not so far that we can't walk to the finish. However, it's past 4 in the afternoon, and the worsening weather has darkened the surroundings. I walked beside Senior Tuko on the course. Senior Tuko, are you okay? Aren't you cold? I was worried about her, as I was feeling quite cold myself. I'm fine. But what about you? Senior Tuko looked at me with concern. I'm okay. I'm a guy, after all. I tried to act tough, and Senior Tuko gave a small laugh. But you were shivering a little earlier. Damn, she noticed. That was just a warrior's shiver, I replied, even though it felt like the wrong use of the term. But you know, in survival situations like extreme cold, hunger, or thirst, women are actually stronger than men. Really? That was surprising. I'd never heard that before. Women have more body fat, so they're more resistant to hunger, thirst, and cold. I didn't know that. So, you don't have to push yourself. If it gets too cold, you should go ahead alone. It's my fault the ski broke. Please stop saying that. I stopped walking and said firmly, there's no way I'm going ahead alone. If Senior Tuko has to spend the night here, I'll camp out too. We'll dig a snow cave and wait for help together. I'll always be with Senior Tuko. Idiot, what are you talking about? It's impossible for that to happen at a ski resort. Besides, it's not that far from here to the entrance of the ski resort. We'd reach it by walking before we even finish digging a snow cave. Senior Tuko hid her face and playfully slapped my arm. I suddenly felt embarrassed about what I had said. I had gotten carried away. Yeah, you're right. It's not bad enough to camp out. We can reach the exit in an hour's walk. I said something stupid. However, Senior Tuko, who had slapped me, was now gripping my arm, her face turned down. But I was happy. Ishiki-kun. Her voice seemed to tremble a little. Maybe I was being stubborn. You and Micah-chan seemed so close, and I felt snubbed. And then last night happened, and I was so embarrassed I didn't know what to do. Everything was a mess. Senior Tuko's grip on my arm was firm. But today in the game, you were with Micah-chan. And you didn't even talk to me. I felt lonely. Maybe I pushed myself too hard in the game. Senior Tuko raised her face, showing a smile mixed with tears. When you came to find me earlier, I was really happy, you know. For some reason, I couldn't look directly at Senior Tuko's face at that moment. I'm sorry, but today's game was already decided with Micah-chan as my partner. And today, it seemed like Senior Tuko was avoiding me. I thought maybe you were angry about last night. Senior Tuko shook her head slightly. I wasn't angry. No, maybe I was angry at myself. There was a moment of silence between us. A cold wind whooshed by, and I involuntarily shivered. Are you okay? You really are cold, aren't you? Senior Tuko looked concerned and asked again. No, really, I'm fine. But maybe we should hurry. Yeah. She answered and took a step forward, but then she let out a small ah and lost her balance. I instinctively reached out and grabbed her arm. Thank you. How many times had she thanked me already? No, instead, shouldn't we hold hands? It might be better. What? Senior Tuko looked at me, surprised. Even if women are stronger in survival situations, in this scenario, a man's support might be better, right? Senior Tuko looked into my eyes for a moment, then nodded slightly and firmly grasped my hand. About an hour later, we finally made it back to the original meeting place. The rest of the club members had already returned to the hotel. Only Nakazaki-san, Kazuma-san, Ishida, and Micah-chan were waiting. You're late. We were about to ask the resort patrol to search for you with snowmobiles if you hadn't returned by 6. I checked the time. It was 5:45 p.m. 15 minutes later, and we would have been in trouble. I'm sorry for worrying you. Senior Tuko said and just bowed her head, so I explained on her behalf. Sorry. But Senior Tuko's ski binding broke, so she couldn't ski. The binding? Nakazaki-san looked at Senior Tuko again. Did you get injured? No, I wasn't injured. Just couldn't ski, so it took us longer to get back. That's good, then. Nakazaki-san seemed relieved. Ishiki-kun carried the broken ski for me. Thanks to him, I was really saved. Saying that, Senior Tuko looked at me. I felt embarrassed. When I averted my gaze, Kazuma-san was looking at me with satisfaction, and Ishida was smiling. But Micah-chan. She was staring at me with a frightening look. Chapter 9. Senior Tuko at the open-air bath and Micah's attack. After returning to the hotel, we quickly changed our clothes and headed to the main hall. It was time for dinner. Tonight's menu included pork sauté, a single-serving pot heated with solid fuel, a salad with nozawana pickles, white rice, and a miso soup with mushrooms. The only change from yesterday was the chicken steak being replaced by pork sauté. Interestingly, the top scorers in the afternoon game were a pair of second-year girls. They scored 19 points. Apparently, they accomplished a pocky kiss between themselves. As Micah-chan had said, if we had scored 10 points there, we could have at least secured second place, or maybe even won. The image of Micah-chan during the pocky kiss came to my mind, and I couldn't help feeling embarrassed on my own. The seating for dinner was the same as yesterday. I was with Micah-chan from Ishida. Since the ski resort, Micah-chan had been sulking. Well, I guess she has her reasons, considering we abandoned a winnable game to search for Senior Sakurajima. I thought this while watching Micah-chan. But there was no way I could have chosen not to search for Senior Sakurajima in that situation. Even if it wasn't a game, if it was something more important, I would still have gone to look for her. However, Micah-chan's silence continued. It seemed less like anger and more like deep thought. Senior Sakurajima, on the other hand, was sitting at a different table, just like last night, facing us. She was with Kazuma-san and the two central members of the circle, Mina-san and Manama-san, the same group as last night. The difference was that Senior Sakurajima occasionally looked over at me, and when our eyes met, she smiled sweetly. Just that made me feel incredibly happy. I felt a murderous intent from the side. Glancing over, I saw Micah-chan glaring at me. Then she looked towards Senior Sakurajima. Suddenly, the food seemed to stick in my throat. After dinner, we took a break. There would be a party later, just like yesterday. But not having bathed yet, my body and mind felt sticky and uncomfortable. My face felt greasy too. Hey Ishida, how about going to the bath? When I suggested this, Ishida replied, I'm good. I want to talk more with everyone. And I need to stick with Micah till 8. I'll just take a shower later. He sounded really unenthusiastic. Okay, then I'll go. Saying so, I got up from my seat. Micah-chan silently watched me leave. After preparing for the bath back in my room, I headed not to the indoor bath like yesterday, but to the open-air bath. I didn't know it before, but the hotel had an open-air bath. Located in a separate building from the large public bath, I hadn't noticed it before. They said the weather had cleared up. The open-air bath might feel nicer. On my way to the annex where the open-air bath was located. I bumped into Senior Sakurajima. "Are you going to the bath now, Senior Sakurajima?" When I asked, she answered with a cheerful smile. "Yeah, right after returning from the ski slopes, we went straight to dinner. I only washed my face, but my body and hair feel uncomfortable. So, I decided to bathe now, despite the party going on." "Same here. I want to freshen up quickly. We're alike." Senior Sakurajima smiled brightly again. She seemed in a very good mood. Bathing in the open-air bath with Senior Sakurajima. For a moment, I imagined a mixed bath. Surrounded by a white snowy landscape, a star-filled sky above, alone with a naked Senior Sakurajima. But reality wasn't so sweet. "See you later then." Senior Sakurajima passed through the curtain-marked women's bath and disappeared. Well, of course. With a slight disappointment, I entered the men's side. Opening the door from the changing room to the outside, the open-air bath was just as I imagined. It was surrounded by rocks, with high walls blocking any outside view. Well-kept trees were planted on the rocks, now covered in pure white snow. The bath itself was a natural stone rock bath. Apart from the washing area, there was a garden, and it seemed you could reach out and touch the snow from the tub. On the left side, there was a partition fence decorated with bamboo. Beyond that was the women's bath. And then, yes, no one's here. Yes, at this time, I was the only one using the open-air bath. I had the whole open-air bath to myself, and I couldn't help but express my joy aloud. After washing my body, I got into the bath and stretched out my arms and legs. "Ah, this is satisfaction, pure satisfaction," I murmured to myself. Then, from beyond the partition fence, I heard a giggling sound. "Senior Sakurajima?" I blurted out her name, and she responded from the other side. "Are you alone on your side too?" It was indeed Senior Sakurajima's voice. "Yes, it's just me here." "Same here. It's only me at the moment." "It's quite refreshing, isn't it?" "Yes, it is. But being alone in the open-air bath at night is a bit scary. So, how about we talk like this?" "Agreed. I'd be delighted." It was a delightful suggestion. Just talking to Senior Sakurajima made me happy, and the thought that she was naked just beyond this board was thrilling. "Hey, Ishiki-kun. What is it? Did you, by any chance, become disillusioned with me during this trip?" Senior Sakurajima asked hesitantly. "Disillusioned? Not at all." "That's good to hear. Why do you ask?" I was curious. Why would Senior Sakurajima worry about something like that? After a pause, she replied, "I thought I showed you too many embarrassing sides of myself during this trip." "Embarrassing sides?" I couldn't think of any. Seeing you getting along with Micah made me feel uneasy. And then I acted sulky. That's more my fault for not being clear about my feelings. And then, getting drunk and showing you my sloppy side. I actually found that quite charming. Then I got angry on my own accord, and this morning I avoided you. I was just embarrassed about my own behavior. I had been worried that she might have started to dislike me. And in the game, I forced myself too much and caused you trouble. I'm really sorry. No, there's no need to apologize so much. But you came to help me, and now you're being so kind to me. I, too, feel that I owe Senior Sakurajima. I unconsciously looked up at the sky. The evening's blizzard had cleared up, and now the night sky was filled with stars. I wonder if Senior Sakurajima is looking at the stars too. That thought crossed my mind. After a while, Senior Sakurajima broke the silence. "This situation, it feels similar to us right now." "What do you mean?" I heard the sound of water being splashed. Both of our feelings are naked. And we know it. But there's still a wall between us. So we can only exchange words veiled in hidden meanings. If one of us stops talking, it's all over. I see, that's what she meant. Indeed, The situation of this open-air bath and the relationship between me and Senior Sakurajima might be similar. But the two of us are in the same situation. It's a moment shared only between you and me, not with anyone else. Yes. You're right. I think so too. I agreed with Senior Sakurajima's words, hoping that it was indeed the case. Another silence followed. Then, faintly, I heard music playing. What is it? It sounds familiar. Maybe it's dance music. It's Moon River, said Senior Sakurajima, who must have heard it too. I've heard it often, but what song is it? It's the theme song from the movie Breakfast at Tiffany's. I first learned it in elementary school during folk dance. Folk dance. It seems like a quiet song for that. My only memory of folk dance was from elementary school, during sports festivals and school camps, but they were more lively songs. Folk dance originally means ethnic dance, so there are various types. It's not strange to have a quiet waltz-like song, right? Is that so? Senior Sakurajima really was knowledgeable. I remembered the first time I met her in the high school library. Hey, shall we dance together? Right now? I exclaimed, surprised by Senior Sakurajima's sudden suggestion. Yes. But we're in the bath right now, aren't we? How would we? You could come over to my side. There's no one else here right now. What? I couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Bathing in the open-air bath with Senior Sakurajima? Both of us naked? Such a thought. The sensation of Senior Sakurajima's lithe body from last night flashed through my mind. My face flushed, and my heart raced uncontrollably. But, more importantly, if I were to enter the women's bath and someone came, it would lead to a major problem. Then I heard Senior Sakurajima's chuckling. Just kidding, just kidding. It was a joke. Realizing I had been teased, I felt even more embarrassed. Please don't tease me like that. Really. Sorry. But your reaction was just too cute. Even Senior Sakurajima makes such jokes, I said, a mix of annoyance and amusement in my tone. But the part about dancing together is true. We'll each dance on our own side, imagining the other. It's like air folk dancing, right? But isn't it a bit cramped for folk dancing? Right. So, what should we do? Ishiki-kun, do you have any ideas? At that moment, I remembered the psychological test Minama-san had done on the bus trip here. This might be a natural way to learn more about Senior Sakurajima's thoughts. How about a psychological test? A psychological test? What kind of test? I'll ask you some questions, and you just answer with whatever comes to mind first. It's simple, right? Sounds fun. It's perfect for doing while we're talking in the bath. But challenging me to a psychological test, that's quite cheeky of you. Girls do seem to like fortune-telling and psychological tests. This way, I can learn more about Senior Sakurajima's preferences. I grinned at the thought. Just one thing to remember, don't overthink it. Just answer with the first thing that comes to mind. Okay. First question. You're going hiking in the mountains. Would you choose a distant, tall mountain or a nearby, smaller one? Well, it depends on how much time I have. Don't overthink it. Just answer with your first instinct. Then, the distant, tall mountain. It seems like it would offer a different experience. Interesting, a distant, tall mountain. Just like me. Second question. Do you meticulously plan your hike, or do you prefer to enjoy it spontaneously? I'm the type to plan it out. Just going on a whim can be dangerous. That's expected, given her previous answer about the distant mountain. Third question. What's the first animal you encounter on the mountain? And what's the next one? The first animal is a squirrel, I guess. And the next one, maybe a weasel. A squirrel and a weasel. I repeated the answer, slightly puzzled by the choice. Yeah. Squirrels are cute but timid, quickly hiding away. Weasels are cute too, but they have a fierce wild side, and they're smart. I like them. That made sense when she put it that way. Fourth question. You come across a cliff on the mountain path. How high is it? A cliff. Maybe about the height of a 2-story building. It looks easy to climb at first, but it's hard because the sand and dirt keep crumbling. Another answer that's not straightforward. Fifth question. There's a mountain hut where you can stay overnight. Where is it located? At the base of the mountain, midway up, or near the summit? All three. What? I was surprised. It was an unexpected answer. You can't pick all three. Just choose one. Well, mountain huts are lodging facilities, right? Naturally, there should be several at the base, and there's bound to be a resting hut midway up. And near the summit, there's usually a refuge hut for emergencies. Don't think about it so logically, just answer with your intuition. Then, midway up the mountain, I guess. Slightly closer to the base. That answer seemed reasonable. Sixth question. You enter the mountain hut. Inside, there are candles burning. How many candles are there? Maybe 5. All clustered in the center of the table. Last question. There's a painting on the wall of the hut. What does it depict? A tall tower. A girl is trapped at the top, looking out the window. The last answer was more straightforward. Many of Senior Sakuраjima's responses were challenging to interpret. So, what do these answers reveal? She sounded a bit expectant. Let me explain. The first question about choosing a mountain represents the kind of marriage partner you hope for. The kind of marriage partner I hope for? It means you're willing to put in some effort for the ideal partner and won't settle for someone just because they're convenient. I see. And the next one? The second question about planning relates to how you approach dates with a partner. Whether you enjoy spontaneous outings or prefer to plan them in advance. Interesting. She seemed only partially convinced. The third question about the first animal you meet on the mountain symbolizes how you see yourself. So, does that mean I see myself as squirrel-like? Senior Sakurajima inquired. That seems to be the case. Though I personally see you more as a deer than a squirrel. But if we consider timidness, a squirrel might be right. And if we add the desire to be cute, then squirrel isn't off the mark, either. Senior Sakurajima was making her own interpretations. I wonder if she's convinced by this. There were 2 parts to the third question, right? What does the second animal represent? The second animal represents the image of your lover or someone you like. Really? Yes. So it seems you see your lover or someone you like as weasel-like. There was no immediate response from Senior Sakurajima. But what kind of guy is like a weasel? Earlier, Senior Sakurajima said, cute but with a wild nature, and smart. I don't have a very positive image of weasels myself. What about the fourth question, the height of the cliff? Senior Sakurajima asked. The height of the cliff represents the perceived obstacles to love's success. The higher the cliff, the farther you feel from achieving romance. I envisioned a cliff not so high but difficult to climb because of the sandy and loose soil. So, you feel that achieving love is difficult. That might be accurate. I wonder who Senior Sakurajima is thinking of in her romantic interests. It's intriguing. What's next? The fifth question, the location of the mountain hut, represents the age or social status difference between you and your ideal partner. What about my initial response, all 3? That would mean you're open to all possibilities, older, same age, younger, higher status, same level, lower status. That makes it sound like I'm aiming for all men. No, that's absolutely not true. With that exclamation, something flew over from the other side of the partition. Splash, splash, consecutive splashes in the bath. Snowballs. Was she grabbing snow within reach and throwing it over? Whoa, Senior Sakurajima, what are you throwing? Hey, you're going to hit me. It's because Ishiki-kun is saying weird things. I'm not like that. Even as she said this, several more snowballs were tossed over. Okay, I understand. Please stop throwing. This is just a game. I don't like being thought of that way by you. It's okay. I don't think that. Really. The snowball bombardment finally ceased. You really don't think that, right? Yes, I really don't. And you corrected yourself to midway up the mountain, slightly below, right? That's fine. Somehow, Ishiki-kun, you're being mean. Hearing Senior Sakurajima's words, I almost burst out laughing. She's getting worked up over this. She does have her cute moments. What about the sixth question? It's nothing strange, I hope? Of course not. The number of candles inside the mountain hut represents the number of close friends you have or people who would help you in trouble. So in my case, there are 5 people who would help me in trouble. That seems right. I guess that makes sense. But I'm still annoyed about the earlier part. Finally, the last question. The painting in the hut represents your current anxieties. My current anxieties? Yes. So you feel trapped in a high tower, waiting for someone? Trapped in a high tower, waiting for someone. Senior Sakurajima fell silent for a moment. What's wrong, Senior Sakurajima? How would you answer these questions, Ishiki-kun? Me? Yes. It's not fair that only I answered. You have to tell me yours too. Okay. My first answer was distant mountain. Second, I would plan. The first animal I encountered was a dog, and the next, a deer. The fourth question's cliff was just high enough to climb. The mountain hut was midway up the mountain, slightly above. The number of candles was 3. And the last, the painting on the wall, was a beautiful girl being kidnapped by a man. Senior Sakurajima murmured, as if deep in thought. The second animal in the third question represents a lover or someone you like, right? Yes, that's right. You said I was more like a deer than a squirrel earlier, didn't you? Ah. I fell silent, unable to respond immediately. I wanted to answer, to be clear about my feelings. But I was afraid that doing so would ruin this comfortable relationship with Senior Sakurajima. That means, after a moment of silence, just as I was about to speak, I heard voices from the women's bath. There's an open-air bath here too. It seems like other people are coming. That's the end of our psychological test then, Senior Sakurajima said with a hint of melancholy. Yes, it seems so. It's a pity, but it can't be helped. I was looking down, deep in thought, when suddenly, splash, a snowball hit me right on the head. One last thing. Don't get too close to Micah all the time. Pay more attention to me. With those words, the sound of lively female voices carried over from the women's bath. Our private time in the open-air bath had come to an end. After leaving the bath, I returned to my room, where Ishida had not yet come back. I thought about joining the party in the main hall again but decided against it. I lay on my bed, basking in the happiness of the moments I had spent with Senior Sakurajima in the open-air bath. And then, her question. What was she thinking at that time? What would have happened if I had answered? Knock knock. The sound of someone knocking at the door woke me up. It seemed I had fallen asleep without realizing it. Looking at the clock, not much time had passed. Who could it be? Could it be Senior Sakurajima? I got up, feeling a bit groggy, and walked to the door. When I opened it, there stood Micah-chan. Micah-chan? What's up? I have something I want to talk to you-san about. May I come in? There was an undeniable sense of urgency in her request. Ah, sure. I quickly made space for her to sit by moving aside my ski wear, which I had left lying around. Micah-chan entered the room after me, sitting on Ishida's bed opposite mine. What did you want to talk about? Micah-chan remained silent, looking downwards, not showing any intention to start the conversation. Is it about today's game? I tried to start the conversation, but she remained silent. Should I make some coffee? It might take a while. In the hotel, each room was equipped with an electric kettle and coffee and tea sachets. Micah-chan nodded slightly. I filled the kettle at the wash basin near the door and noticed the security stopper on the door was engaged. When did that happen? Maybe when I closed the door. I removed the stopper and returned to the room with the water-filled kettle. The water boiled quickly. Do you take sugar or milk in your coffee? I asked. She answered briefly, either way. I decided to make 2 black coffees. I needed something to wake me up, and Micah-chan could add to hers if she wanted. I handed 1 mug to Micah-chan and sat back on my bed. I drank my coffee in silence. She just stared at her mug. Micah-chan had been acting differently since we returned from the ski slopes in the evening. She was fine during the day, so probably my quitting the game upset her. There's nothing I can do but apologize for that. It was when my mug was nearly empty that Micah-chan finally spoke. What do you think of me, Yu-san? What do you mean? I want to know your true feelings. How do you see me? Micah-chan looked up, her gaze earnest. I instinctively averted my eyes. I think you're cute. Like a sister I wish I had. I like you, Yu-san. She interrupted me. Her declaration was so forceful that I looked up in surprise. Micah-chan's eyes were resolute, making me realize I couldn't give her a half-hearted response. I'm happy to hear that, but you're Ishida's sister and I've known you since first year of junior high. I can't see you in that way anymore. I'm already in high school. I don't want to be seen just as a friend's sister. I want you to see me for who I am, but right now, I just can't feel that way. What about now? What do you mean by now? Will you come to like me in the future? How long should I wait? I was at a loss for words in response to her intense tone. Micah-chan clutched her chest as if in pain. I know you don't see me as a woman. I've been trying to give up, telling myself it's okay to just be the friend's sister and keep meeting you like this. But, she looked at me, pleadingly. When I heard you got a girlfriend in university, I was shocked. I regretted so many times not expressing my feelings earlier. It was stupid to accept defeat without trying. Micah-chan poured out her true feelings. All I could do was listen. But then I heard she cheated on you and you broke up. I thought it was a chance given by God. This time, I decided not to regret and to confront you with all my might. Micah-chan. I spoke softly. You're very cute and charming. Many guys approached you during this camp. I'm sure many will fall for you in the future. You don't need to rush. Do you only like Sakurajima-san? Is it only her you want? Are you saying I can't compete with her charm? No, it's not about winning or losing. I'll become more beautiful once I'm in university. I'll wear makeup, become more feminine, and my chest will grow as big as Sakurajima-san's. Inappropriately, I thought, well, Sakurajima Senpai already had a big chest in her second year of high school. So, please look at me more. Fall in love with me. Tears spilled from Micah-chan's large eyes. She wiped them away with her fist, but more tears followed. Then let me ask you seriously. I sat up straight on the bed. Are your feelings for me genuine? Micah-chan looked up in surprise, still wiping her tears. You only meet me a few times a year. You hardly know me. How can you say you like me so much? That's because you're always kind, you listen to me, you're responsible in many ways. And I think you're cool. Is that enough to fall in love with someone? But doesn't love come regardless of the number of meetings or how long you've known each other? That might be true, but real love, I believe, requires deep interaction. I paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. That's what I think based on my experience. I've liked Sakurajima Senpai since high school. But looking back, it was more like a wishful I hope we can date. That's not real love, it's admiration. Micah-chan stopped crying and listened attentively. But now it's different. Sakurajima Senpai and I shared the painful experience of a partner's infidelity, supported each other, and overcame it. My feelings for her now are completely different from mere admiration. Are you saying my feelings are just admiration? To me, it seems so. Kazuma-san told me that too. She's also a graduate of Ichikawa Girls Academy. Girls your age in an all-girls school tend to project their ideals onto someone close. So you're not seeing the real me, but an idealized version of me. Suddenly, Micah-chan lunged at me. Yes, she literally pounced. With the agility honed in the track team, she grabbed my shoulders and pushed me down. Caught off guard, I fell back on the bed, facing up. Micah-chan straddled me. Are you saying my feelings are just an illusion? That I'm just admiring and projecting my ideals onto you? Micah-chan's face twisted in frustration, on the verge of tears again. I'm serious. I'm prepared. Prepared for what? Last night, you stayed in Sakurajima-san's room, right? Just the two of you for the whole night. Then, with me. As she spoke, Micah-chan unzipped her fleece. Beneath it, her floral pajamas buttons were now visible. Her fingers started unbuttoning them. Wait, what are you doing? Ignoring my panic, Micah-chan smoothly removed her fleece. She then slipped her arms out of the pajama top. Now she was sitting astride me, her upper body in just a bra. Just as her hands reached for her bra. "Hey, you, are you not coming to the party?" A loud, out-of-place voice echoed from the hallway. But it was a godsend. "Micah-chan. It's Ishida. Ishida's coming. Quick, put your clothes back on." But Micah-chan shook her head like a cat and refused. "It's fine. I've put the stopper on the door, so Big Brother can't come in. I don't want anyone to interrupt us." Did Micah-chan put the stopper on the door? That thought crossed my mind momentarily, but the current issue was more pressing. I was the one who removed that stopper. Just then, the sound of a card key being inserted and the door opening resonated. "Hey, you, are you sleeping?" With a carefree voice, Ishida nonchalantly entered the room. In the next moment, his gaze met the scene of me on the bed and Micah-chan straddling me. "What are you guys doing?" "It's not what it looks like, Ishida. It's not." Kaya. Startled, Micah-chan jumped off me, grabbed her discarded pajama top, and covered her chest as she crouched down. Her face was as red as an apple. Even Ishida was stunned. "You mean to tell me my best friend and my sister were sleeping together? That's nonsense." I felt my face heat up as I desperately tried to explain. "I'm fully clothed, and Micah-chan is still wearing her pants. She hasn't even taken off her underwear." Ishida then seemed to understand. "Right, that makes sense. From what I saw, it didn't look like you guys were doing anything. It seemed more like Micah forcibly pushed you down." His gaze shifted to Micah-chan. "Were you trying to steal you away from Sakurajima-senpai? Thinking you had no chance with the current situation? Ishida, you're asking a high school girl, your sister, if she was trying to steal someone?" Micah-chan glared at Ishida with her face still flushed red. "Big brother, you're so insensitive. Get out now. Don't come back to this room. I'm staying with Yusan tonight." "No way, I can't leave in this situation. If I do, Mom and Dad will kill me. Besides, this is mine and Yu's room. I don't have anywhere else to sleep." Was that really the issue? I thought, but Ishida's matter-of-fact tone helped me calm down. I got off the bed and stood beside Ishida. Micah-chan was still crouching with her face red, so I spoke to her. "Micah-chan, we'll step out for a while. You can get dressed and go back to your room. And don't worry about today. I know you're not the kind of girl to do this sort of thing. And just so you know, I consider myself another brother to you." Micah-chan didn't say anything. Leaving her behind, Ishida and I left the room. We bought canned coffees from the vending machine in the lobby. "Sorry, you. Micah caused you trouble." Ishida seemed hesitant to apologize. "No, it's my fault for causing a misunderstanding. But I never expected Micah-chan to be so serious. I knew about her seriousness, but I thought it was safe since it was you. Anyway, thanks for coming, Ishida. But honestly, it's going to be awkward to face Micah-chan tomorrow." "Don't say that. Sometimes just be there for her. She's serious in her own way." Ishida downed the rest of his coffee. "And like I said before, I don't mind if you become my brother-in-law. Please, not now. I'm really not up for that." Tiredly, I looked at Ishida. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 10. The Last Day of the Ski Camp. It was the morning of the third day. Today would be our last chance to ski. On this final day, there were no specific events planned by the circle. Everyone was free to ski until the evening. This morning, Ishida, Micah-chan, and I headed to the cafeteria together, just like the other days. However, unlike yesterday, Ishida had gone to call Micah-chan in advance. It seemed to take longer than expected, probably because Ishida had to talk to Micah-chan about last night's incident. Because of that, Micah-chan seemed less energetic this morning. And honestly, I found it difficult to face her too, especially after what happened last night. I didn't know how to act around her. I guess Micah-chan felt the same way. Despite that, she joined us at the same table. I needed to behave as usual around her, but that's when Tuko-senpai and Kazuma-san entered the cafeteria. I thought they would sit at the same table as yesterday, but Tuko-senpai walked straight towards us. Good morning, Ishiki-kun. Good morning, Tuko-senpai. Her cheerful greeting made me feel a bit more at ease, and I responded in kind. Hey, do you want to ski with me today? Maika-chan was the first to react to Tuko-senpai's invitation, looking up at her as if she were a spring-loaded doll. Tuko-senpai, noticing Maika-chan, smiled and said, "You've had Ishiki-kun to yourself until yesterday, right? It's okay to let me have him for today, isn't it?" But I also. Maika. Ishida interrupted her firmly, giving her a stern look. Okay, Maika-chan reluctantly agreed. Tuko-senpai then turned back to me. Let's meet in the lobby at 8:30. With a light wave, she went back to her seat. After Tuko-senpai left, I glanced at Maika-chan. She sat with her fists on her knees, enduring some inner struggle. Did I do something wrong? I felt guilty. But if you wanted to ski with someone, you had to ask them at breakfast, right? Tuko-senpai probably thought the same. She didn't mean any harm. Rather, I felt I owed Maika-chan an apology. But I couldn't think of the right words to say. Sensing my dilemma, Ishida spoke up. Don't overthink it. You has been with Maika for the past 2 days. Maybe it's good to ski with someone else today, otherwise what's the point of the camp? Yeah, was all I could muster in response. At 8:30, dressed in my ski gear, I went down to the lobby. Tuko-senpai arrived almost at the same time. What shall we do today? I asked, referring to skiing or snowboarding. Either is fine. What do you prefer, Ishiki-kun? We did a lot of skiing yesterday, so maybe snowboarding today? Then let's snowboard. But I'm not good at snowboarding. I can only handle beginner slopes. I'm not that skilled either, so it's fine. So, we rented snowboarding gear. The lift was already crowded when we got to the slopes. For beginners, getting on and off the lift is a challenge. I struggled even on the gentle incline at the lift entrance. Tuko-senpai silently offered me her hand. Sorry, I said, accepting her help to get onto the lift. On the pair lift, she made sure I could get on easily. I must look pretty uncool, I said, feeling awkward. I'm being completely saved by Tuko-senpai here. Normally, it's the guy who should be helping the girl. Don't worry about it, Tuko-senpai said firmly. Everyone's a beginner at some point, and we all have our strengths and weaknesses. You don't need to feel uncool just because of this. But still, guys who are good at sports are cooler, right? You're good at skiing, Ishiki-kun. You're just not used to snowboarding. Well, that's true. And besides. For a moment, Tuko-senpai hesitated in her words. And besides. I prompted. Gazing into the distance, Tuko-senpai said, whether someone can play sports or not, that's just superficial. True charm isn't decided by such things. Hearing this, I was struck with a realization. Although I'm adept at sports, I'm not the best at any particular one. People often judge others by their own standards, meaning I had been viewing athletic ability as a measure of a man's worth. At least I don't judge people on such criteria. I find people who strive to improve at things they're not good at far more admirable. That's true, I replied, feeling pleased. Indeed, Tuko-senpai isn't someone with such superficial views. Also, yesterday, you helped me out, remember? So being able to help you today makes me feel good, Tuko-senpai said with a smile, which lifted my spirits. Then, I'll gladly accept your help, I responded. Good. Today, I'll train you. Strive hard. She quickly added, oh, but don't treat me too much like a senior. I'm only a year older than you. There are times I want to be led, too. Looking at Tuko-senpai's flustered face, I thought to myself, sometimes she's like an older sister, other times a cute girl, and sometimes a delicate young lady. Tuko-senpai's charm is truly multifaceted. As soon as we got off the lift, I promptly fell over. It was embarrassingly visible to many people. Tuko-senpai then taught me how to fall properly in snowboarding. Instead of plopping down or using my knees and arms to break the fall, she suggested rolling from my buttocks to my back when falling backward, and throwing my body forward when tumbling forward. Following her advice, the falls were less jarring. With Tuko-senpai's guidance, I relearned snowboarding. Despite some ingrained bad habits, I improved significantly after 2 hours. You're doing well. You're picking it up quickly. You could probably handle intermediate slopes now, Tuko-senpai complimented. It's all thanks to your teaching, Tuko-senpai. Left to my own devices, I'd still be struggling on the slopes, I replied. Don't be modest. You're improving much faster than me. It's just your natural athleticism. Please, don't praise me too much. It'll be embarrassing if I fall next time, I said, secretly pleased. I do have confidence in my physical abilities. By the end of today, you might even surpass me, Tuko-senpai said, boosting my spirits. Indeed, by afternoon, I was skiing normally. While I couldn't do jumps or anything advanced, I could handle beginner and intermediate slopes without any issues. Skiing and snowboarding are truly enjoyable. Tuko-senpai and I skied side by side, our trails smoothly intersecting. We weren't holding hands or being overly affectionate, but it was still enjoyable to ski together. We made eye contact while skiing, sometimes stopping to wait for each other, and crossing paths in a playful manner. These small interactions were delightful. And then there were the times on the lift. Those moments belonged just to Tuko-senpai and me. We discussed our skiing, the scenery, shared university, and circle gossip. For lunch, we went to a restaurant a bit away from the slopes. I ordered tonkotsu ramen, and surprisingly, Tuko-senpai chose oden. Oden? I couldn't help but ask. Yeah. What's wrong with that? It's not that it's wrong, but it just doesn't seem to fit the image I have of you, Tuko-senpai. Ah, you don't know the joy of oden at a ski resort. Let me share some with you. Plus, this region is famous for its konnyaku. She said this with a proud smile. Her unpretentious nature and her ability to openly appreciate things she likes, regardless of others' opinions, are also part of Tuko-senpai's charm. Indeed, the oden was delicious. The round konnyaku was flavorful and chewy, warming me up. In exchange, I offered her some of my ramen. We couldn't share a kiss the night before, but this indirect kiss would do. That day, I genuinely enjoyed myself. But enjoyable times pass quickly. Around 4 in the evening, when I thought it was time for our last run, I ran into Kazuma-san and a group of girls from the circle, Minami and Manami, second years, and Ayaka and Yuri, first years. Look, the rumored couple has arrived, Minami remarked, ever blunt. Don't jump to conclusions, Manami chided. But Tuko-san looks happier today, Ayaka, a first year, noted. I thought so too. She's been a bit gloomy during the camp, but she's brighter today. Is this the Ishiki-kun effect? Yuri teased. Hey, don't say weird things, Tuko-senpai exclaimed in a fluster, but Kazuma-san grabbed my arm. Alright, for the last run, I'll take Ishiki-kun. Just for now, come on the lift with me, she declared. Saying this, Kazuma-san pulled me away from Tuko-senpai. Thus, I ended up on the lift with Kazuma-san, while Tuko-senpai went with Minami-san, Minami-san with Ayaka-san, and Yuri-san with someone else who had come later. After a while on the lift, Kazuma-san spoke up. So, how did things go with Tuko? Did it go well? I guessed she was curious about that, but I wasn't sure how to respond. Well, in a way, it went well, but in another sense, nothing much has changed. What does that mean? Kazuma-san asked, playfully puzzled. Today was really enjoyable. I had a lot of conversations with Tuko-senpai, and I think we got rid of any awkwardness between us. I see, and then? But that doesn't mean anything dramatically changed between us. I remembered what Tuko-senpai had said in the open-air bath last night, about there still being a wall between us. Yes, there's a wall between us. What that wall is or how many layers it has, I couldn't quite fathom. I see, Kazuma-san said, as if understanding something. Everyone said Tuko's mood brightened up from last night to today. I thought there might have been some progress. But you two are complicated, aren't you? Are we complicated, Tuko-senpai and I? At that moment, Kazuma-san put her arm around my shoulder. No helping it. I, as Kazumi-onisan, will give you one more chance to wrap up this camp. What are you going to do? I didn't want her to do anything too excessive. Well, it looks like you've worked hard, Ishiki-kun, So consider this a kind of reward, Kazuma-san said, winking. I remained silent, but inside, I felt wrapped in unease. After returning from skiing, we were allowed to use the hotel's bath, courtesy of the hotel management. I definitely wanted to wash off after skiing. After changing into my regular clothes in the changing room, we waited for the bus in the same luggage Romcom rest area we'd used when we arrived. At 9:30 p.m., our bus finally arrived. Nakazaka-san called out to everyone. Okay, since the bus is here, everyone, please take your luggage and get on board. Make sure you haven't forgotten anything. And don't forget to take your trash with you. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from skiing, everyone began moving in a relaxed manner. It was just as we were gathering in front of the bus to leave the hotel. Suddenly, Kazuma-san approached and put her hand on Maika-chan's shoulder. Maika-chan, you're attending Ikijo Girls' School, right? Yes, Maika-chan responded, visibly surprised by the sudden question. I went to Ikijo too. Do you know Matsuyama, the volleyball club advisor? He also teaches history. Yes, I'm learning Japanese history from Mr. Matsuyama. Really? That's nostalgic. He was my homeroom teacher in my second year of high school. Did you know he's an old man who actually likes shoujo manga? No, is that so? Something about this makes me happy. Being able to talk about girls like this. It's been a while, Kazuma-san said, beaming with joy at Maika-chan. Hey, why don't you sit next to me on the bus ride home? Ha! I want to hear about the girls and the teacher. In exchange, I'll share some insider stories with you. Kazuma-san then looped her arm around Maika-chan's shoulder. Next, she looked at me. So, Ishiki-kun, sorry, but could you switch seats with me? I'm going to sit next to Maika-chan. Maika-chan looked back and forth between us, visibly surprised. But Kazuma-san didn't allow any objections, presenting it as a done deal. We'll head to the bus first. Oh, Ishida-kun is sitting in the front, so here, take this. She handed Ishida a convenience store bag filled with beer before leading the two of them onto the bus, creating an opportunity at the end. Despite being stunned, I couldn't help but smile. When I noticed, Sakurajima Senpai was standing next to me. Our eyes met, and she gave a troubled smile. But Sakurajima Senpai knew that this was Kazuma-san's way of caring. Shall we get on too? Yes. I replied more energetically than expected, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sakurajima Senpai and I took our seats in the third row from the front, on the right side. She sat by the window, and I was next to the aisle. As everyone settled in, the bus began to slowly move along the snowy night road. So this marks the end of the ski camp. I felt a bit sad, maybe it's the post-festival blues. The ski camp is over now, Sakurajima Senpai murmured, gazing out the window. Yes, 2 nights and 3 days went by in a flash. It's a bit sad to be heading back. I was thinking the same. We spoke in hushed tones, so as not to be overheard. At first, I was hesitant about joining the ski camp. Being the subject of rumors and all, it felt awkward. True, initially Sakurajima Senpai had said she wouldn't join the camp. She might not remember, but when she was drunk, she had mentioned it. But then I heard you were going, Ishiki-kun, so I decided to join too. Her words alone made me happy, but something else bothered me. Are you glad you joined? Yes, I am. Especially since I got to talk so much with you today. Sakurajima Senpai looked at me, a shy expression on her face. I can honestly enjoy my time when I'm with you. I'm grateful for that. No, I should be the one thanking you. I paused, then added softly. Just being with Sakurajima Senpai makes me happy. But my words were drowned out by the loud splash of snow under the bus tires. What did you just say? Sakurajima Senpai asked, leaning in closer. But the thought of repeating it was too embarrassing. No, it's nothing. I'm curious, she said with a small laugh, looking adorable and making me smile too. Unlike the ride there, the return bus was quiet, likely due to everyone being tired. The interior lights were dimmed for comfort. Our conversation, carried out in whispers, brought us closer together. If I'm going to bring up the redo Christmas, now's the time. If I miss this chance, it might be harder to connect during the break. Do you have any plans for the upcoming holiday, Sakurajima-senpai? Oh, that's harsh, Ishiki-kun. Have you forgotten about our redo Christmas? Of course not. I remembered. That's why I wanted to ask about your plans. I'm glad to hear that, she replied, her smile returning. Today, her expressions were as varied as a young girl's. I tutor at home, so that's pretty much my schedule. The student I'm teaching is a candidate, so I can't really take breaks. What days do you tutor? Tuesdays and Thursdays, twice a week. Sometimes on weekends, but if I plan ahead, it should be fine. How about next Wednesday? The Marinauchi illuminations should still be on. Okay. Have you decided on a restaurant? Sorry, not yet. But I'll let you know in advance. Anywhere is fine. Let's keep it casual. As the vibration lessened, we must have entered the highway. Orange lights from the street lamps shone through the window. It's sad to think we're already going back. I wish we could have stayed for another week. Just a week. Sakurajima Tuko whispered softly. No, if possible, much longer. She added in her mind, as long as I'm with Sakurajima Tuko. Yeah, I'd like to come again. After saying that, Tuko let out a small yawn. Let's come together again. It doesn't have to be skiing. Yes, camping would be nice too. The hot springs were fun as well. Yes, I'd like to go to an open-air bath again. Next time, just the two of us. Tuko's voice faded away. Just the two of us? He asked, but there was no reply. Looking over, Tuko had closed her eyes. With a gentle rise and fall of her chest, faint breathing sounds were audible. Tuko was quietly sleeping, resting her head on his shoulder. He, too, felt a wave of sleepiness engulfing him. Relaxing, he closed his eyes. The warmth where he touched Tuko felt pleasant. It felt very comforting. With the bus's vibrations, he unknowingly leaned his head closer to Tuko. Thump. Tuko's left hand fell onto his right hand. Feeling the touch of her hand, he drifted off to sleep. Through closed eyelids, he faintly sensed the morning light. It felt like being abruptly pulled to the surface from the deep sea. He grimaced slightly and opened his eyes a bit. Surroundings were no longer snowy landscapes but forests of concrete buildings. It seemed they had arrived in Tokyo. Perhaps near Ikeburo. He felt a soft breath on his right cheek. Glancing over with just his eyes, Tuko's white face was close to his. He and Tuko had been sleeping, heads together, bodies close. This was the second time he'd seen Tuko sleeping during this camp. He wanted to savor this feeling a bit more. But as he woke up, his head moved, and Tuko mumbled, separating their heads. A bit disappointing. 30 minutes later, the bus arrived near the university's main gate. Everyone, we have arrived. Thank you for your hard work, announced Nakazaki-san, who also sounded quite sleepy. Tuko woke up. Good morning. Have we arrived? Good morning. Yes, we just arrived. I must have been really tired. I usually can't sleep with a different pillow. You were tired, surely. Saying so, he took down their luggage from the overhead compartment. As everyone got off the bus, Nakazaki-san made another announcement. Well then, thank you all for participating. But remember, the camp isn't over until you're home safe, so please be careful. With those words, everyone dispersed. Let's head back too, Ishida called out. They all had the same route home. He, Ishida, and Maika-chan were headed to Junior Makuhari Station, while Tuko and Kazuma-san's nearest was the next station, Junior Shinkamigawa. He thought they would naturally all go back together. However, at that moment, Maika-chan swiftly approached Tuko. Standing right in front of her. He wondered what was happening, watching them intently. Tuko-san, I'm sorry for causing trouble this time. She bowed slightly. He thought Maika-chan just wanted to apologize to Tuko. But then, she continued, but this isn't over yet. I might cause more trouble, but please bear with me. He was puzzled. What was she talking about? Ishida and Kazuma-san were also taken aback. Only Tuko smiled calmly. I see. Her words seemed to fuel Maika-chan even more. With fiery eyes, she glared at Tuko and declared, I won't lose. Not to Tuko-san, not to anyone. With that, she turned and walked alone towards the station. Hey, Micah. Ishida's call went completely ignored. Stunned, he watched her leave. Someone patted his shoulder. It was Kazumi-san. It seems like a storm is brewing, Ishiki-kun. Half in disbelief, half amused, she repeated the same line as when they had departed. He sighed. Indeed, a storm was brewing. What would become of them from here on? With that thought, he turned his gaze towards Tuko. Chapter 11, A Christmas Redo. At the Marinauchi South exit of Tokyo Station. I was standing just outside the ticket gates. The Marinauchi side of Tokyo Station, commonly known as the Red Brick Station, has been restored to its former Tokyo Station style. And this Marinauchi South exit really captures that atmosphere. The ceiling is a dome reminiscent of the old Deer Cry Pavilion. I was looking up at the various sculptures decorating the dome. Sorry to keep you waiting, a bright voice called out. It was Senior Sakurajima. What were you looking at? The dome above. I was just thinking how intricate it is. I pointed up to the ceiling. Yeah, the reliefs here are famous. What are the birds and the round things? The round ones are zodiac reliefs. And those birds, are they eagles? I thought they were chickens. Over there is a relief of a sword. Senior Sakurajima pointed to the semicircular part. That was a sword. It looked just like a pattern to me. Convinced, I turned my gaze to Senior Sakurajima. Today, she wore a white, thick high-neck sweater as an inner layer, a brown miniskirt with fine pleats, and a salmon pink, thick half-coat. She usually dresses chickly, but today's outfit was more girlish. It felt a bit embarrassing, being different from her usual self. Shall we go then? I said, trying to hide my embarrassment. First, dinner. I had reserved a restaurant for this occasion. After much deliberation, I chose a bistro. As Karen said, me being a romance novice, I thought it best not to try too hard and pick somewhere safe. The waiter came to take our drink orders. I could only choose non-alcoholic, but Senior Sakurajima also ordered the same. Don't hold back on my account, order what you like. But Senior Sakurajima just shook her head. It's a special date. It's better to order the same thing. Alcohol can wait until you turn 20. That's still over half a year away. When's your birthday? October 4th. Actually, my birthday is close to Karen's. I don't really care about my birthday, and I completely forgot about it after that incident. Then, how about we go drinking together on your landmark 20th birthday? That would be the best birthday ever, spending it with you, Senior Sakurajima. Really? So you don't want a birthday present? She said with a mischievous smile. But I didn't care about that. I don't need a present. Instead, promise me we'll go drinking on my birthday. Okay, it's a deal. Though it's still quite a ways off. Senior Sakurajima said, smiling. When is your birthday, Senior Sakurajima? August 3rd. Right in the middle of summer vacation. I never really celebrated it with friends as a kid. Then I'll celebrate your next birthday. Really? But will you remember? It's right after college exams. I won't forget. I'll schedule it right now. Okay, I'll look forward to it. She said, smiling gently at me again. The food arrived. Trout terrine, marinated purple cabbage and carrots, smoked duck meat with prosciutto and cheese, spinach pottage, pen all'arrabbiata, Hannah steak, and more. How about we do the first event before dessert? I suggested during a break in the meal, and Senior Sakurajima agreed, opening her handbag. I also took out a wrapped box from a paper bag I had brought. Let's reveal them on the count of 3. Ready, set. Following Senior Sakurajima's cue, we both presented our gifts. A gift exchange. What did you get for me? Don't expect too much, please. It's nothing extraordinary. Indeed, it wasn't anything extraordinary. One reason for that was Senior Sakurajima's earlier suggestion. Let's not go for anything too pricey. How about we limit it to 5,000 yen? Senior Sakurajima had proposed this, likely considering my financial situation. Unwrapping the present, I found a fancy ballpoint pen inside. Senior Sakurajima was the first to express her thoughts. Wow, a photo frame. It's adorned with seashells around it. Cute. I thought something unobtrusive yet memorable would be nice. Thank you. I wanted it to display a photo from our BS day trip. I'll put it up as soon as I get home. I'm happy to receive such a fine ballpoint pen. Thank you. I thought a pen would be useful since you'll be dealing with a lot of paperwork when you become an adult. As she said this, dessert was served. We talked about our ski camp and university life while eating dessert. Senior Sakurajima smiles a lot. When I saw her from a distance, I honestly thought she was a cool beauty. But talking like this, she smiles naturally and unreservedly. I wanted to keep seeing her smile like that. After chatting for about an hour, we left the restaurant. The main event of the evening was to see the illuminations. We walked from Tokyo Station towards Hibiya, under the LED-lit street trees. Wow, it's beautiful. They called it champagne gold, and it really does look like champagne. Yes, it's like the trees are adorned with champagne bubbles. There were quite a few others also admiring the illuminations. Among them were couples who, like us, seemed to be on a date. Real couples were either holding hands or walking arm in arm, which I envied. Maybe it would be all right to hold hands. I had been thinking about that for a while. Oh, right. Senior Sakurajima's voice interrupted my thoughts. She started rummaging through her handbag again. Here, this is for you. What she handed me was, again, a wrapped box, about the size of a book, adorned with a ribbon. Seeing my puzzled expression, Senior Sakurajima said with a shy smile, "A belated Valentine's gift." Ah, thank you. I stared at the box in my hands for a moment. I didn't expect to receive anything from you, Senior Sakurajima. Inwardly, I had hoped that maybe she would give me something for Valentine's Day, but since nothing happened on February 14th, I had given up. Actually, it would have been better to give it on the day. But I thought calling you out just for that might be bothersome. That's not true. But I'm happy to receive it. I've never given Valentine's chocolates to a boy before. Senior Sakurajima showed a bashful expression. In middle and high school, there were girls who got excited about Valentine's, but I never joined in. You don't seem like the type to get carried away with that kind of thing. But, you know, winter has a lot of couple events. When everyone else is out on dates and I'm just at home, it feels a bit lonely. That's right. We arbitrarily made her the senior we admire, but Senior Sakurajima is just a normal girl. So, this is my first attempt at homemade chocolate. It might not look great, so please forgive that. Any chocolate from you, Senior Sakurajima, is precious. I'll treasure it. Don't just keep it, eat it soon, she said with a wry smile. Senior Sakurajima, did you ever bake sweets for Senior Kamakura? I blurted out something unnecessary. Senior Sakurajima's expression clouded over. I realized my mistake as soon as I said it. Was I unconsciously aware of Kamakura? I'm sorry. That was out of line. It's okay. It would be a lie to say I don't care. I never made anything for Tetsuya. Except for the lunch for that plan. We never had events like Valentine's. After saying this, she looked up at the sky. But it's strange. I never felt like putting much effort into cooking for Tetsuya, though he asked me several times to come over and cook. Her voice trailed off slightly. But with you, I think, I want to make something for him. I want him to eat it. I bowed my head, a mix of happiness and embarrassment welling up inside me. And I was also scared to go to Tetsuya's apartment. Hearing that, I said, trying to hide my embarrassment. So, is it because I'm a safe, harmless guy? Who said that? Ishido was just teasing you with that, I replied. Being a safe and secure guy isn't bad, right? No, I think it's a compliment. Men who make girls feel uneasy are the real problem, aren't they? My embarrassment slowly turned into happiness. Why do Senior Sakurajima's words resonate so deeply with me? I like that about you, Ishiki-kun. I also really like that about you, Senior Sakurajima. But, you know, it's okay to be a little assertive sometimes, she said with a laugh. Music started playing from somewhere. It was the same song that played when we were in the open-air bath. It's Moon River. Just like that time, Senior Sakurajima named the song. It's the song you wanted to do the air folk dance to at the hot springs, right? After a moment of silence, Senior Sakurajima spoke up. Shall we hold hands? I looked at Senior Sakurajima in surprise. She was looking at me too, and seemed a bit flustered as she spoke next. See, at the hot springs, it was just a psychological test, right? So, let's do the dance we didn't do then. We can't really dance here, but... That's right. I should let the lady say such words, not me. While I inwardly berated myself for my own cowardice, I took Senior Sakurajima's hand. Her hand was slender, soft, and warmly moist. Perhaps feeling shy, Senior Sakurajima and I walked silently amidst the illuminations for a while. Everyone was really happy you joined the training camp, Senior Sakurajima. As we neared Hibiya, I broke the silence. Everyone? Really, everyone. Even the alumni and graduate students came to the camp because you were participating. Who told you that? Nakazaki-san did. Initially, the participant count was low, and they were struggling. So, they asked me to convince you to join, saying, after all, Senior Sakurajima is the goddess of our circle. There was no immediate response. Did you invite me just because of that? She sounded slightly disappointed. I quickly clarified. No, that's not the only reason. I myself wanted to go with you, Senior Sakurajima. Senior Sakurajima looked down for a while. I've said it before, but I wish you'd stop with the goddess talk. I'd rather be cherished by one person than adored by many. Senior Sakurajima stopped walking, and I did the same. She looked at me. I want to be someone who is truly needed and cherished by someone I care about. Our gazes intertwined, seeming to carry a subtle warmth. That's why I buzz. My heart felt like it would stop at the sudden vibration of my phone. Startled, I reflexively picked it up, unwittingly answering the call. Do you know? It was Ishida. Hey, what's up? You're being abrupt. The interruption to my date with Senior Sakurajima made my voice sound annoyed. Before I could hang up, Ishida's excited voice came through. You know about the university's new event Miss Muse, right? Yeah. I had just heard about it at the recent camp. Senior Sakurajima is entering Miss Muse. What? I instinctively looked at Senior Sakurajima. She seemed to have heard the conversation and was equally surprised. Check out the university's Circle Council's SNS. After saying that, the call from Ishida ended. A URL was sent in a message. I clicked on it. It was the latest post about Miss Muse from the Circle Council. Don't remove this. Entry for Miss Muse by Sakurajima Tuko, a second-year student from the Faculty of Science and Engineering, the first attempt at Miss Muse. This initiative, aimed at showcasing the diverse charms of women, is distinct from the traditional Miss Contest. It appears that this year, a notable figure has joined Miss Muse. Sakurajima Tuko-san. Known for her intellectual beauty and outstanding proportions, as well as her modest demeanor and pure aura, she was highly regarded as the true Miss Metropolitan University. Unfortunately, Sakurajima Tuko-san has never participated in the cultural festival's Miss Contest, to everyone's knowledge. However, she is participating in this Miss Muse. It's truly delightful news for our committee, dedicated to exploring the diverse charms of women. Her participation will undoubtedly add excitement to Miss Muse. Don't remove this. Senior Sakurajima, are you participating in Miss Muse? I asked in surprise, having never heard such a thing before. Senior Sakurajima had apparently found the article on the university's SNS as well. It can't be true. I never said anything like that. This is the first I've heard of it. Then why is there such an article? I was shocked. How could she be entered without her knowledge? I don't know. But why? Senior Sakurajima looked confused and said, it doesn't make sense. End of Volume 2.